something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
Try, 'cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the B stream of the South American closed qualifiers for Esports World Cup. My name is DK Truman, and I am joined by the wonderful Ace for what is undoubtedly going to be a great showing here, because of course SA is where the best fun happens. Any team can win it all the way through. So, you know, your initial predictions already, please.
I mean, we just got the... First of all, hello everyone. We just got the TI quals, you know? Heroic getting the slots, but we are already seeing a rematch from the TI quals on this opening here on this channel. OG Latam against Team Compromiso. I mean, both teams, as you said, can get to the finals, but we'll see. OG Latam got the 2-1 last time. Let's see if Compromiso can just get their revenge.
Yeah, as you said, they did play against each other a couple of days ago. OG Latam beat them then. OG Latam, of course, did not qualify. They got eliminated by Heroic in the end, so they ended, I think, 3rd place, but there's a new chance here. Of course, some pretty strong teams in there. Obviously, Heroic is the team to beat in South America. It's just that simple. They are the scariest. But there's quite a lot of other scary teams. I mean, one thing that South America always has is safe laners in every single team, and all of them right now are terrifying to deal with. But of course, in the OG Latam versus Team Sin Compromiso match, it's going to be K1 versus Parker, which, I mean, that match has been played time and time again.
Both former Heroic hard carries, and you know what's funny about the carry players in SA? We know a lot of them play a really good Templar Assassin, but guess what? During the TI qualifiers, this hero lost pretty much every game. Got to the game 6 times and lost every game.
Yeah, that is not too great. Of course, there is only one team currently in the lower bracket. As you can see, that's Team 10. They did just play a series up against the Starbacks, and they got 2-0'd. Both games did go 40 minutes plus, so they did not get destroyed at the very least. But yeah, there is a couple of matches left to watch on the stream today. Of course, we have Teams in Compromiso versus OG, and then afterwards it is the question who we're going to be getting, because we are going to be heading towards the lower no, I think it's the upper bracket match, but the lower upper bracket match. So in the A stream it will be Heroic versus Starbacks. On our stream it will be either OG Latam, Sin Compromiso, or Edge or Veritas friends up against each other. So there's a little bit of flexibility there for us to be witnessed. Of course, personally, I do think that we have the best match here with the Team Sin Compromiso versus OG Latin match. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. And looking at this current patch, Ace, what are your predictions?
I mean, I just want the especially the carry players to be more creative, because we've seen a lot of Terrorblades just winning pretty much every game. So I'm really hoping for like new up and coming heroes. We saw some Abaddon during TI qualifiers, and I want to see more of that. I'm just tired of the TB like being the top choice, the top hero every time.
Yeah, it's still... I did just check out the South American closed qualifiers for the TI, and TB got picked 11 times with an 81% win rate. It won 9, lost 2. Obviously, it has a little bit of flex potential because you can still put it technically off lane. But for the most part, it is the safe lane god. One very interesting statistic, though, from that closed qualifier is Tiny was picked 17 times and only won 4, which is wild of a statistic.
Wild. Losing a lot of games. This hero doesn't seem to be in a very good spot, at least for the SA teams. You know, I just miss the old times where you could just pick the tiny and you play it as a flex pick on your draft. You can play it as a carry, as a mid laner, even as a post 4. This hero doesn't really fit any of these roles really well at the moment. But some other options are popping. We see, since TB is pretty much every game banned, and when he's picked, he wins. There's a Lina. A lot of Lina is being around. The nerfs did not hit the Lina really hard, so the hero is still popping. Got a lot of showing during the TI qualifiers. Not a really big win rate, but still a really good hero. You know? Are you a fan?
The hero that I was very surprised about that barely got picked in South American closed qualifiers was Omni Knight. I've seen a lot of Omni Knights in other regions kind of destroy. I was surprised that it only got picked twice in South America.
Only the hipsters, man. They just go with the bread and butter here. They're just fighting for their one slot, you know?
Yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of interesting picks, but as you said, well, the supports we all know, like Shadow Shaman gets picked a ton, Tusk gets picked a ton, Undying, as it is technically flexible now towards that offlane role, that one's interesting. Bat Rider has done some stupid damage with the 5 sticky napalm stacks talent. Like, that one is just nuts. How much damage comes out of Bat Rider, and it's all magic as well, so it's really hard to deal with in the early game. This patch does give some very interesting and fun additions to heroes that have been honestly dead for quite a couple of patches in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Omni Knight being like an open rising hero says it, because last time you saw this hero was like played as a carry, so it's nice when they bring back these heroes from like the dumpster.
Yeah, a couple. Obviously, there's always some heroes that technically would either be in the meta or out of it, but would still get picked, like the Enigma. You know, there's always that person that loves to play it. You have your Visage players and your Lycan players, especially South America has a lot of like micro offlaners, which is impressive, though does always give South America a little bit of a different meta, because that looks more like, you know, fast early game push, and that's what I love to see, because there are regions these days, it's Eastern Europe a lot, where you watch a game and the game ends with a score 11-11, and you're like, nothing's happened the entire game. You know,
and someone is getting crushed sometimes, even with this score like that.
Yeah, just get out far. I mean, Tundra is, for instance, a team that really does that, where they get they're 5 kills behind but 9k ahead in net worth, so it's always a little bit of a threat. But yeah, I am looking forward. Hopefully we get to see a couple more surprises here, but for the most part, as you expected, you know, the TA pick will be very much expected. TB coming through. Tusk has been looking very nice as of late as well. Kunkka, flexible because it plays all 3 roles, all 3 core roles. I do think that AA has fallen off a lot more than people give it credit for. Like, it still gets picked, but the impact of the hero has been significantly reduced.
Maybe the players are not like having the chance to play the hero in pro matches, because these heroes still banned a lot of times. So when you get to play it, maybe you're just not in shape with the hero, you know? Maybe something like around those lines. Because it was banned a lot during the TI qualifiers, still has negative win rate throughout the qualifier, but hero is still strong, even though he's falling off. It is still a strong hero.
Also, another one that I kind of like is I'm kind of done with the Naga post 5s. I've seen it so many times, it doesn't do anything half the games, where it's like Song of the Siren and then what. But the hero that was surprising to me in this patch, and still got picked up quite a lot, is the Ringmaster. It got some really hefty nerfs in the last patch, but its toolkit is just so good that it still has it has a 63% win rate in the Esports World Cup qualifiers in the other regions, which is very high in 33 games played. It's actually one of the highest win rate heroes in this qualifier.
The hero just does a lot of things. Has a save, has a great team fighting spell. He lanes really well, the attack animation and all of that. If you compare it to heroes like Oracle, which is just sit back and wait for the big moment to use the ulti, Ringmaster does not need to sit back and wait to save someone. He can just use the ulti, has a follow-up spell, you know. So it's a really complete hero. Has a lot of tools to work with, so I'm a big fan of this hero.
Yeah, but yeah, this batch just has so many different heroes to talk about coming back. Void Spirit coming back, as you mentioned, the Abaddon coming back. It is very nice to see Chen being played again, like that hero. Except for Celery, no one touched, or maybe Solo, no one touched the hero at all. So. And one very important aspect as well, Slark Boss 4 is kind of dead, thank the Lord. Because that was one of the most annoying things to deal with in pubs.
Thanks God. I mean, 9 class playing this hero, a lot of people playing this in pubs even, so really obnoxious hero to deal with, especially as a support, like warding really hard.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest one to deal with. I mean, same with like Zeus, Boss 4s and whatnot. I do hope that we're going to start soon enough with our matches. There seems to be some kind of delay. Yeah, everyone's in the lobby, so we should be heading in momentarily. But looking at the results so far of the Esports World Cup qualifiers, are any of the regional results surprising to you?
I don't know, maybe on Western Europe, kinda.
Yeah, I can see that. Navi Junior, that might be quite a big surprise. I mean, they have been looking really good, and like Got the Juice has been looking amazing. Obviously, they have Ziyech in there, but considering the rest of the teams, like you had OG who ended second to last place. Avalus, of course, got direct invited to the closed qualifier. Mao's joining in, but then not being able to break through. It is probably the big surprise here. I'm just checking. Yeah, VP won in Mesva. That's not really too surprising. Southeast Asia, Execration. Yeah, but Southeast Asia, there's one team at the top. The rest are like there. Maybe Boom could have been like the more favored team, I guess.
It's a scene that needs help. It's good to have SA teams in these tournaments, but it's a scene that needs help. It used to be way better than the current status is. So, yeah, we can just hope that they do well in the tournament and they bring some back to their region.
Yeah, and well, that is going to be interesting going forward. Let's see. It seems that the draft is starting now, so we should be able to head in to see the first bans and picks coming forward. So we'll say ta-ta and see you in the game momentarily, as we do have the first couple of bans coming in. And they don't seem too very surprising.
Radiant
Here, TB still left in the bat, right? Of course, getting banned. That's not surprising at all.
Radiant
Though
team
these last
pick.
couple of bans, I'm guessing that it is Parker. It is not surprising that they banned the gyro, but TB's still there.
Dire team back.
Yeah.
Dire team dark.
But yeah, I
Radiant
love this
team
Dark Sphere
back.
pick, like just to maybe prevent OG Latam from picking TB. It's not like a K1 special as other heroes, but he can still play it. But maybe not against the Dark Sphere now.
Yeah, K1
10
is known for, of
seconds
course, his
remaining.
big strength heroes that you pick
5
up your Wraith King
seconds
safe
remaining.
lanes and that CK and Abaddon safe lane. That's more his expertise. But Parker, for instance, would be a player that
Radiant
likes to play
team
TV.
pick.
But you also have to consider off-laners, and I think Illich does play off-lane TB as well.
Dire team pick.
Ooh, there's the low win rate hero, but it had a terrible win rate on the Dire side. It had like a 10% win rate on the Dire side compared to Radiant.
So this was the problem. It was just on the wrong side.
10
I know.
seconds remaining.
Not sure about K1, but I know Parker likes to play Venom
5
against Darkseer.
seconds remaining.
Hero's still open. They might be thinking about it. Maybe not this early, but if they don't get it, could be a good hero for Sin Compromiso. Goes really well with the Darkseer auras. The team just gets really tanky.
Yeah, and
Oracle is open, but it's, I don't know, opening your draft with 2 supports, it doesn't feel great, right?
yeah, also, it's Oracle. I'd rather even see like what's his name?
Dire team
Enchantress instead of Oracle. They're gonna go for Oracle because it does counter the Darkseer, as you mentioned. It's just it feels too for protect 1E of a hero most of the time.
Yeah, but that's why just like Ringmasters over Oracles in these kind of games, but they're just drafting to win the lane. Feels like
10
just to
seconds
trash on these
remaining.
Darkseer. Monkey and Oracle, they can also flex the
5
Monkey mid in
seconds
case there's
remaining.
like an Ember Spirit coming from Sin Compromiso before the last pick. So yeah, they have good tools, but still 2 supports on the opening. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah. Monkey King, of course, is great because it has some flex. K1 does play it safe, but you could also just put it on that mid lane position. But it's definitely not a bad hero to pick against a Darkseer tiny lane, for instance.
Yeah, especially if Sin Compromiso's like trying to time their timings on the Darkseer items. And if Darkseer is having a rough time, it's gonna be hard for them to just join the game on the mid game. So yeah, might be a good one for OG Latam to just delete one hero right off the bat.
Radiant team pick.
Storm Spirit.
Strong one.
Okay, that's quite an early Storm Spirit pick. Does mean, of course, that the Tiny is definitely not going to be the mid laner. I would assume,
10
like
seconds
Puck is, for
remaining.
instance, still available, and they could just put the Monkey safe
5
lane and put the
seconds
Puck
remaining.
mid, which would make it problematic for the Storm later on.
Yeah, it all goes to what Sin Compromiso is speaking now, because they don't have enough stuns for a Puck, because Tiny is not the mid laner, so he's not gonna have the early blink dagger. That means you can just pick Puck against the Storm. You get the lane. You have the lane against the Darkseer already. Having the lane against the Storm Spirit too would be really nice. So it all depends on how many stuns Sin Compromiso is gonna have. And answer is none.
Yeah, Tiny Avatars, slight vacuum, I guess. But yeah, they're gonna go for the Dazzle. That's actually a hero I'm curious to see. Did it get picked up that much?
10
Because
seconds
I've
remaining.
not seen it. Okay, so it has been picked up a grand total of
5
2 times in the
seconds
Esports World Cup qualifiers in the other regions so far. It has a 0% win rate. It is a surprising pick, I do have to say. It is interesting because the Aghanim Scepter effect, not the Aghanim Scepter, but I still have to get used to his ulti, how it works now. Mainly because I'm a Winter Wyvern player, and then I throw a curse on him, and then he just continues healing himself, and I'm like, bro, what? but it is very interesting to see what they will be able to plan to do with it. Because with a Dazzle
Dire
pick
team ban.
and a Tiny,
Tide Hunter.
you're looking at a Super Parker hero as their last pick.
Radiant team ban.
I agree. They have to play against this Shadow Shaman Tide Hunter lane, so the super greedy carry on Parker hands. It has to be something that can play the lane against the Tide Hunter Shadow
10
Shaman.
seconds remaining.
Dazzle is annoying on the lane, but it doesn't really pair
5
that well with
seconds
that
remaining.
many carries. So
Radiant
I don't know.
team ban.
Underlord. TB is still open, you know?
Yeah. Surprising that they leave it in there for so very long. Obviously, it's like not a
10
great hero
seconds
for
remaining.
either side.
5 seconds.
yeah.
Isn't it the best hero of the game at the moment?
Dire team pick.
True. It's just okay. There's the TV ban. Yeah. The thing is, you're laning against Tide and Shadow Shaman on the other side. That also makes things a little bit obnoxious.
Yeah.
But mainly the you're laning against Tide thing could be problematic. Then again, Dazzle's
10 seconds remaining.
good and bad against Tide because obviously
5
Big
seconds
Heal Bomb does
remaining.
lots of damage to Tide, but the Dazzle Dot does get removed, which is the counterpart.
So let's see if they're gonna pick the puck here. Already two good heroes that puck can jump on, like Storm and Dazzle on the back line. Nice
I would
heroes,
assume
but
they're
I
gonna
think
go monkey mid though. Like they also expected on Team Sync from
Radiant
Mizo.
team pick.
Phantom Assassin.
yeah.
But
Okay,
I'm interested in Team Sync Compromiso. Their bans were two offlane heroes, while OG Latam had Tide picked up. Were they expecting a safe lane Tide? Well, it is K1, but
10
still.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I guess that's because of that.
5
So-
seconds remaining.
Good PA counters on Sin Compromiso now. That has to lane against Tide Hunter and Shadow Shaman alongside the together with Dazzle. So back in the days, you could just like pick Luna. Always a nice hero to play against the PA when the BKB is like 6 seconds. You'd have a lot of magic damage, but the hero is not very hot at the moment. And do you just, I don't know, go for Lina here? And you have a strong lane?
Man stands
You may now
ready.
select your
Bread
Or
hero.
and
just
butter.
go full. We're gonna play for late game. I'm Parker. People defend me, and we win Dota, which is his favorite kind of Dota, obviously. Sven, yeah, you should survive the lane. You get a magic stick. You constantly can throw out your Storm Hammer. Dazzle should be able to keep him alive. Tiny can save you. Darkseer will build auras. Storm Spirit. You know, that's also one of the great things. Storm Spirit does scale very well these days into late game. So you have essentially two cores on both sides that can go into the late game situation. Looking at these two teams, though, I don't know who I prefer more. This is a tough one for me. Obviously, they have a hero in Sven that can go for Silver Age to break the Tide. But for the most part, it does feel like Tide is very hard to kill this game.
Yeah, I think it all comes to what Genex's planning to do. Because if he decides to go mid, let's say 4 minutes in to help out the Storm Spirit, the game can just become chaotic. I mean, Darkseer can just get out farmed on the lane because of that. But not giving a good start to the Monkey King, I think is gonna be key for Sin Compromiso, because Tide Hunter is gonna have a good time already. I don't think they can like stop Tide Hunter from farming on this lane unless Moose decides to rotate as well. So Parker just picked this Van, so he wants to like push out the lane and go farm. He doesn't want to like win his lane against Tide Hunter. So I think the way you can sack this early game is by using your Tiny to just stop Monkey King. I think that's gonna be like the plan here.
Yeah, looking at this, I'm gonna look forward to seeing what they can do here on both these teams. Obviously, it was a 2-1
Prepare for
victory
battle.
in the TI qualifiers previously. I'm quickly gonna check out how that looked. So it was, yeah, 2 games over, all 3 games over 30 minutes, so weren't
Yeah.
anywhere close to stomps. And I also don't feel like both these teams have anywhere close enough push to make any stomps happen, because they don't. There's just no pushing power in either. Like, you have to pop God Strength for any kind of push.
Yeah, they're like fighters. OG needs Ravage. Sin Compromiso needs God Strength. So it's all about the team fight. But what I like from Sin Compromiso is that they can push out these waves with the Darkseer. Even some dazzles with heal bombs on the waves, like baiting enemy rotations. And as for OG, I would say it's not that easy for them. They can get caught out of guard just by pushing out waves. There's the storm that can just jump in. Sven when he has the blink dagger, if he decides to go through that route. Even Tiny when he has the blink dagger. So I think OG needs to like play safe until PA is 3-slotted, unless they win the early game with the monkey.
Yeah, let's see what the monkey can do. It should be a decent lane though. Monkey versus Storm. Storm's got a terrible attack range, so you should be able to survive. But obviously, any rotations coming in, like you have a Tiny going in for the gank. Monkey dies very easily. Same on the other side. Shadow Shaman gets a shackle on the Storm. Very easy kill. I do think that they lack the control. Like, I think the biggest factor here for OG is going to be that Tide. You have to use God Strength to kill it at one point, as the rest of the heroes just won't have enough to kill him.
And still, there is an Oracle, so you need to time it. Like, you need to be aware
30
where the
seconds
Oracle
to
is, so someone can stop him. They're really planning to go on the Tide Hunter.
Yeah,
like
definitely
his
going to be an
wraparound
Oracle
rotation.
dive game. But that's why you got the
Parker.
Storm, and you got the Darkseer, and you got the Sven, and you got the Tiny. Like, all heroes there. I mean, Sven sometimes doesn't even go for Blink Dagger anymore. They go for the Harpoon build. But in general, they have so much
battle
chase and catch for the
begins.
Oracle that it is going to be such a hard game for Unleasho to stay hidden. Comes out, there's slow number 1, slow number 2, the 3 levels with the gush. Gen dropping low, can't even get the avalanche cast off, and that is K1 starting with that first blood, baby.
Some nice gold for him. Amazing to start things off.
K1 Kector. Ready
Stick.
to rumble here.
Yeah. Stick coming on the courier already for this PK, so yeah.
And also Genic leveled Avalanche, so he doesn't have like tree grab for the early lane harass. Sacred's already struggling because Elmisha's
Dyer's
just right
courier
click
has
chasing
been
after
killed.
the Darkseer. And he's just going to have a terrible time because every single time he pops an Ion Shell, he's just going to get dispelled by Elmisha. So that Darkseer is just not going to have any fun, or shouldn't have any fun in the lane. And that's why Genic is doing exactly what he is doing. He's going to double stack the creep wave, it seems. Yeah. So that the lane will get auto pushed because of it.
Even has the wing lace on the Shadow Shaman to help out doing that. Not on the Shadow Shaman, but on the Tiny.
Tiny.
Yeah.
There's a bounty room still on the top side. And Genic did see it, but he didn't go for it. The money, though. The money.
He'll take it eventually.
Well, I did jump on the other side. But of course, we do have 3 interesting lanes, and for you the question, my good sir, which lane is going to be the most interesting of them all?
I think bottom's gonna be boring. A lot of Sven trying to farm, and the supports fighting. Top lane is gonna be the interesting one, I believe. The threat on this Darkseer. They're trying to be really aggressive with the PA, but if the lane is close to Darkseer's tower, it's gonna be boring too. So we are left with the mid lane.
And then mid lane it shall be, where it shouldn't really be a problem there either. I mean, it doesn't really look like there's a lot of kill potential on the lane. Well, bottom I think is probably the most, but that's really between Dazzle and Shadow Shaman on who gets too far aggressive. So yeah, seems like it's going to be a pretty slow laning stage. Tai Lung in mid needs to be a bit careful. Does of course have Mischief to dodge one spell, but Dark Mago is pushing him all the way back, and he is going to need to send more Tangos or Bifrost, and the Monkey is struggling.
The Monkey is really low. I'm really looking for a tiny rotation. Next time he pulls the wave close to Darkseer's tower, he should try to rotate mid and secure a kill for the Storm. Something like that.
Yeah, as of course you don't want to build bottle on Monkey King either, so you just get bullied essentially. He's trying to get Jingu Mastery, and that might be able to keep him alive a little bit more, but he needs to get the Boundless Strike, which is lengthy cooldown at any level, but of course at level 2 the worst, and now he's struggling to get last his top lane. They do get a kill, but in response Janek diving has the toss. Let's get the toss off, but not before El Misho does kill him, so K1 does get the experience. El Misho gets a little bit of solo gold plus experience. They do manage to kill the PA.
Level
level
4
for
on
that.
the Oracle. Level 4 already, damn. El Misho is happy.
Yeah, you level Blur for that as well on the PA. Or wait, no, he has Blur innately. Never mind. This is weird.
Yeah.
He levels in material. This is so weird. Oh, mid, Tai Lung. Nice gang by Janek. And Dark Mago will walk away while the lane gets given to Janek in the meantime. I did not even realize that PA has innate Blur. That's dumb.
Yeah, that's new.
Yep, that's very new. That's how little PA I've been seeing. And I haven't seen any of them in my pubs. Sacred though, Darkseer gonna get blasted. El Misho gets that kill, and another one in the top lane for OG Latin.
I don't like what I'm seeing on Sin Compromiso so far. Even though Tiny rotated mid to get the kill on Monkey, I think it was too late because they got the kill on the Darkseer top lane, but at least PA died in the trade. But Darkseer TPs to the lane, and Tiny goes for the rotation mid that he should do in like 1.5 minutes ago. And the Darkseer dies again. And you have more levels on your support than than you have on your off lane. You should stick to the top lane on Tiny now to help out the Darkseer.
Oh, they are going to try to go for the PA. Chase in deeper, tower dive. K1 going to get taken down by Janek with that little surge boost. And towards mid, Shackles onto Dark Mago, held in place. Found the strike. Do they kill him? Nope. Very close, but he is level 6, so he'll be able to zip it out. Amisha was too far away to hit him with the Forge
Dire's
Send.
top tower
And
is under
another
attack.
kill coming in here. As
Dire's
Compromiso
structures are
will,
fortified.
dodged kill coming in here, as Compromiso will keep their Storm alive.
Really important from Storm to just not die there. He's going base, has the TP, he can decide to just go top and gank. He's coming back mid.
Top side, K1. There is a gank rotation on both here. Janek, Tiny, shackled up, and Sacred's going to quickly dip into the other side. But that's a 3 kills picked
Dire's
up by
top tower
K1.
is under attack.
So, so far, even though he did die already twice, does have himself 3 kills, 2 assists, and is close to level 6.
Yeah, way too aggressive on Sin Compromiso now. Knowing that your Storm is stepping mid, going for this fight that close to OG's tower, really dangerous zone.
And in the meantime, Parker's just been left alone in that bottom lane. He is second in net worth, with of course the PA being number 1 because of all the kills that he got.
A rolling stone.
But Sven having a good lane is also very scary, as it is a hero that accelerates his farm very fast compared to other heroes. In this case, PA is not that big of a problem because he already has a broadsword done and could buy the second one. So this looks like a stupidly fast Battle Fury game if they don't hunt him down more.
Yeah, I got 3 kills on the PA already. Even though he died twice, he bought his items before dying, so feels good on K1 now. And Monkey King, I think he's going bottom. He drew a little line on the map, but they might need someone else to go there. Like, oh, they're using the twin gates with the both supports. Parker is in trouble.
Yeah. And they do have the Ravage at the ready. Moves is there, trying to run away. Hex comes out. No mana for Shackles though, as Parker is going to get gone on his team, not rotating through with that Ravage available. It's not worth it, and it will be a slow but painful death for Parker.
Good of you.
Yeah, they only had TPs on the course, so without the supports, it's really hard to fight to kill this potential Ravage. So really nice timing for OG on this gank.
Yeah, and they harm him.
Radiant's
K1
bottom
gets
tower
ahead.
is
He's
under
actually
attack.
TPing bottom now to help push the tier 1 tower, as he expects a gank on him to come through in the top lane. So he's just already preemptively swapping lanes now.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
is
really
under
like that
attack.
move
Visibility.
from K1, knowing that he's the target at this stage.
And by the way, both supports from OG Latin, they got the not the
top
supports,
tower
but they
is
got the
under
Shrine
attack.
of Wisdom on OG Latin. So supports on Single
Radiant's
Purpose are gonna
bottom tower
struggle.
has fallen.
Stupendous.
That is definitely not great. Dazzle needs his 6, obviously. Tiny is
Dire's
significantly
top tower
less
is under
so,
attack.
because he's got Avatos. That's kind of what he does.
Dire's top tower
But Dazzle
has
needs
fallen.
that level 6 to really be able to join any of these engagements, as he will otherwise just get jumped, one bound to strike, out of the game, essentially.
It's gonna be a really early Battle Fury. Rocky one's farming. OG's already thinking about the next move. Shaman's bringing in smoke on the courier. They might be looking
Dire's
to
top
gank
tower
on the
is under
room.
attack.
They need to be aware of this on Sin Compromiso.
And yeah, there's obviously a Lich can just walk anywhere. Essentially, he's gonna go for the good old Vlads. Curious about Monkey, if he's gonna go Mage Slayer this game. You are
Dire
playing
are
against Storm
scanning.
Spirit, so it wouldn't be wild to go for it. Route onto the Storm, he gets absolutely crushed. Is that Shallow Grave? Not gonna last long enough. Ravage even thrown out for that kill, chasing in after Panda,
Radiant's
knowing that he
middle
doesn't have
tower
Shallow
is
Grave
under
available.
attack.
There's a rotation by Sacred. He's got
Dire's
the wall,
top
throws it
tower
onto
is
Dylon with the vacuum coming back. They do take a lot of damage. No avalanche thrown underneath it though, but Park is there with the surge, charging for Dodson comes in onto Tylon. There's the false promise coming out, but turns his attention towards Moose. Tylon, can he get himself out of there? Will he be able to stay alive for the time being? Throws out the Wukons. He's got that new facet, so he can just dodge in one of the stone remnants if need be, and will get himself out.
expensive rotation from Parker.
Dire's middle tower is under
They need
attack.
to get this tower, yeah. At the very least.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, he is pretty fairly farmed on Parker, only 500 gold behind K1. Sacred's also really farmed. Considering his lane, it's very impressive that he is ahead of the Tide, who essentially had a full free time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, has the Vlads on the Tide Hunter, level 8. So they might just chill for a minute and wait for the Ravage to come back
Radiant's top
cooldown
tower is under attack.
before they go with the next move. So that buys some time for K1 to farm a little bit more. And even Parker on the other side.
Yeah, that Fury is now done, so K1's gonna be pretty happy with that. Parker, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, so Harpoon build will be coming in late, probably BKB before that though. Janik, there's a smoke gank nearby. We're not get spotted out just yet, but they're looking for the big one. That's Dark Mago. He's under ward vision. And moves behind, but Illich comes rotating in as well. They don't have Ravage, but they don't need it. Balance Strike is there and a big catch. Should immediately give away that they have the ward in the area there.
Yeah, they'll have the Ravage in 15 seconds, so they can just dominate this area. Not much to accomplish though. They cannot push the towers. Maybe just farm the jungle.
And they're taking the gateway on towards the other side. There's a slight net. Well, I mean, Parker's top net worth at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under
As
attack.
he is just farming really well. I mean, that's the Parker effect, right?
Yeah, you give him a farming hero and you give him some space. He's gonna become a beast really soon.
And oh, I like this. He's going S and Y, and then the next item that he's queued up is the Aghanim Scepter. It's been a
Dire's
long
middle
time
tower
since
is
I've
under
seen the
attack.
Storm, the Sven Ags being picked up.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
ready for some Superman action.
Looking at the current situation, I don't know which team is actually more pressured at this stage. Well, what team do you think is on the timer?
At this stage, I think it's harder for the PA to fight than it is for this Van. This Van is gonna have level 12, and they might just go for a smoke play with Parker. As for Hector, he needs to like poke on the fights, throw some daggers here and there. So I think the pressure is on OG to farm BKB on this PA.
He does have amplified damage, so that might be something to use. But as you said, you know, once the BKB is going Manta or Yasha first, it's okay. I mean, Storm, yeah, he's going Kaya Sanj, so they don't have really anything except for the Dazzle to dispel with the Manta. Interesting choice at this stage.
Yeah. Maybe he's just a fan of illusions.
No, he probably is. You know, it farms faster. That's essentially it. And there's Dazzle being a nuisance with his little Nothel projection, looking for Tai Lung, who's jumping through. Moo's actually cliff. Oh, he war trapped himself. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, Moose. That's like beyond sad. Oh, Parker just gets a free kill and a bunch of these serpent wards. Oh my lord, almost all of them secured as well. So much farm there for Parker for free. Sure, he'll take it.
Sometimes you'll mess up, you know. Can't always be perfect.
Using those wards as well to kill the ancients, and the ancients don't kill a single ward. That makes it even worse. Well, Mishu does spot them all coming through. It's a Diffusal Monkey, actually. instead of the Mage Slayer. But maybe Tide will go for the Mage Slayer later. I would think it's pretty useful to have against the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, he wants to feel useful on Monkey. He's like lowest net on the course. He wants to like pop OT and make sure at least someone is inside of it. But against Darks here, this early on the game, not sure if that's great.
Jump in, bound the strike onto Sacred, gets slowed down, his mana is getting drained, but he does have Surge and he does get out.
Yep.
So now Nothel projection and counterplay gets thrown out. They're looking for a fight. Serpent Wards drop to kill the tier 1 tower mid. No God Strength for another 15 seconds. And Genek tried with the Blink Dagger reveal there to get a toss-back play, but they also don't get the tier 1 tower, at least it gets denied in the process.
Has been denied.
Compromise are looking pretty good at this stage. K1 still not done with the BKB. I think an important factor will of course be the 20-minute moment when the Tormentor becomes alive, as that is for both these teams, well the supports especially, pretty important to have.
It is a big one.
Except for Tiny,
But-
that one's terrible.
It's a tiny support, so he's full build already. Doesn't need anything else. Has the Blink Dagger.
Dire are scanning.
So, yeah,
Very, very solid to have against the Sven. And Darks here. You can't search your way out of there at that stage. Storm Spirit as well. It's such a good shard. PA shard also used to be amazing. It still is, the new shard, the blur cooldown reduction thing. But like, there's a reason why his old shards now is Ags. It's because it was just broken. It still is stupidly good though. 30% max health damage, AoE burst with a 4-second break. It's busted.
and they had to make it to. They had to not just destroy the shard. It had to be still a good spell. Sometimes you remove a spell from the shards and you add it on the Aghanims. The spell's not as good because it's really expensive now. But with the PA, they did a really good job.
Yeah, I think it was initially 3 seconds break and like 24% max health damage. It still is, like, it's slightly buffed up, but that just shows you in some situations how incredibly broken some shards were and are, because there still are plenty of shards that are kind of ridiculous. I'm trying to look for one in this game. Is there any? I mean, the Dazzles one's kind of annoying. I think Tides is really freaking good. Monkeys is also very good.
But
Shadow
I think
Shamans
Tide is
is
the
kinda
best one.
Yeah, probably. Oracle's one is also very surprisingly hard to deal with. The heal amplification AoE can be very impactful late game.
Okay, so BKB timing on Sven and rotation. So where are they gonna get here?
Genek has that blink and smoke break. Moves. Sven gets spotted out walking the high ground. They know he was smoked. Tide just saw him break the smoke, so they're just gonna back off as they are slightly fearful. Ava toss up comes in onto Moose. Shadow Shaman does get the ward trap onto the Tiny. God Strength gets used and Moose is dead. In comes the Wukongs and Genek is stuck inside the Serpent Wards. But there's the toss out. Tylon does not get the Wukongs. That's quite some jumps in onto K1. He's trying to burst him down. K1 pops the BKB. The leash is onto the Dark Suit, but K1 kind of needs to fall back. As BKB is about to end, the going to be looking dead. The Illage gets the rapid shot. Marco with the BKB doesn't care. As he chops down the Tide, they're tipping in for Tylon. Monkey King is in trouble, is going to get slowly but surely taken out. No, there's the save attempt from the Oracle. Has a leap out of there. Is the healing gonna be enough? No, it is not. Parker gets a double kill, and Michel should be number 3 for the Sven, and a huge triple kill coming out for Team Compromiso.
So disconnected on OG Latam. They had the ward. They saw that, like, they broke the smoke. They saw this vent coming, and they knew PA had BKB done. So they thought they could like just go and fight, but they were so disconnected. They needed to like press Ravage and have PA hitting the storm, and Shadow Shaman like being around to provide more stuns. But since Shaman was the first one dying, I don't think you need to keep fighting. You can just wait for the Shaman and then you go with your BKB on PA. Otherwise, you cannot kill anyone because you need your Shaman.
And the Shaman is, I mean, he had a pretty good ward trap, but that was about it. And also the moment you saw that BKB on the PA, you knew he was kind of in trouble. They are going to go for the Roche attempt here. Serpent Ward dropped in the pit as well. Gotta be careful that you don't accidentally catch one of your own teammates. Janek got a free shard. That's terrible. Absolute garbage. They will be able to get the first Aegis of the game, which is not always great, right? Like,
Radiant are scanning.
it does mean that if you go for the second Aegis, you get the roar, or the enemy hears the roar, so you can't get the sneak anymore. It's not always great to have that first Aegis if you don't have the lineup behind it to, for instance, get rid of the tier 2 tower, tier 1, tier 2 towers.
Yeah, but at this rate, it's better on PA's hands than just wait for this vent to take it. I think it was the last they could do after losing a fight like that.
Yeah, they are struggling to get anything going. K1 is still top net worth, but yeah, and it is a PA, so at any point in the game you will have kill potential. That's just how the hero works. But you are losing this Monkey King essentially as he does get blown up in the enemy triangle. Big Zip comes in onto Moose. Actually, Dark Mago might have made an oopsie daisy there as K1 just gets a freebie.
A big oopsie. It was a big one.
Yeah, there was no one that could have joined him there in time on Dark Mago. They were nowhere nearby.
It was really good for Sin Compromiso. They just got the Monkey King kill. That's good enough. You don't need to keep going like that.
He's gonna get leashed up, jump in from K1. And Sacred dies as well. The K1's got that amplified damage rune. Gets another kill coming in, and that net with advantage is dwindling quickly. Still has the Aegis for another 3 minutes. He's got the Manta for, you know, fun at this stage. I guess it does get rid of the Witchblade debuff or something.
He has to.
Oh, Dazzle caught by Moose. Jump in as well by Tylong. Shallow Grave trying to keep himself alive, but there is no chance as K1 gets another one.
That's on Dark Mago. Because he was just dead and no pressure on the map because of that. That means PA can just dive towers, roaming, and look for kills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and Parker is keeping up in net worth. He's going for the AC next. But he is, after that death on Dark Mago, feels like the only threat. Dark Mago will need a little bit more, especially the BKB once you're playing against Shadow Shaman. They have a lot of nasty tools. They have, of course, the Tide Ravage plus the Dead and Water, but Shadow Shaman on its own can annihilate the Storm Spirit. Oh, smoke up. Illich frontlining. He has a Ghost Scepter on Illich. Pops it, but he is getting smashed here as Illich taken down by Parker, chasing in for more. Moose is the Shadow Shaman is going to get taken. Okay. That Ghost Scepter ain't doing diddly squat right there.
At least they did not try to fight this time, because PA was not around. Oracle was around, but he did not try to save the Tide Hunter. Now they were on the same page. He got caught, and that's all.
I did not expect the Tide. Well, obviously God's Strength Sven hits like insane, but he died fast.
They could try to do something now on OG, because no God Strength, and Tide Hunter is about to respawn. They still have 1 minute on the Aegis.
Dark Mago would be a good target here for OG if they can get it. As there is a monkey hidden like a tree right next to Sacred. And it's gonna get scouted out, but there's the Wukongs coming down. Sacred gonna get jumped in, and Sacred gonna get taken down again by K. Freaking one. Spots out Panda, wants to go for that kill. That's the saving hero on the Radiant side. Can they finish him off? But there's a heal, keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Panda is not longer for this world, as he is distracting K1 quite some time, but not long enough. Another kill comes in. K1 wicked 6 streak, top net worth, about 2k ahead of Parker at this stage.
Feeling good. Level 20 already. Has the Basher. Really strong PA. Aegis is about to expire. Let's see
Radiant's
if
middle
Compromiso
tower is under attack.
goes for a rotation here. Because they've been feeding on the map for the past like couple of minutes. The dying here and there.
Radiant are scanning.
They're looking for Parker, top side.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I
attack.
know he's in the area. They also have an observer ward nearby as well. K1 TP's in, but in from behind, it's Moose. Though Genic is going to be the one spotted out. Parker gets the TP away. Genic should fall. As K1 continues his killing spree.
Is under attack.
Lucky Parker. If it was the Shaman, no time to pop BKB.
Parker is going for the shard next as well, so that's going to be an extra bit of armor. He's got the AC as well, building up so much armor to make sure the PA doesn't Shrek them. In the meantime, it's going to be a Dark Mago caught again. Shackles in place, but does heal up in time with the Essence Ring. It actually wants to go back in. Needs to be careful. It's still in the Wukongs. There is a leash and a Ravage at the ready, as they will very likely... Okay, they'll blow the Ravage just to get the kill secure, then they find themselves 2. And that net worth advantage they had is completely gone. They're smoked up in the meantime here, as that smoke is halfway through. Will they want to go for this fight? There is no Ravage. That's a plus. Shadow Shaman's almost out of mana. But this PA's got the Abyssal Blade now done as well. It's going Nullifier next to counter the entire Darkseer. And, well, the Tiny Ghost Scepter.
Dark Mago
But they
should
have a
really...
lot of bursts. Oh, Bin. That's a save god. K1 needs to be careful. Sacred's going to chase him down. Try to get out of there. The wall gets placed, but K1 is out of reach. So, God Strength and wall use, and they just got a +5.
Yeah, they know the Ravage is down, so that's okay for them to just pop everything besides BKB. Storm is still struggling to find impact on this game. 0-4. He needs to thank Yannick for the rotations, because if Monkey King like...
Oh, at Parker pops the BKB. There's going to be a toss up. And going in onto the Dazzle, get rid of the saving hero. Tai Lung gets the mana drained on Sacred. That should be 2 kills for OG Latin. As Beyond Godlike now coming in for K1.
It seems OG doesn't really care that the Ravage is cooldown. If K1 says go,
Radiant
they
are
just go.
scanning.
There's just nothing stopping him at this stage. He's also building into the Nullifier. He has Helm of Iron Will already done. That's not going to take too long. And then
Radiant's middle
Dazzle,
tower is under
Tiny,
attack.
like all of them are going to just lose massive usability from their items. Luckily enough, Sven does have the shard, so you can't dispel it anymore, the war cry.
Radiant's middle tower
But
is under attack.
regardless, it will be tough with the K1 chasing after you.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I'm hoping for a big fight next Roche.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, they need to be the ones getting the catch, especially like a good vacuum wall play with the Sven on top
Dire are
could make
scanning.
such a difference. And you always have that late game scaling with the Storm Spirit. They've got massive AoE control when you add in the Dazzle, Poison Touch, Hex later down the line, Zip in from Dark Mago, going in on to Illich. Stays
Not like
for a
this.
little bit. Dark Mago with pops the BKB. God Strength used as well. They're trying to go in onto the Tide. There is going to be the Wukong's down. The Ravage does get thrown out in response. The jump is going to be onto the Dark Seer, but K1 actually now focusing on towards Parker. Needs to jump himself out of there. BKB is about to end. Speaking of which, Storm is going to be chased by Tai Lung. He pops the BKB just to kill off the Storm Spirit, but the zip goes a bit deeper. Tai Lung with the Boundless will find the kill. And a 1-for-1 trade, but Parker is the one being chased in by K1 right now. Comes in Illich as well, and Parker, BKB usage, has to sprint. Can he get out of there? They are trying to hold him in place. Panda tries to save his buddy, and will pay for it dearly. Chase deeper, Darkseer caught. And that is K1 on a wear and tear. Nullifier being delivered now as well. No BKB, no God Strength on the Sven.
They can't
This
deal
is
with
rough.
this PA.
Yeah,
He's
this PA
really
is
strong now.
hard to kill, and then I mean they killed the Oracle that fight, but it caught all of their spells were used to just kill off the Oracle.
Oracle used OT on Tidehunter already, so what's the point of even going after the Oracle? That's my question. While Parker was struggling to find more kills, and Storm was just running away. So they need to come up with a better plan on Sin Compromiso on how to start a fight properly, because if you're going to jump on this Tidehunter with the Ghost Scepter, and you're allowing Oracle to just sit back and save him, what's the point of even going?
At this stage, the Tide also has a Scythe of Ice, so they have some more control to deal with them. Yeah, that Storm. It's also the Storm kind of didn't really get defended. He was out of mana, chased by the monkey. Tai Lung pops BKB, hunts after the Storm the entire time, but they're just like no one can help him at that stage. He was just a sitting duck, waiting to be slaughtered.
There's a lot of things to do on Sin Compromiso side when it comes to team fighting, and none of them is worth even trying if you're playing against Aegis, because you need someone to stop Oracle if you want to go on any target.
Oh, the smoke. Jump in, does catch Panda. Luckily enough, that's the only one that they managed to catch, but it is a pretty important one.
Moose is fearless. He just goes.
He's got Shard. He's a Shadow Shaman. Even if it goes wrong, he always has the Glimmer Cape to use at the end. Thanks to that Shard ability. But yeah, this is... Oh, Parker's going for the MKB. He needs a way to at least hit K1, as K1 currently has 65% evasion. Yeah, that's horrid for us to try and break through. But he also needs Axe because he needs a Dispel against the Tide to kill the Tide. So there's like so many items that he needs, making it really tough. Dazzle's actually going Shadow Blade, which is kind of a cool answer against the nullifiers, because you can't dispel it, and compared to like Glimmer, which you can dispel. But they do get a free Ceterax topside, and I mean, they still have everything in the bank to continue for more. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis left.
It's still a long time.
Yeah, I like this choice more from Dark Mago. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter. He previously had marked up that he wants to go for the Parasma, but at this stage, the only one that deals damage is Sven. So you just need to have everyone grouped up. Vacuum Wall, AoE Electric Vortex, Wombo combo, and you can shred the enemy. But you need it to connect. And that's the problem, because Tai Lung is everywhere on the monkey.
It's not about the Storm anymore. It's all about enabling your Sven. And since they kinda need to go on Oracle at the same time, if you're able to Vortex multiple heroes while you're Vortexing the Oracle, it's good enough.
So Zip in, zip out. Abyssal Blade hit in on Dark Mago. And there is going to be the Dazzle spotted. Vacuum Wall comes out. K1 actually takes quite a lot of damage there, but they're looking for targets. They find 2 supports, both of them dead. K1 now needs to be a bit careful. There is a Ravage from Illich, but K1's going to lose his first life. Double buyback comes out from OG Latin. This is big. This is very big. This is, as you said, the Sven BKB available. Sacred jumps to the side, gets hexed up in the process. Jump in onto Illich, gets the ethereal off thanks to his blubber, but is still going to get controlled up, and that is a dead, tied for 70. Looking for more. This is a painful loss there for OG Latin. Double buyback, still losing the tide, and no BKB on the PA.
And props to Parker. He played it really nicely. He went for the Oracle first. He killed off the Oracle. Misha took a little bit too long to buy back for this fight, and that enabled Sin Compromiso to just get more kills and even killing Hector and removing the Aegis. So that's a nice start. They need to keep doing that.
just do good and win fight. Easy. But yeah, killing off the supports, especially how fast they died, that was impressive to see. And now that he's got the MKB on the Sven as well, you have to be very careful if you're the PA. Storm, in the meantime, did finish up the Pharasma. Yeah.
It's not because you won one fight that you're a good hero now.
Yeah.
They need to keep building that.
I hope his next item will be Ags. K1 has a silver edge on the PA. Huh.
Radiant's bottom
Interesting.
tower is under attack.
What does it get rid of?
He loves Silver Edge.
Like, yeah, but it's just a weird item on PA.
Radiant's
I guess,
bottom
you know,
tower is
breaking
under
the
attack.
innate of Sven's pretty good. Storm
Yeah,
as well.
yes.
He gets, well, no, not the Storm. The Overload. Getting rid of that one's actually pretty good as well. But it's not, like, amazing this game necessarily.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I guess it's more dodge and weave kind of an item.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, that's you. He had to pop BKB instantly after he lost Aegis. Maybe if he felt like if he had Silver Edge, he could try to
Radiant
just
are scanning.
go around without popping BKB. So
Dire's top tower is under attack.
just more tools for him to
Radiant's
work with
bottom tower
on the
is
team
under
fights.
attack.
Well, they are currently 2k ahead on the Team Compromiso side. Not that it matters too much at a 37-minute game. As, I'm curious. Okay, they do have a Darkseer Blink. I think that's also like a big difference maker. Sacred just never had a good way to get the catch in these fights. Oh, Dark Mago gets the spot out, drag back onto El Micho, vacuum wall onto 3, and that is a big fat juicy takedown. As Moose will try and run away, but there is no running away from Parker. And yeah, that's what they do. That is Team Compromiso's combo. Vacuum wall, hit. Oh, Parker
Oh my
almost
god!
takes down K1, but there is an amplified damage rune top side as well. Should be spotted here. That the Sven can pick up, so it's not even a problem if he doesn't have God Strength.
Double damage.
Overconfident on OG, right? Going on the enemy triangle like that.
Tower is under attack.
That was a big vacuum wall play by Darkseer, and of course started off with Dark Mago getting the zip catch on the Shadow Shaman, I think it was, and then all 3 of them on top of each other. Easy crush coming in. Now pushing the Dire base, and you got big fat amplified damage Sven hitting your racks. It just melts. Luckily enough, they're still tier 2 tower top, tier 2 tower bottom, so they can't get much more than this.
If your carry knows what to do, these games there feels like they're unwinnable. Just turns the tides. That fight on the mid lane when he kills the Oracle, then he kills Shaman, then he kills PA. Just change it everything for Sin Compromiso.
It's a game with 20 kills on Compromiso, 23 for OG Latam, and Parker died once, K1 died twice. K1 died twice in the laning stage. Don't know when Parker died. Oh yeah, he died with a gank bottom lane, also in the laning stage.
Oh yeah.
So they both core safe laners have only died in the laning stage so far. That's impressive.
Yeah, some high level gameplay from both carries.
Problem is, it just becomes easier now. The catch coming up onto Illich. Does have the big fat shield rune. BKB used on Dark Mago. Illich Ethereal is about to end. They get the jump in on the side. Jenik is dead. Leash onto Dark Mago. The Storm Spirit's now caught up. His BKB ended. Shallow Grave attempt to keep him alive. Dark Mago, can he get the zip out of there? He does zip out to safety, and a huge save coming out from the Dazzle, but it is a Jenik buyback, and Roche is up. Oh, PA is TPing back? Yeah, he TP's back.
No BKB on PA, no Ravage, so really hard fight for them. They need to smoke.
Wukong's is also on cooldown. Monkey's still only level 22, so not even his second ring Wukong's just yet. Swift Blink
It's
Sven
gonna be a hard fight.
Satanic as well. This Sven's so fat.
And you see how Sin Compromiso is behaving on the fights. They're jumping the Tide Hunter, hoping that the Oracle shows up. Then they just can just jump on the Oracle.
Oh, Illich. Is there going to be a steal attempt here in the pit? Zip in. No. Roche is dead. Refresher gets picked up. Double God Strength, double BKB. That's a problem. And Storm's getting closer towards his Aghanim Scepter as well. He didn't build it previously, went for the Parasma instead, but it will be such a huge addition with that vacuum wall play that they have.
Oh man, the game is very hard for OG now.
Radiant
Parker's
are
pretty
scanning.
big at this stage. The supports, yeah, I mean, they're there on both sides, but it's mainly El Misho and Panda that are being hunted the entire time, and Jenik and Moose are the ones that try to make the plays. Obviously, if Moose doesn't get jumped by Parker, he tends to get a kill onto Dark Mago, but that Dazzle later in the game, he's got Shadow Blade now as well. The Dazzle becomes hard to kill because you're not going to have a gem on the PA when he jumps someone.
Yeah.
It's just not there. You're going to need the vision from your supports to be able to even spot out this Dazzle to try and take him out.
One issue here with OG now is that they have this Sight of Eyes on Tide Hunter, but he's like playing ahead of the team. That means he's getting jumped on and not really having the opportunity to use the Vice because Storm goes in and pops BKB instantly. So there's no threat of Tide Hunter just blinking in and using Sight of Eyes. They might need to change that. They need to like go first at some point. Otherwise it's a useless buy on Tide Hunter at the moment. He cannot do anything. He's getting jumped on.
And they're trying to push out all the ways, but yeah, they still need to get rid of the side lane tier 2s as they're completely at the Radiant base. So they're just looking to finish the game at this stage. Dark Mago gets hexed up. Jump comes in. There needs to be the Shallow Grave, but that's going to be the Aegis Gone jump in. Ravage is thrown out. Sacred's dropping low. Gets Shallow Grave. K1 pops the BKB, but there's the Parker jumping in on towards K1 and False Promise coming up on the other side. Can K1 get himself back? He's actually going to jump back in, try to heal up with the Satanic. Gets the bash in onto Sven. Back to full HP he goes. The break is there. The Sven is in Hex problems as there's a chase in on the side onto Dark Mago. Parker wants to go back onto Illich, and Illich is dying back. Tylung now surrounded by enemies, needs to jump away. Bomb strikes available. He gets the leap out of there, but the Storm Zip from Dark Mago will finish him off, and now it's all on to solo K1. We'll have a buyback available from the Monkey, but there is God Strength number 2. Tier 4s are the target. Not try and snoop around with the side lanes as they just want to end it quickly. Swift Blink going forward. K1, no BKB. Monkey King, no BKB. They're just going to call it GG. They're not
Impossible.
even going to attempt the fight here, as it will be a huge play coming out from Team Compromiso to win this first in the series. But the way it's looking, this is looking like a definite 3-mapper series with these two teams head to head.
Yeah, they were just so reactive on OG the past like 7 minutes of the game. Like having the Tide Hunter ahead of the team and needing to react to that made Parker's life so easy. Because he knew where everyone was, because everyone was just reacting to the Tide Hunter getting jumped.
Great stuff coming out from the side of teams in Compromiso, especially with how painful it was looking. Dark Mago ended the game 1-5-15. Did at least get a kill, but Parker 16-1-7. On the other side, 14-6 for K1. The only deaths they had were in the laning stage, which is an impressive feat, but it also does show how much support they get from their team as they try to keep them alive at all stages. Nonetheless, that was the first in this series. We're going to go towards a short little break, and we'll be back for game number 2 after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, well, soon enough game number 2. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by the wonderful Ace for some South American madness. And, well, we already did have some pretty good madness in that game 1, Ace.
Really nice showing from both carries, right? Both hard carries from both teams played really nicely. K1 having some huge power spikes, some big team fighting, and Parker just doing the right things to lead his team to the victory. I'm excited to see what game number 2 is gonna bring to us.
Yeah, game number 2 will be an interesting one. I'm wondering if there's going to be any changes in hero picks. I mean, we saw the Dazzle, it won. Any thoughts on that? Do you think the hero is ready to be picked up more?
It felt better than the Oracle, to be honest, right? So, yeah, I'm down. I'm down to see more Dazzles.
Yeah, more Dazzles. I also really enjoyed the performance on the Dazzle that game. So, gonna look forward to seeing what they can add into the mix. But of course, yeah, both these teams ignored TB completely. Sven versus PA in the very end. What do you think was the big problem there for the Dire side, as OG Latam did not manage to make it work?
I mean, they had a nice plan. They were doing like good. They were doing the correct moves. They got the first Aegis because they were kind of forced to. But after getting the first Aegis and K1 hitting the timings, I felt they were like all over the place on the map, like not really going for the best rotations. But they were just having to deal with the waves with the Tide Hunter, but getting jumped constantly and having to show the supports just to like be just for the sake of saving the Tide Hunter, really. And Parker just relied on that to win the fights. I felt like there was like a lack of initiative on OG Latam. They were just trying to deal with the waves and wait for the right moment to go, but they were never like really going for the plays. We saw Moose sometimes going for the plays, but I felt like they needed to do more of that.
Yeah, that's very much understandable, as they did significantly struggle, I would say. And yeah, eventually it came down to like one side just had really good team fight, one side had good pick off, and they just stopped picking off, as you said. It's just the initiation as well, not being able to find any good catches, and the Storm started playing the game. Like, granted they won, but Dark Mago made that game really hard for Team Sin Compromiso in the mid game.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. And Moose was also on his neck all the game. So props to Moose too.
Yep, but of course we are heading in
remaining.
towards the second game draft again. That Bat Rider banned out this time, but
seconds
Death
remaining.
Prophet banned out as well, which is an interesting choice, as I don't think it was touched at all in the last game.
Dire team
I don't
pick.
think yeah.
Radiant team
Actually, yeah, there was the Bat Rider ban on Sin Compromiso. I just checked, but I did not remember that. But they banned the TB first phase now, and they got the Undying
10 seconds remaining.
just
Dire
because they
team
won one
back.
game. Okay.
Yeah, we do have the AA versus Undying. Both of them were banned out first
10
phase last
seconds
game.
remaining.
So those are at least added into the mix this
5
time around.
seconds remaining.
Undying, very flexible off lane or pulse 5 most of the time. AA not so much. Maybe pulse 4, but primarily pulse 5. Is a good counter to saving heroes, but then again, there are also saving heroes that are really good counters to the AA. Oracle is one where you can just get rid of the AA's Ice Blast shenanigans the entire time.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Okay, they're banning the Shaman. I think that's a really nice ban because Moose played a really good Shaman last game.
Radiant team pick.
Right, the Oracle ban, as you said, a threat against the AA, just annoying to play against. Can dispel the cold feed,
Dire team pick.
negates damage, and 2 supports again on the first phase on OG side.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
10 seconds remaining.
Probably. Very likely. Don't really
Yeah.
think there's much
5
other choice
seconds
in that
remaining.
regard.
Dire
Okay.
team pick.
Yeah, okay. Now we'll get to... Okay, Dark Willow still doesn't give away much, because Dark Willow plus
Radiant
Undying is
team
not a
pick.
bad lane at all. But Mars definitely does make it significantly less so. However, Dark Margot plays a lot of Mars mid. So actually it doesn't really give too much away.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Willow Undying seems like a strong
10
lane.
seconds remaining.
So I believe this
5
is Dark
seconds
Margot's
remaining.
Mars. He did not feel very comfortable playing Storm last game. It took him a while to have impact, so he might just want to get back to his roots, you know? Just to close the series.
Yeah, I think that is definitely not a bad choice. And looking at this, what's going to be the route? Obviously, Tusk is okay against the Mars. AA, like they have tools against, or at least Undying has tools against AA because you can technically save someone in the tombstone once you get the shard.
Radiant
That's always
team
kind of
pick.
nice. But of course, the healing reduction is kind of annoying. Or healing removal, essentially. There's another Storm pick, but this time coming out for OG Latam on Tai Lung, as I would assume Mars can just handle that lane pretty well.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
he doesn't really mind it. He
Dire
can get
team pick.
the bottle and just feel good about it. He is gonna get harassed sometimes, but it doesn't really hurt him. And the Conca pick. Wait. Is Conca Tusk a good lane?
It could also
Or-
be a safe
10
lane, Kunka.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, are they like planning on using this
5
Conca
seconds
with
remaining.
the AA at the safe lane? But well, if that's the case, you can always play Mars against the Kunkka on the lane if you want to like explore new things, because you can reduce the tide, you can tank the Tidebringer
Dire
damage
team
with
back.
the Mars passive.
Ember Spirit.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, Ember Spirit, very good Mage Slayer game. They primarily have a ton of magic damage on the
10
or
seconds
spell
remaining.
damage on the other side, mainly magic damage as well. So it's a very good Ember Spirit
5
Mage Slayer
seconds
game.
remaining.
Mars off lane, Undying 5, Dark Willow 4. Really good team fight, I would say, on the side of Team Sin Compromiso. Again, they focus more on the team fight aspect,
Radiant
but
team
OG
Radiant
Latim's
team
got
back.
very nasty kill threat.
And also not a bad
Dire
hero
team back.
to lane against Storm. Can address Storm rotating side lanes with your TP and Searing Chains. Can set up the spear. Really like the storm, the Amber Spirit pick
10
here.
seconds remaining.
So what about the hard carries?
5 seconds
Especially for
remaining.
Sin Compromiso, because OG has the Kunkka there, but they are less pick, so they can do whatever they want.
Hmm.
So limited catch on OG. They have like Tusk spells, some Kunkka spells here and there, but it's not a threat to some type of hard carries.
Dire team pick.
Ursa and Abaddon bans.
Yeah, there's some K1 heroes taken care of. PA still available that we saw last game. Other options.
10
I'm still going
seconds
on the
remaining.
assumption that Kunkka is going to be a safe lane. Even, it's K1. He likes
5
playing
seconds
strength hero
remaining.
safe lane. But obviously, that's the beauty. They always have that flex potential to work with. Because otherwise, you're going to play a Kunkka Tusk lane against an Undying.
Yeah,
Plus
doesn't feel
one.
great.
Yeah, that feels like a very, very bad lane.
You cannot play Morph.
Radiant team pick.
How
First
can we
wave ban
forget
last
about
game.
Gyro?
You may now
And they
select your
immediately
heroes.
knew that, Gyro versus Lifestealer. Lifestealer wins that matchup. Obviously, Gyro's advantages kills the rest of the enemy team in the meantime, but Lifestealer does shred right through him. I'm not too sure about this one. Team Sin Compromiso definitely has team fight advantage this game. But Lifestealer is one of those heroes that if you get him on a roll, he can solo kill the entire enemy team.
They might like damage though on Sin Compromiso. It's kind of hard to kill this Life Stealer. There's Tusk save, boat buff, limited,
10 seconds remaining.
um, limited. I think tower pushing. You have like to expose your gyrocopter, and it's quite easy to land AA's OT that way. So yeah, they need to like use the arena and win the fight. But against a life stealer with limited catch, it's gonna be kind of hard.
Yeah, that's it's decent catch. Snowball catch plus the X mark obviously, and Storm. It's gonna be interesting to see how Tai Lung's gonna handle this. For the rest, no one on the side of Team Sin Compromiso really deals with Life Stealer, especially if he gets BKB at one point as well. Or just Manta style, which is also another one that he should be able to secure at a pretty decent timing.
Yeah, BKB is like the safest choice. K1 likes BKB. But yeah, Manta. But I mean, he has the matchup advantage. So buying both BKB and Manta might not be a problem for him this game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. If that will be the case here. But obviously the game is afoot soon enough. We have the classic, okay, game's about to start. Someone has to go for a bio break. Let's pause and then get the show on the road. But I'm looking forward towards this one. Parker on the gyrocopter, obviously one of the best farming heroes and one of the best farming players. But K1 on a trusted strength hero on the opposing side. What he loves and prefers probably going to be the Radiance build, as all Life Stealers tends to go for these days.
Could be Radiance, Sanjan Yasha, just to tank it up. That way he might not need to get Manta. Maybe Sanjan Yasha and a BKB later on. So this time Moose is playing Tusk. We saw last game Ganak helping mid a lot with the Tiny. That way they managed to kill Monkey King on that Monkey Storm Spirit matchup. This time around Ganak is playing Dark Willow. It's not like a hero like Tiny that you can just pop on the mid lane and get free kills. You need to still land some spells.
Yep, and they're gonna have the immediate smoke on both sides. We got, of course, the three fantastic lanes. I would assume Compromiso will have a very good safe lane. In this case, mid kind of even. Their off lane honestly should also not be too problematic. Dark Willow and Mars can be really nasty, especially for a if he walks out of position. I think that laning is really nice on Compromiso.
Yeah, Lifestealer can't do anything to save AA if he missteps.
And they have a nice little aggressive observer ward placed there. That seems no fighting coming in. Park is just drawing a little bit on the minimap.
He just said stack the triangle, guys. He drew a triangle at the triangle. Now stack the other side as well.
Stack everything. I'm Gyrocopter. Give me all the farm in the world. Just make me fat. We win game. Easy peasy lemon
The
squeezy.
battle begins.
No first blood this time.
And yeah, no hunting just yet.
Look at Moose.
Moves. Trying to at least get the range creep. Yay! And they will, of course, try and auto push the lane that way. They tried to go for the creep lane block. Panda playing Undying. You can just decay spam the entire time.
Yeah.
And he only has one mango, but he does have wind lane, so he can be a bully. So Parker should have a super free lane. Completely. I don't really see any problem for him in that lane ever.
It's just an easy lane for Panda. 2 melee string heroes against him. Just need to like stop the push shenanigans. The courier, the mangoes. Oh, they got delivered.
And that is Undying, just being able
Dire's
to
top
spam
tower is
more.
under attack.
Looking at these lanes, so yeah, do you expect any kills to happen in these lanes, or are they just gonna try and dodge?
Top lane, I think, is gonna just be weird all the time. Bottom lane is the Q lane. Like Dark Willow Mars. Really strong duo. What is Ganek doing? Chill, bro.
Well, yeah. Eh. El Misho dropping low. Should be first blood here. Taken down by Sacred. First blood secured for the Mars. And yeah, that's the problem, El Misho. He's playing AA. That's the worst thing about AA. You get caught out of position, you die. 9 out of 10 times.
I don't think you touch that space against the Willow ever. Trying to hide on the trees. Quite easy to the enemy off lane to just come at you as well. Just need to be aware of the Bramble Maze cooldown.
And up in mid, Ember is having a little bit of a struggle against Tai Lung, but shouldn't be too problematic. Rotations can be made pretty easily from both these Pulse 4s to join in for any kills early on. Though, if you put the Mars solo in the bottom lane, he will get bullied out, which is the big downside. Obviously, Moose can rotate around a lot because, yeah, the Lich is going to have a terrible lane regardless. He's got 5 last hits. Maybe if he gets some like small camps, he can clear them to get some extra farms with the Tidebringer, but there's just nothing really for Lich to do in that top lane.
The best thing he could do is to try to stack the triangle with the shards and then just rotate mid and control runes. Kind of hard to help out the Kunkka here.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and pull the creep wave. Maybe double stack it so that it pushes out towards the Kunkka, or drag it all around so that he can use it. But it's sad gaming top lane. But Dark Mago as well in mid, struggling heavily against Tai Lung.
Yeah. Tai Lung's playing the lane quite nicely, holding the wave, being patient. Eating some slide of his here and there, but what can you do?
Oh, Dark Mago is getting help. Both supports coming in now. There is only Shurgenic walking close to its icon. There's going to be the route onto the storm. Snowball to get him out of there. Dark Mago dropping low is going to get taken down. Tai Lung turns his attention to more. And a great rotation there from Moose. Double kill for Tai Lung. Water Rune is also to be secured for the Storm Spirit to refill that bottle. And this mid lane just became a bunch harder here for the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and Ringer of Protection on the Storm Spirit, making the difference there. He was a tanky boy.
Yeah, and also dodged a lot of that Bramble damage. Even though it's only a level 1 Bramble, it's the extra route that comes into play. Janek TP's mid. They're gonna have a little bit of a duel there. Illich in the meantime has the lane towards his side, so this might help, but they might even go for a dive, so he has to be careful of a chase from Park, who's got 33 last hits at this stage. But top net with is Tai Lung. That double kill definitely did help.
And only 10 denies. I thought he could like just get more, because Kunkka's not touching the lane at all. Usually when Parker is in a situation like this with, let's say, a Morphling, he's just denying everything.
And top lane, they're gonna go in, get the kill onto Illich. They try to get a counter kill onto Panda. Is gonna get stunned up, almost taken down. Oh no, this might be number 3. Janek chasing after Elmisho. One more right click needed. He does have a fairy fire. Elmisho is still gonna get taken down by the creeps though, and it will be 3 kills top side. Parker top net worth, not what you want to see.
Disorganized. They rotated the AA top, like trying to. Ooh.
In mid, gets
For
jumped
level
there.
6. That's important.
Yeah, if top lane goes terrible, you gotta win somewhere else, and Tai Lung is making sure that happens in towards mid. Will go in for Janek, but of course Janek can dodge and weave with the Shadow Realm. And now Sacred bottom lane is the target here. Snowball in, doesn't have a way out. And is gonna get taken. Actually, close to almost get out there. Could have technically, after the snowball connected, could have attempted. No, cold feet kind of screwed him over there, I guess.
Yeah.
Was close for the TP, but they're gonna go for the experience rune fight here, or experience shrine fight. Illich, nice orange usage there, denying it for Parker. Double shard. Experience for OG Latin, which is pretty big, as their supports needed that experience going in. They're diving pretty deep. Janek is going to get taken down. K1 gets the infest going. There's the call down from Parker. Misses the mark really completely here. We'll still find the kill onto Parker. Chases in after K1. K1 dropping low. Ember jumping in. Dark Mago trying to get the catch. And Dark Mago kills off K1. Big rotation coming out from Parker and exactly what they needed.
Yeah, that's the beauty about the gyro carry. You provide team fight to your team on the early stages, so you just need to be ready with the TP, have some mana, and if the enemy team missteps, you just TP. Oh,
there's another catch. El Misho in mid, taken down by Jenik. Close game, but the big difference maker is how large Parker is at this stage. Has a Blade of Electricity already being delivered after his Falcon Blade. Almost more than 1,000 net worth ahead of K1 already.
yeah, this time he's with a fighting carry. Last game he was with a BA.
Tai Lung getting rooted up in mid. Can he get the zip out of there? Dark Mago right click, needs one more hit. Has Sleight of Fist. Kill comes in. Taken by Panda actually. And Dark Mago in response. That last hit come out. El Misho finishes him off with the Ice Vortex.
Nice damage and early level 6 for AA.
That would actually have been a solo kill by Jenik if he did not miss the brambles. Very close.
Sag. So they have 6 on Kunkka. They have 6 on AA. If Gyro shows up top lane, might be just
Dire's
that.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Okay, going in. Can they get the kill? He is up in low. Parker, that's a big one. That's that level 6 magic right there from the A. Zip in onto Jenik. Has the Shadow Realm trying to go for the TP. Is it actually in
Dire's top
time?
tower is under attack.
Oh, yes it is. Being chased though. K1's on the other side, lying in wait. That is Jenik dying. Has to make the walk of shame as well because he just TP'd topside previously. And a good recovery. Tai Lung is really the difference maker in this game so far. While they're going in with the arena catch onto Illich topside. And with Parker joining in the fun, Illich should not be along for this world. They're trying to give it to Parker. He gets the last hit. Let's go Dragonlance first item, so no Ags rush this game.
Yeah. Sometimes they go for like a stats item, even crit stick.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Who took the 10 minutes rune? What was it?
Region for Dark Mago.
Oh. Okay.
The smoked up OG Latum looking for a catch. Obviously Dark Mago mid is a nice one, but they're looking for bottom. Jenik and Sacred, they know there's no arena. And Jenik's still not level 6 just yet. Ready for the zip going in onto Sacred. The roots come out, but Sacred's dropping quickly. Throws out the spear. Gets the stun in onto the Tusk. As Tusk will get the Walrus Punch in response. Just got his level 6. Dark Mago gets cloned.
Oh my god.
Will be taken down by the blast a little bit later, as he did manage to get one Fire Remnant jump out of there. But it is a huge double. 2 cores dead. And now the 2 supports in the area trying to block any chase for more. They're going to go for that tier 1 tower. Jenik won't be able to get an eye going. And 2K now with lead now for OG Latum. And it's really off the back of Tai Lung every single time.
Yeah, they were one step ahead with this rotation. They forced the spear. And then they just showed up out of smoke.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
9-1 CS on Parker, by the way.
Over here now.
Yeah,
Radiant's middle
that's
tower has fallen.
not bad. Is going for the Chrysalis next into BKB, though in mid. He's going to get jumped. There's going to be the Ice Blast flying out. They're trying to fight a different fight on the side. They kill off the Storm, but they lose Parker in the process. A lot of damage onto Dark Mago coming out. Sacred's there, has the arena available. Does throw it out, takes down Illich. So they get 2 kills. They lost their heavy carry. as he does get taken down. Moose will steal a little bounty rune while on excursion onto the other end. Snowball in towards K1, and now do they want to continue this? Yeah, they do want to go
Just
for
this
that
free
Moose
kill.
kill.
If your carry dies during the process, was it like a good bait?
Dire's top tower
He was
is
just
under attack.
sitting on the river with the gyro, waiting for something to happen, but they cannot save the gyro against if you're playing against AA. It's just gonna die. At least they got 2, right?
Yep, they currently do have. They got 2 in response there. Actually, they got 3 because they took the tusk technically afterwards, and they got the 2 core, the Kunkka and the Storm. So not a bad one for the Dire team.
Yeah, Parker's going double BKBs.
I'm always 3 steps
Yeah,
ahead.
just for good measure, you know. If you get 1, you only get 9 seconds BKB. If you get 2, you get that 18.
He's
He wants to
definitely
be
gonna
life
need
suited
one
as
of
well.
Yeah.
Sacred's going Blink Dagger first item, which is showing that they really want to play active sooner. Otherwise, you'd go for the Dual Scepter. Speaking of which, Dark Mago in mid gets jumped up. Tombstone in response. There is everyone running through. Second kill secured, looking for the tier 1 tower. Yeah, they need more active
Dire's
plays
middle tower has
from
fallen.
Team Compromiso as they're getting ran down. Now K1 also has the Radiance, so his farming speed will increase significantly. Parker has been at the top the entire time, but Tylungs and K1 are right behind him. Even
Radiant's
Illich is
bottom
caught
tower
up in
is
terms of
under
net
attack.
worth.
Yeah. It was the arcade reveal on Storm
Dire
too,
are scanning.
but still, you don't have saves on your team, so it's kind of hard to play on the lanes like that. And with a draft like this, you need to be the one being the aggressor.
Radiant are scanning.
Top side, K1. They want to definitely kill him, but the blink, can they get the catch? K1 is going to fall back. They're all taking the gateway towards the bottom side. K1 is very aware of what might be coming in his direction. This is such a heads-up play.
Yeah, but
It's like, nope,
Terrorize
I'm not going to
was-
farm any of the creeps. Bye.
Yeah, Terrorize was on cooldown, so that's why they did not jump on the life stealer there. You need that spell to follow up on the spear.
And now they
Radiant are scanning.
steal the enemy's Shrine of Wisdom that was still not taken. Their own actually still isn't taken. But these Radiant supports, both level 8. So getting quite a lot of free XP the entire time. And now they're looking for anyone that will defend the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. They even have a high ground ward in the dire triangle ready for anyone heading towards that direction. Tylung's got the amplified damage rune. Yeah, I don't really see any problem here for OG
Dire's
Latin. They
courier has been
feel
killed.
in control at the moment. But then again, they were in control last game as well.
Yeah, but this time, Sin Compromiso, they have serious wave problems. It's really hard to deal with all of that. And still, if you show up, if you show to kill a wave, it's always a threat of getting jumped and then the
Radiant's
Ice Blast,
top tower is
follow
under
up.
attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Dark
Radiant's
Mago.
top tower is under attack.
Is gonna get caught. That work in silence is just too much, and they've got lockdown. They've got so much more lockdown on the Radiant side as well than the Dire. They've got what, Arena, as you said, without Terrorize. You can't. They don't even have homing missile level, so they have nothing really in terms of stuns on Compromiso against a life stealer.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, and he's even going Manta just for the additional dispel, just to make sure he's not dying. And also to split push, because it's
Radiant's
very hard
middle
for
tower
Sin
is
Compromiso
under
to deal
attack.
with the waves and split push. It's gonna be a nightmare for them.
I'll smoke up in mid, looking for a catch. K1 would be great if they kill him, but he rages in time, and that is going to be the Ice Blast flying out onto one Sacred, drop them low on the side. Unleasher's going to get jumped. They will find the kill onto Sacred though. Moves, Walrus Punch, chased out. Undying is so bulky, zipping from Tai Lung, deals that. But there is just no lockdown, especially with the Mars being dead. Tai Lung is going to get stunned in the process. Chasing for more, but K1 is just so scary. There's still a fire remnant available. Jumping in, Dark Mago going aggressive. There's no raids left on K1. This might have been a big mistake from K1. Ghost Ship comes out a bit too late. They find 3 kills there, which feels like they really shouldn't have.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, Tai Lung on the side will actually go in onto Dark Mago. Torrent comes up. Dark Mago. Ember gets the kill before he falls.
What is happening?
Wow.
They're just fighting to death.
Well, that's the SA way.
It almost feels like they did not deserve the Life Stealer kill. But also, K1 did not deserve to leave.
Yeah. That was weird. Like, he pops the rage, dodge the entire arena. Ooh, they're gonna go in on Parker. This is a good counter kill with the Ice Blast on top. Can't get any even going. Panda walking in. Does have a tombstone. Goes for the save with the shard play. This is a problem. Walks out of their spear in response onto Illich, and the tombstone zombies do too much. A kill comes in for Panda, the other for Genic. They do lose Parker, which is a painful death, but they do manage to get 2 as a counter. And there we have the first reveal of the shard on Undying. One big important factor is going to be the fact that if they get the Tormentor now, they could get a free shard on the Mars, which would be very big. I mean, to be fair, the Dark Willow shard's also insanely good.
Yeah, it is. And they finally have a save mechanism on Sin Compromiso with the Tombstone. They just need to play accordingly, because they have serious wave problems to deal with this game.
I'm over here.
And Parker's got the BKB now, so that should significantly keep him alive more in any of these fights. And they're looking for that Tormentor spawn coming in. Illich. Are they going to try and contest it? They are in the area. The only one not there is K1, obviously, because he is getting some farm going. But it seems there might be a fight for the Tormentor take between these two teams. This could be very dangerous for Team Compromiso, as if they get gone on afterwards, big zip storm.
Just run away after that.
Yeah, gotta get out of there. Ice Shards does get thrown out, but it's too late. Dark Mago actually gets a free shard. Wait, what?
Oh, we got the TP out.
Dire's middle tower
Dark
is
Mago
under
was
attack.
actually poorer than the Mars, so you have an Ember with a free shard. Cool. That's actually not too shabby, though. Going in on towards Parker topside, pops the BKB immediately, and he's just going to dip out. Doesn't want to go for a fight. Ice Blast comes flying out. Now jumping from moves, Walrus Punch comes out. Parker is knowingly going to die there. Throws out the call down in response. Panda has the tombstone. He's going to get Orchid silence before he gets the cast off, and that is a big double kill coming in response.
Dire's top
I thought the
tower
play
is
there
under
was just
attack.
to TP out with everyone, but Parker did not have his TP, so his team
Radiant's
did not
bottom
just
tower is under
his
attack.
team did not want to TP out and just leave Parker to death. So that was a problem.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
that's
is under attack.
definitely a big problem going forward.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
As Parker is just easy to collapse on in any of these fights, and Lifestealer is just becoming stronger and stronger. He hasn't even gotten any good counter items to the Gyrocopter yet. He's going for the AC BKB next, and Parker is sitting duck half these times. Illich, in the meantime, he's got Blade Mill Pipe done. He's building up into what is likely going to be a Crimson Guard afterwards as well. So that damage output from the Gyrocopter is just falling further and further, making this game a lot harder for the Teamfight team, who is just not having a good time trying to kill off this Lifestealer ever.
They really need to finish this BKB on Mars.
Dire's top tower
With
has
that, they
fallen.
can try to go for a fight. Problem is the Storm also has a 9 seconds BKB. So you need to be precise with your jump.
Under attack.
Ooh. Okay.
Well,
With
Janik gets
style.
the blink out. He's got pretty decent farm. Yule Scepter, Blink Dagger on the +4 Dark Willow. Going Glimmer Cape next. He's quite hefty there. Oh, bottom lane. They do manage to get the catch on Dark Mago, and the Ember Spirit is caught out. He's got Mage Slayer is going for the Radiance next on the Ember, but he is very easy to kill at this stage.
He wants to somehow scale on this game, but he still cannot survive these ganks. Even with the Radiance, he dies, so I don't know if that's gonna work out for him.
Hold for my chest.
Very tough to manage to make this work. They are going to head in towards the Roche Pit first stages of the game, going probably to that Storm Spirit. We've got the BKB after the work as well. The limited amount of control that they have will be significantly less. Like, you've got Rage on Lifestealer, you're going to have BKB on the Storm soon enough. You can kill the AA. That's the extent of it, because Tusk even has a Yule Scepter Blink Dagger, so he has 2 ways out. Kunkka is stupidly tanky. Now with that Vanguard also done.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Storm is really strong right now.
Okay, big catch coming up in mid. Janik dead. 3 kill streak picked up there for Illich. Sacred. He gets the X mark going against him. Gets the blink out in the nick of time though. Dark Mago needs to be careful. We've seen him die quickly, especially without any defensive tools like a BKB.
They are in a situation that they wanna feel ready to fight if needed, but they are really not ready to fight. They just don't wanna give objectives for free to OG. And OG is not like trying to push it so hard to force anything. They're trying to collect the free kills on the map.
Run in, Yule Scepter. Actually, that catches the Kunkka out of position. Ice Blast in response. Snowball save attempt comes out. There's the arena drop. Zip goes in. Ember Spirit silenced up. He's dead. Can't get the response going, but in response, nice terrorize onto 2 and there's Parker to pump out some damage. They buy back on to Ember, trying to rejoin the fight. Lifestealer doesn't have rage, but he does have Infest, and there is a juicy little Storm next to him with a regen rune going on the side. Sacred gets stunned up by El Misho, but that should be kill number 3. 3 kills secured, but it did cost the Dark Mago buyback, so he's just not being able to keep up here.
Yeah, especially that he's going for Radiance, so he did not get like an insane amount of gold for this fight. He's still very poor.
Yeah,
Oh my,
right
oh
now.
my. Hard one.
Yeah, it's tough. They still have that Storm Ace as well for another 2.5 minutes. Lifestealer is done with the AC. But there, okay, yeah, Panda. This is going to be a free one. That Orchid making it really impossible for the Undying. He actually has a Blink Dagger on Undying just so that he can get the Tombstone save on someone else in any of these fights. which I think is an admirable choice. Just always feels sad if that's all you're meant to do.
He needs to be like ready to save whoever OG jumps if it's a core.
But yeah, pushing high ground's still not going to be easy against Gyrocopter with that flat cannon spam. He's got Daedalus done, Hurricane Pike now as well, so Parker is keeping up in terms of farm. And is at any stage going to be scary. And Dark Mago? Oh, he still has an experience shrine to randomly pick up. In another minute there will be another one. Zip in. Oh, Tai Lung actually grabs it. Oh, that's disgusting.
So close.
Never lucky.
He's getting closer to the Radiance. Not sure what that's going to do for him. Unless he's going to fight later.
Sacred. And gets back on towards the high ground with the Hurricane. That should pretty much be the end of the fight though.
Needs at least one more item on Parker.
Zip comes in. Ice Blast flies out. Parker in trouble. Ice Blast connects. And he takes down dead in the dumps. Tombstone is going to be an extra 200 gold as well. Drag back the Undying. GG gets called. Yeah, they got.
He's done.
Yeah, there was just no recovering this. Life Sealer counters the gyro too heavily and had 0 counters on the opponent's side for the rest of the game. I think that's an admirable choice, knowing that this is just not recoverable whatsoever.
If they only had like ways of pushing out waves and split pushing safely, they could try to survive a little bit longer on the game, but not having that, only high ground defense, very hard.
Yep, but of course that is the game number 2. We're going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to wait up. We will have more beautiful Dota action in the decider. That is game number 3. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined by the wonderful Ace, and we'll be going towards a short little break until we see you again. We'll be right back.
Nice. Did you get a lot of barking? Barking
No.
noise? No, thank. Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what essentially will be hopefully a great conclusion to this series. We saw in the last game, Team Sin Compromiso struggling to get a foothold and recovery in the game, and that's why they tapped out significantly early compared to their position that they were in. But of course, you know, new round, new chances. Ace, yeah, what was really the big problem for Team Sin last game?
There were a lot of things, bad things happening to them, right? First of all, the Ember Spirit never really having the chance to play Dota. Storm got the early Orchid, and after that, the game just became a disaster for Sin Compromiso. So they did not have like a response for these jumps, for these aggressive movements OG was making on the map. Even some random X marks of this spot were like a threat for them. They had to like get the shard on the Undying, and even with the shard, still not enough to go up against OG. They might have to go back to the drawing board, consider something like Oracle, even Ringmaster if OG comes again with the aggressive draft. So I hope they make some adjustments on their draft for the second one.
Yeah, I think that is probably going to be a big one going forward if they can make it work. There seems to be a stand-in coming in here for Team Sin Compromiso. I'm seeing Stinger is in the team right now, so that's interesting. Do you think that's a good or a bad thing going forward?
I mean, I hope this is for the good of the team, because we all know Panda is a leader. So if he's not around, I hope it's for the best of Sin Compromiso.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird not seeing Panda, of course, but there might be some issues. Hopefully that can be resolved quickly. But yeah, looking at the brackets right now, currently the other series is also tied up, Edge versus Veritas Friends. Of course, after this series, we'll be covering the winner of this series versus the winner of the Edge versus Veritas Friends matchup, and the other stream will have Heroic versus Star Backs for everyone to be witnessing. But yeah, who do you think is going to be winning in that other series?
Well, it seems Veritas stomped the second game. It was a 27 minutes game, and they managed to win with a TA. First win out of the 7 games that the Zero got chance to play. Like 6 throughout the TI qualifier, and 1 now, and this is the first win. So maybe Veritas knows something about it.
Yeah, obviously it is a pretty scary and pretty strong hero, but we'll have to wait and see if it will be as amazing as we expect it to be, because it does get banned. It got banned first phase, I think, both games so far. Granted, you know, Parker loves playing the hero, so it's not too surprising that it does get banned. But it is a hero that has like a really good mid-game spike, and then it feels like most safe laners late game shred it. Like what? Because they build a glass cannon, right? So you get one stun against you most of the time, and then you're just dead.
Pretty much it, and pretty much not what happened last time we saw TA in play. Like last week, TA had no chances of winning a game. It was really rough. But let's see if Hero gets some action throughout these qualifiers, because we're getting a lot of good games. Like 2 games on this stream so far. The primary stream also going for a game number 3. Let's see if they keep the pace. Let's see if it goes all 3 games into the finals. It's gonna be really good for the scene. If we have like that many games, that means the scene's healing. A lot of good games being played. No stomps, please.
Yeah, they have been pretty close. Well, game 1 was pretty close. Game 2, because of the draft difference, it wasn't really that close. It was close in terms of net worth and stuff, but you really did feel like the lifestealer was just eventually gonna take over and secure it. But it has been quite a lengthy series so far, as we have started later in, I think, all 3 games. Yeah,
probably.
so there's a little bit of delay going there. I'm actually curious, how far is the other series going on right now? They are in their game 3. They have just finished the draft and they have just started their game 3. They picked up a TA for Veritas Brothers in that second game, so that's going to be an interesting little doozy there to witness on the stream, of course, because it is slightly delayed right now. We're going to go towards a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back.
Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the anticipates of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Check it out, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, of course, hopefully the start of the draft. The stand-in was approved. That's what we were waiting for, if that was going to come through. But Stinger is going to be playing for Team Sin Compromiso in the game number 3. I'm curious to see if it's going to be a complete tournament stand-in or if it's just one match going forward. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, the series after this, if Team Sin Compromiso wins, they will have to play again. So hopefully there's no issue there for Panda, and we can see him if they win. Obviously, OG Latam showed last game that they are definitely here to play as well. But they're getting the coin toss on the way, Ace, so we should hopefully start the draft sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened in there to like swap a player mid-series on the last game of the series, especially. Like, it is really important that they get this win, and it's not like they lost the first game and this is the second one. They managed to beat OG Latam, so we're not sure what happened. Let's just hope the changes for the best. Let's hope Panda as well. But yeah, not sure what happened last game as well. Like, their draft was kind of weird, not really responsive to anything that OG Latam had. They got out carried, so let's just hope for a good game number 3.
Yep, that is definitely what we're going to be hoping for here, as the players are still not completely done with choosing what side they want to start on. So yeah, that's currently where our delay is as we speak. But yeah, I mean, the players are different obviously, but they're also still very similar in very heavy, like El Micho, sorry, not El Micho, but Stinger, you know, very sacrificial. It's not like semi-carry. Obviously, they have slightly different heroes, but they both, for instance, love playing Bane, even though this patch doesn't really give you too much opportunity to wield it.
Yeah. Compromiso decided to go with second pick, which is gonna be better for them going to the game number 3, because last game they got to play Gyro into the Life Stealer. Now having the last pick, they might be able to like give Parker a better matchup. So this might be the plan for them.
Well, let's see if that is going to work out in their favor, as we currently will have the draft heading forward with the first couple of bans. Looking at last game, you know, what's the first couple of heroes that you would take care of, as OG Latam was looking good on?
Okay, and Ganek, it seems that Ganek's the one drafting for Sin Compromiso. Of course, you don't want the standing to draft for you. And the first ban, the Undying.
Team ban.
Okay. Undying, unsurprising, did
10 seconds.
late
remaining.
nicely,
Dire
did not
team
win the
ban.
game, of course, previously, as they kind of got
Radiant
crushed.
team ban.
So far, from all 3 games, the only ones that have been first phase banned all 3 times, I
10
think, are
seconds
the
remaining.
TA and the Bat Rider.
5 seconds remaining.
I thought Bristolback was gonna be one of those.
Radiant team pick.
Even TB, but just ignored first phase. Again.
Dire team pick.
Oh, chicken fingers. Love it.
Shadow Shaman, always solid. Moose played well with it in game number 1. Obviously, at one point they kind of just like stopped
10
chasing.
seconds remaining.
And yeah, that kind of
5 seconds
cost them
remaining.
the game, I guess. But did look really good on it. A ton of great catches so far. And I'm going to be curious to see how much more he can do for his team. On the other side, a lot of teams
Radiant
go for a
team
counter
back.
hero like Ringmaster. But Ringmaster's not being even touched in this series.
They stopped liking the hero for some reason. I don't know
Radiant
what's up
team
with
ban.
that.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. How good it has been looking. As it's like it still has a really high win rate in this current patch. That's why I'm kind
Dire
of
team
baffled.
pick. Radiant team
Even
pick.
after all those pesky nerfs. Death Prophet got first phase banned last time, so that's I guess a little bit of a difference maker here. I know Stinger's played it previously as a +5, but I assume it's going to be
10 seconds
probably
remaining.
offlane. I guess it could also be mid technically.
5
Hero is good as a
seconds
core
remaining.
at the moment. And there's the Tiny in there. We all know Dark Mago plays the Tiny if
Radiant
needed.
team pick.
He's a really good Tiny player. And they have
Dire
last
team
pick,
pick.
so
Storm
they could go for a lane with like DP Tiny or even Tiny mid DP someone else. And Tusk Storm, just like they did last game.
Yeah, Tusk Storm, good save
10
hero.
seconds remaining.
On the other side, of course, DP Tiny. You have, if this is an
5
offlane
seconds
DP
remaining.
plus 4 Tiny, you have the toss back in towards the DP with the Spirit Siphon combination that works. Laning wise, obviously the OG Latam heroes can be flexed, so Shadow Shaman can be plus 4 or plus 5, same with the Tusk. But there is the good old Ricky, probably Janik, as he likes playing plus 4 Ricky in his games. But I think Dark Mago also plays him. Parker? Does Parker? Maybe.
Have a big
10
maybe
seconds
in there.
remaining.
A lot of flex potential on Sin
5
Compromiso,
seconds
but
remaining.
playing Tiny here as a core against Storm on the mid lane, I think it's good enough for Dark Mago to just decide right away that, okay, this is my hero, don't touch it. Let me play the Tiny. Unless they want to do some shenanigans with the Riki. We all know the smoke screen destroys Tusk. It is really good against Storm too. So it is a good Riki game so far, regardless of which role he's going to play, to be played.
Yeah, Ricky Maru is most of the time in this patch plus 4, but obviously you can also play it mid. You're playing against Storm Spirit, so there's a lot of stuff to dodge. You throw out a smoke screen,
Yeah.
Storm Spirit's kind of screwed. Plus, the biggest thing is that you are a hard counter to Tusk, so he can't snowball save anyone in those fights if you have your pesky smoke screen in the area.
Why don't they pick a save themselves? That's gonna apply some pressure on the Storm to always try to find the
Radiant
jumps.
team pick.
Disruptor.
Oh, never mind. They just wanna brawl.
Hard counter to Storm. There's
Yeah.
unless he gets BKB, there's no way to really dodge the glimpse into static storm combo. Well, you could
10
technically with the
seconds
Tusk
remaining.
dodge it, but
Yeah, it goes both ways, this matchup, right?
5 seconds.
The
Radiant
static storm
team
is
back.
annoying against the snowball, but you can also snowball out of the
Dire
glimpse,
team
so yeah.
plus they have a snowball and the a static storm and the smokescreen combination, so there's a
Yeah.
lot of plus Death Prophet also has a silence. Lots of AoE silence and avalanche coming in as well. Lots of AoE control.
10 seconds.
Hard
remaining.
for these team fights to work for the OG Latam side, so they're just gonna
5
bulk up,
seconds
pick up the
remaining.
Medusa. Heavy frontliner, can be off lane, can be safe lane, so still flexible.
I wonder how Sin Compromiso fights once Storm has BKB. It doesn't look too easy. He can like kite the DP,
Dire team ban.
so they need to like
Team ban. Radiant team pick.
pick a self-sufficient carry
Dire
because
team pick.
Points away.
it's not gonna be easy for the supports to help out against BKB heroes. Rolling Thunder on Pango, you cannot deal with that. So,
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
OG Latam does
5
look
seconds
kind of squishy.
remaining.
I mean, except for Medusa. But like Pangolier, Storm Spirit, Tusk, Shadow Shaman, Pango doesn't build auras, which I think is the problem here normally. Mage Slayer obviously is always good, but I'm a little bit worried that they just ignore the Deuce and kill the rest. And Team Sin Compromiso, safe
So-
laner, last pick needed for Parker. What's it gonna be?
Monkey King.
Is a Monkey King a last pick?
Like it.
Okay.
They kind of needed like a carry that can provide some sort of catch for them, because you need to stun people in order for Stinger to be able to land the spells properly, and having the infinite chase allows Stinger to get good glimpses. So they'll have Tiny and Monkey King with the stuns and the follow-ups afterwards from the smoke screen, DP silence, static storm. So yeah, I like it. They can try to always find the Pango and try to burst him with the amount of silences they have, but they definitely needed someone to jump in or
10
even
seconds
stun from
remaining.
afar. So yeah, good one. But not sure about the late game though.
5
What do you
seconds
think?
remaining.
Looking at the late game, obviously Deuce is always very scary, but
It doesn't look like Duze is overwhelmed too, because Storm scales
Yeah.
really nicely. Pango is really annoying. He's gonna have Basher on the late game. So yeah, I don't know. Rough one.
it is. I think it's going to be a lot harder for Team Sin Compromiso to play once BKBs come in. Like you get
Yeah.
BKB Storm, and obviously Pango has his Rolling Thunder and roll up, but he does need to be careful that he might actually need to buy BKB this game on Pangolier, which is weird to say, but they have so much AoE silence and such that you need to get rid of, that you kind of are desperate to get it. But if they manage to survive it, I think OG Latam have a really good shot late game. You know, Monkey King is great and all, but Deuce has a just completely different beast.
Yeah, if they can delay the game long enough for Duza to just get the items, get the levels, it's gonna be really hard for Syncompromise. So they really need to like find jumps on either Storm or the Pango in order to have good team fights. Because Storm can just kite them forever, especially once it has BKB. So
Prepare for
it's
battle.
gonna be a really interesting game to see.
Yeah, let's hope that we're gonna have a lot of fun here in this game number 3. We started off with a smoke so far. I think game 1 had a kill, but
Yeah,
most of the
only
time
game
both teams,
K1 fed.
most of the time they know where the other is. Smoke gets broken by the little monkey panda. And on the other hand, you've got the Ricky breaking the enemy smoke, getting spotted out. They do have good control, but obviously it's a Ricky, so you can always Tricks of the Trade away or Blink Strike around, depending on what you want. I always get confused with Tricks of the Trade timing, because the cast animation of that spell is stupidly long.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, but if you have enough Ricky games, you can almost always time it. Not sure if it's the case for Genic. Let me check if he has Dota buff, because I don't see any Dota plus levels on his Ricky.
The battle begins.
I see some, like he's got the the triangle thing.
The cookie,
Yeah, the cookie,
the Dorito.
Doritos.
Yeah.
Actually, recently it tried in the Netherlands to have Doritos in a canister. Well, not really, sort of a canister, like cardboard canister instead of a bag. And they had it in the stores for about a week, and then they discontinued it because no one
Oh
wanted it.
no.
Bags all day, every day. But yeah, we again have 3 interesting lanes. Ace, where should we keep our eye on the prize?
I'm really curious to see what Genic is up to on this bottom lane. It seems like a rough lane for him. On top one's gonna be a really interesting lane to watch. Shadow Shaman always provides some kill potential, even Monkey King. So I think the action is gonna be there.
I'm very interested in that mid matchup most of the time because Dark Mago. Okay, so game 1 he played against this. He played the Storm. Game 2 he played again. Yeah, both games he lost mid. So
Come on, we can all agree that Tai Long had help.
well, yeah, but he already started winning before he got the help. The help was just the icing on the cake. But Tai Long's had his number in game 1
Let's
and
think
2.
about the cake here. He's with his hero, you know. Let's see. 5 CS already. Applying some pressure on the Storm. Let's give the boy a chance.
We'll have to wait and see top lane. A lot of damage being dealt. Parker there with a 2-man bound the strike. And yeah, they kind of need to get out. But they don't have... They got Ether Shock. They're going to take quite a lot of damage if they try to run away here. But then again, the creeps are hitting them, so they can't really go for the man fight either. So
Let's
Illich,
G.
that's going to hurt. He's also slowed down with the blood grenade. Hex in
Chicken
response, another
fingers.
pause. My last hit, says Sacred. Okay, translate for me, Ace. Come on.
Oh, let me try it. My last hit. Shaman said you can't use the first spell on Storm because of a bug.
You can't use Static Remnant?
Yeah, something like that.
Wow. Okay. Game's in beta, by
Maybe
the way.
that's why he has only 2 CS on Storm. That's weird, right?
Yeah. If you can't use Static Remnant, it's going to be pretty hard to play Dota. I guess time to max level Electric Vortex Overload. I would assume that because there's no first blood, and if it doesn't
Sacred
get
told
fixed,
them
they'll-
to call GG.
Hopefully this can be resolved quickly, as it is also... I'm curious to see it topside, but technically there's no first blood, so you could probably still remake it.
Everyone's level 1, so yeah, kinda hard.
Yeah. But they're so close for
Unless
that kill
Illich
topside.
messes up.
Okay, what did they say? We're analyzing the situation.
Yep, you are correct.
And
Let
something,
me just-
something else.
Is telling Mago to report it to the devs. Let's pay attention to the mid lane then. Let's see if Tai Long gets the last hit.
Nope.
Oh no.
And top lane Illich about to die, and Tai Lung is very sad now. To be fair, Dark Mago can now win the lane, so that's a big plus. If you still
Where's the
lose
attack
lane,
range on this Raptor? Can he hit one more time?
it should be. He also still has blood grenade on him, so he's slightly slowed. He actually has a blood grenade on Monkey King as well. Moose might be a second one dead top lane. Actually, he's very likely a second one dead.
Oh, so Dark Mago said that he played game number 1 like that.
Why did he
And
pause
K1's
it?
like, and did you not use your first spell? How was your farming without it? They're talking about activating or deactivating the first spell.
Wait, did Dark Mago actually just say that he played game 1 on Storm without Static Remnant?
Maybe it works if you auto click it.
Yeah, but still, you'd not like you'd pause then. That's weird. Okay.
Yeah, because it feels like he cannot like move the remnant, something like that. Like select a target position to the remnant, something like that.
Hmm.
In your face.
So he can't target the remnant. That's messed up. If you're playing against a melee hero, you want to have you want to apply some pressure, right? That means you can only use the static storm, like static, where you at. Darkmag was telling him to play with the vortex and overload. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the rule book. I don't know exactly what, where, when, how is gonna happen here, but I'll be interested to see how this ends, and also who dies
Yep.
top lane. That's still up for debate. Illich should die, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Because-
both Illich and Moose die there. I mean,
Maybe
Moose
they kill
has
Parker.
Fairy Fire. Yeah, but how? I don't think Illich can land one single hit on Parker. It will have to be all Moose, but there is a lot of melee creeps, so curious to see if Parker dies. Oh well. Nothing cool happening on bottom lane, so we can just ignore that.
Yeah, just relaxing right now, waiting for whatever is gonna happen to actually happen. I am kind
So
of.
Parker is saying that Dark Mago played like that in the same conditions. But Tai Lung is saying that Dark Mago was able to use the first spell and move the remnant to the targeted position. But Dark Mago is saying that he did that by manually clicking on the spell.
It's wild that you continue playing Dota if that's the case. Okay. That kind of feels like makes no sense.
Yeah, some weird talks. Dark is flaming the storm. Dark Mago's storm because he was 0-10.
It was
Regardless
0 and
of
5. Well, 1 and 5 at the end of it.
yeah,
I don't really know what the game plan is here. I assume the admin's busy with this as they're trying to resolve this situation, but I think
I bet Tai
production-
Lung's not trying to play it because he lost like 2 to 3 waves already.
it's just not doable playing Storm without Static Remnant.
Yeah,
Or having to manually press Static Remnant because it's also not an instant pop, so you have to like press it and then select where you want it to go with the static slide.
as we all can see, Storm is full mana, so this is not normal. Was there any Storm Spirit on the other games? Let me check.
Yeah,
Oh,
but both game 1 and game 2 had Storm Spirit. Last game it was Tai Lung playing Storm, and the game 1 it was Dark Mago playing it.
No, I mean the series on the other channel, Edge versus Veritas. They played Storm on both games. Was there any talk about that?
I don't know. I mean, last game, like, Tai Lung played Storm as well, and he didn't have an issue, so... I don't know.
Maybe it's a bug that happens sometimes. It's not like a bug that's always there.
That could be the case. I also would not know like what you have to do to reproduce the bug. That's just very random. Well, I guess we'll go towards a short commercial break while we get this sorted. Production. We'll be right back.
go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very long break as we had, but we are about to go live into the game. This is going to be game number 3 remake that came through between these two teams. There was an issue, of course. The Storm Spirit could not use Static Remnant, and that's why we remade the lobby, and it took a bit longer. Because the servers were offline and other stuff happened as well. But nonetheless, it is going to be hopefully a smooth sailing game from this point forward, isn't it, Ace?
Hopefully. But I think this is gonna be a spicy one.
30 seconds to battle.
I think the tension is in the air. I can feel it.
Yeah, there's probably both these teams want to have this game over with, essentially. Winner of this match, of course, has to play another series immediately afterwards, which technically should start in 13 minutes, so I doubt that is going to be starting on time unless we get one insanely one-sided stomp, but that is very unlikely. Yeah. Looking at what these two teams can bring to the table here. Last game, I think First Blood was technically happening top lane. I didn't see actually what happened in the end. Did you follow who died?
I don't actually remember. But I would say Pango.
Okay. Pango.
All eyes on the mid lane now. Now I want to see if Tylon's gonna be able to keep up.
I think he should be doing pretty a-okay for himself going forward. As this time he does have Static Remnant, which helps quite a lot more to get those last hits against the big boy Tiny, but it is going to be First Blood this time around for OG. Top lane Parker taking a lot of damage as well.
Okay. Riki dying
To a
in the boring lane.
plus Medusa. Sacred also taking a heap of damage. Mid's going a lot worse for the dire side. Not their best reload.
And I'm pretty sure Illich's gonna be more careful this time.
Well, there's a glimpse play top side. Parker dropping low. Throws out the Boundless to try and stay alive. Will be surviving, but there is no regen in the lane. Luckily enough, 2 couriers are flying out, though only one has tangos for him. And that's going to force Parker to stay at the tower for a bit longer.
That's gonna give a lot of space to Illich. Stinger's trying to like compensate. Like right-clicking everyone. Parker, I'm pretty sure he's not happy about it.
Hey, just wonder. You're with me that Zeus is
No,
a jerk, right?
it could definitely be worse. Bottom lane, that's where K1 should be pretty fine for the most part. In this lane, don't really think DP Ricky is something that a Medusa should fear. Obviously, Ricky could technically go for the Diffusal Blade build later. I'm curious to see if he's going to go that route or if he's just going to be building as a support.
It's really helpful. It really depends on how his game is progressing. Ooh. How? Why? Was it a long ass glimpse? What was he doing there?
That's a good question. No idea. As that was a nice little kill there for Parker to catch back up in the laning stage. Stinger is doing a very good job top lane, at least harassing them back the entire time. Mid lane matchup's pretty even. And I think all three lanes are pretty 50-50.
Dire's courier has been
And
killed.
for
Off lane
those who
struggling a little
don't,
bit, but
for those who don't remember, Stinger is replacing Panda on this game number 3.
oh, top side, Illich dropping low and dies to Parker. Another kill coming in for the monkey.
No tips. Okay.
Not even a little BM there. I actually went for 2 points in Thunderstrike and 1 point in Glimpse. Interesting, going for the bigger harass during the laning stage. Sacred dies bottom to K1. Yeah, this Dusa is just going to be a pain. I can already smell it.
Yeah, that's a kill that Duza should not be taking on the lane. Like, DP cannot stop Duza from farming. She can try to contest some CS, but DP should definitely not die to the Duza.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Career killer Moose. Oh, that
And
hurts.
as the mid matchup is just continuously going easy, but there is a rotation from Moose towards mid, so Dark Mago might have to be a little bit careful. Obviously, if he spots Moose getting closer, has the avalanche against him, the timing is a bit off, and he can't get the shackles going onto Dark Mago. Though spots out that there is no vision at the moment, walks up, knows Dark Mago doesn't have anything left. There's going to be the damage thrown up with the rotation from Stinger, who has Glimpse. Dark Mago not going for the toss back onto the Shadow Shaman. Interestingly enough, actually, El Mishu coming up on the other side. Wants to go in, but tossed out of the area. And with Janik joining in, Tai Lung is level 6, just
Oh, he
got
got
it.
6.
Barely gets the zip out to safety. And the rune is top for El Mishu.
I think the toss range was too short there to toss back the shaman. But yeah, they got a kill because of the Reiki rotation. Storm
Radiant's
getting
middle tower is
lucky
under attack.
in there by hitting 6.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Look at how safe Pango's playing. Just doesn't want to mess with the monkey.
And at the moment, this Parker is getting free farm, and so is K1. It's kind of all three games, you know, the safe laners just having the most amazing times, and then the rest trotting behind it a little bit. Who do we fear more, though? The Monkey King or the Dusa? Oh, Dark Mago rotating in. Toss back on the Pango, but that Pango is going to be just fine. Walks it off. And Moo's not even going to be able to get touched in that situation either.
Weird. Tiny rotating and not getting a kill. They could just go for the Shaman, but I guess they were just greedy. Going for the Pango kill. And of course I fear more the Dusa.
Yeah, I guess so. He did go for the Venomous Volley, obviously, as a safe laner. Though I have seen even safe lane Deuces go for the other one. If you're up against a lot of slows, toss up onto the Shadow Shaman. Is going to get caught and surrounded. Kill goes in for Parker, who's now on a killing spree. Still, that Dusa ever so slightly ahead currently.
Radiant's middle tower is
Even
under
Parker
attack.
with the rotation for the 8 minutes rune being active this early on the Monkey King. I like it.
Are scanning.
A lot of line, of course. Loser of this match drops to the lower bracket, and the winner will be playing a series afterwards. Top lane, Rolling Thunder thrown out. There is a Monkey in a bit of trouble, but does have the Wukong's command. Not even anywhere close to trouble. Janek even rotated through as well. Gonna get the slow in onto Illich, who
Radiant's middle tower
will not
is
be
under
chased
attack.
in for the kill. But yeah, one of the greatest things about Monkey King in this patch is that Wukong's command facet, where you can turn into one of the soldiers. Very good for dodging Rolling Thunders.
That was a really nice change. So Parker
I mean, the
is
other
going
one
for
was
the
also kind of busted. Oh,
yeah. This one is creative. I like it.
K1 needs some help. Stone Gaze trying to run away, but Disruptor is on the other side. Bound Strike comes in. Stone Gaze is empty, and K1 is gone, as the rotations were not being sent in to help him out. But the Exorcism should be the tier 1 to boot.
This is the trap that a lot of Monkey King players sometimes fall for.
Radiant's
He's
bottom
going for
tower
Battle
is under
Fury
attack.
and not Diffusal Blade on a game that he's doing well. So if he keeps doing well, okay, Battle Fury is gonna still be good. But if you go Diffusal and something happens on the mid game and things starts to get hard for you, you're
Radiant's
just
bottom
done with the
tower is under
Diffusal. So
attack.
really safe gameplay here for Parker.
All better safe than sorry, of course.
Radiant's
As
are scanning.
it is Park. He just wants to play this ultra late game,
Radiant's bottom tower is
or at least be able to keep up. Because that's also the downside. If you go for the Diffusal Blade, for instance, and your opponents, like you can't get constant fights going, then you are going to fall behind further and further, which is the other end that's problematic. Dark Mago Rolling Thunder does continue in, and he's actually dropped in low. Swashbuckle in. Kill gets secured by K1. Gets the control in onto Sacred, who also tried to go in for the fight here. 3 dead on the Dire side, and yeah, I mean, once the Disruptor was dead, that fight was over. You need the
Yep.
Static Storm for these fights early game.
That's what it felt like. You just let your Disruptor die and keep doing whatever you're doing. No reason to go and try to contest. Like, you don't have EXO on your DP. Your Tiny needs a Blink Dagger. You see the enemy Duza is around. So Bango roll? I don't know. What was the plan there?
Yeah, not great.
5 OG heroes.
Radiant's
the area.
middle tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, good catch onto Jenna coming in, so that's K1 with another kill up towards top. Parker wants to just keep this Illich away. He's actually going in for Illich with the rotation in from Stinger. They have a glimpse, but he also has Rolling Thunder to get out of it. And Illich is actually going for Diffusal Blade as the first item on the offlane Pangolier, which some of them tend to go for Mage Slayers. Which do you prefer as an offlane? Do you like it more if they go for the Mage Slayer build or for the Diffusal?
Maybe because there's some mana problems on Dire team.
What have we here?
Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's part of the reason,
Radiant
at
are
least.
scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Manta already finished on the Duza. K1's gonna get really farmed.
Radiant's top tower is under
All
attack.
this, yeah, Dusa is really fat right now on K1. Is going for after the Manta style, which is already done, mind you. Going for the Butterfly, Scotty, and yeah, at that point it's really hard for the Monkey King to play. He's going for Battle Fury on Parker, obviously. It has a now done and delivered, so he's going to be able to try and keep up with the Dusa, but there's also the problem of maybe needing to fight in towards mid. Actually, they're going in onto Dark Mago. Jenik is here, throws out the Static Storm, catch on to the Storm Spirit, can he get away, jump in, Talon gets the zip out of there, Dark Mago dropping low, Rolling Thunder in response from Melee, trying to catch on to Dark Mago, but they will deal with Jenik instead. In the meantime, Tylung dies to Parker from behind, so they will at the very least get a kill in favor of the Dire team. But it will still be 2 supports dead on their gank attempt mid.
The Parker saved the day, because this was a weird rotation by Compromiso. Like, they were not focusing on the same target, and Tiny was dying in the process. So they really need to like focus on one thing here. Do we not try to save Tiny? Do we try to keep going for the kill? They were not really connected on the idea there, so some spells being like wasted.
As Sacred doesn't want to fight, he's close to his about 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. Dark Mago needs the blink, so they're kind of waiting for their items to come in before they can get active. Jenik is going for the Diffusal on the Riki, and obviously Disruptor, just, you know, your Disruptor, all you need to do is glimpse people once your allies give you vision, and that's what you got Parker for.
Oh, this Disruptor, half HP. Tusk was around the area but did not get vision on Disruptor. This is a very run at you lineup on Sin Compromiso. By the time they have Blink Dagger on Tiny, which is finished already, and the Aghanims on the DP, which makes you not rely that much on Nexo being ready, I think they just 5-man and go in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Huh.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Looking at
attack.
what is happening in this game, they are slowly just getting out-farmed by K1, but also Illich and Tylung very farmed in the process. As Storm Spirit is keeping up. Has gone Kaya BKB this game, so we don't get like the instant Orchid that he went for last game. But looking
the
for
BKB
more
timing is key for OG here on Storm.
Yeah, it's really the, you know, Smoke Screen plus Static Storm, Avalanche. Death Prophet also has AoE silence. That's the problem for Storm to otherwise even play Dota. Dark Mago has the Blink Dagger done. Yeah, this really shows the role of Dark Mago this game. Next item is going to be the Yule Scepter that he's queued up. The damage output has to come from Sacred and Parker, and even, to be fair, a little bit the Riki, as his main goal is try and extend and be a nuisance. Mainly El Micho does get spotted. Snowball in. Nice ice shards there to get himself out of there, but there's the toss back in, and El Micho will be left behind. No way to save him, as Parker's now on a mega kill streak and keeping up pace with K1. And now that Sacred also has the Aghanim Scepter, that should increase his farm speed quite significantly as well.
And Parker has the Diffuser already, so it's go time for Sin Compromiso.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Battle Fury Diffusal, still very squishy, but that's what the facet's for. And keeps him alive quite heavily. Going for the BKB once he gets the shard in the game as well. That's going to help a lot. Also, Witch. 2 more minutes until the shard wielder Tormentor does spawn topside. They're taking the gateway, and Moose is going to drop the Serpent Wards as lock him an Insect Storm though onto Rolling Thunder in response. There's a lot of damage. They find 1-for-1 trade, but Tai Lung is dead. Now Illich needs to quickly get out on the Pangolier, but the Invis Dark Mago nearby, spotting everything out. Illich with the Swashbuckle almost gets the kill on the Stinger there. It's just the Swashbuckle. But it will be a double kill for Parker, and what looked like a nice play got them very much surprised with the amount of people that took that gateway.
Unlucky. That's all I can say.
Micho trying to get out of there. He's still trying to farm up the Blink Dagger. Is pretty decently far ahead for it, but once again getting caught out is going to delay his farming frenzy, and Parker now on a monster kill streak. BKB is close to being done, and yeah, without the Dusa and without the BKB on Storm, there's just no fighting it for OG.
Yeah, OG really needs to like help the Storm to finish his BKB. Then they just need to hold hands and walk on the map, because this Rick will constantly find the kills, constantly spot the enemy team. So they really need to just help out the Storm, get the BKB, and then hold hands.
As they're trying to do right now, Illich is close to his Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, the items are coming in. Monkey is going... Is Parker going MKB?
Probably.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is so ultra greedy. Battle Fury, Diffusal, MKB. That is beyond greed.
Still squishy. He's like
Yeah,
relying
exactly.
on his skills and his team.
He has no defense items whatsoever. But the enemy is going in towards that Roche pit to get the first ages of the game and give that to Dusa. You have one, might go to Storm, but probably Dusa, so you can just take down all tier 2 towers.
Next couple of minutes are gonna be exciting. I don't think Cinco Promiso will just respect the fact that the Dusa has an Aegis. I think they still wanna fight.
Yeah, I would assume that that's the plan of attack here. As they do also have the diffusal now
Sacred.
done on Ricky. Cats comes out. That's going to be a big kill if they can secure Rolling Thunder. No way he can get out of there. Shackles as well, and that is a dead DP. While bottom lane, they're trying to get a catch of their own. But with that Deuce Aegis, he's just constantly going to be able to chop down all these buildings.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, they'll try to
Radiant structures are fortified.
mirror the map here, but
Dire's
they don't
top
have a
tower is
DP.
under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Still long run to DP has BKB. I don't think you wanna just AFK farm while Deuce is getting stronger and stronger. It's a hard call to wait for the BKB on the DP.
Yeah, they have a disruptor who can go for the 4-staff, but you already have one piece of the Ags done. Technically, it would be 2. Is he going? He's actually going for the Aghanim Scepter instead of the 4-staff.
Roll Storm.
I know that greed indeed. Towards mid, smoked up. K1's the only one not smoked. Just trying to force a move.
This is Sacred.
Sacred gonna be dragged back. Who comes is down in response. Toss up. K1 loses his first life. Rolling Thunder comes out from Illich, but doesn't have to go inside the Wukong's. They're gonna try and get the control in on towards Park. K1's lost out of mana, and K1 now with the Zone Gaze trying to stay alive. Gets himself back, but the toss up from Dark Mago will finish him off. Now Dark Mago is the one in trouble as well, as they will find a couple of kills in response. Sacred will be finished off. Illich does a lot of damage with that Diffusal Blade Ags. And they are continuing for more stingers, even going to get caught out on the side by El Misho. Stinger finished off Illich, and the team takes him down, and that is 3 for 2. Yes, they lose the Dusa twice, but you still have a very farmed Pangolier, very farmed Storm Spirit right behind him. And because of that BKB on the Storm, he can actually fight. Like, that's the big difference maker here.
Yeah, it was costly for Sem Compromisso. Okay, you could deduce that, but your Monkey King is not getting any gold.
The Monkey King's got himself the next item queued up, the BKB. Yeah, it's just random AoE stuff kills him. At this stage, you need to pop Wukongs and then hide it in the stone thingy, and then be like, okay, yeah, that's the only way I can stay alive.
With the BKB, the team fight's gonna be different. Even though
It
they have
does
like,
help that K1 barely
the
got
punch.
anything casted off
yeah,
twice. But he's also almost done with the Ayaskari, so that will increase K1 survivability a lot. Then afterwards queued up for the BKB. As Dusa still has a long way to scale upwards. Janek gonna get spotted out, quickly killed off, and they're looking for Parker. Ice Shards is not going to be able to connect, and Parker gets out. Rolling Thunder was used for this though, so they're gonna quickly TP out on the entirety of OG Latam.
yeah, they had the lane ward, so
Dire's bottom tower is under
very
attack.
hard for Sem Compromisso to do anything
Radiant
here.
are scanning.
At least DP is getting closer to the BKB.
Yeah, that's DP BKB, Monkey King BKB, very important tools. Tiny Dark Mago has a Glimmer Cape after his Yule Scepter blink on Tiny mid. Okay, that's
Trying
just
to enable his team.
enable Parker, essentially. It's everything to keep Parker alive. I mean, Parker is built for big damage, so
Dire's top tower is under
if you keep him alive, you should be able to pump
Radiant's
out that
bottom
damage.
tower
Glimmer
is
Cape
under
also
attack.
gives Dark Mago the chance to blink away when the Storm tries to catch him. So a little sneaky.
He has to have
disengage.
ways of getting out as well.
Oh, he's going for 4-staff next, so full
Dire's
support
middle
build.
tower is under
Tiny
attack.
coming in, Serpent Wards popped in mid. And that should deal quite a lot of tower damage in the process. As K1 is going to be building up his own BKB. Tier 2 tower almost gets taken down completely. Janek, what's next item? Ghost Scepter. Anything interesting? Pangolier's got the blink now as well. He's got the shard. He's going for the AC. Illich is I think the scariest. Not necessarily the scariest hero, but so far the best performer in this game 3.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. His Rolling Thunders on the team fights. Really hard to deal with. Still trying to finish
Radiant's
BKB on
middle
Monkey.
tower is under attack.
Oh, Parker.
Radiant's
In bottom lane, Parker drags back. Still no BKB. The Glimmer Cape might keep him alive. No, it's not going to be enough. Zip in onto Dark Mago, and he's going to get locked in position as well. That Ice Shard's block was surprisingly effective, as it will be Illich with a killing spree right now. 9k net worth advantage for the Radiant side, and Parker dead once again. Just finished up his BKB as well. He's going for that Disperser next to be able to just sprint out of harm's way quickly. But this is a painful double kill, as the Dusa now hit level 20 and is ready to break down the
Dire's
remaining
middle tower
outer
is under
buildings.
attack.
Let's see what they can do with these
Dire's
double
middle
BKBs
tower
on
has
Sem
fallen.
Compromisso.
Dire's bottom
This
tower
should
is
be
under
their
attack.
fight. If it's not, game is just gonna be very hard for them. And it already is.
Dire
Yeah, this
are
is hard.
scanning.
Game 11k behind right now, and Illich
Dire's
is
bottom tower is under attack.
honestly a very scary Pangolier at this point.
Dire's
Stinger
bottom
is
tower has fallen.
has been starting to build up that Ags, but it's gotten like 600 gold in the last 8 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
It's completely stopped getting any farm if in the meantime. That's a bit sad because, of course, that BKB on Storm is great, and Deuce has got the BKB now as well, but if you get that catch with the Aghanim Scepter mute, that could be
This
a
is really
difference
bad.
maker.
The plan on Team Compromiso, I think it was to try to jump and kill the Duza with the 2 BKBs. But now K1 has BKB and they don't have ways of dealing with it.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
They can just disengage.
Yeah, they can. They do have a lot of burst though, and they have a decent lockdown. But the problem is, well, not decent. Actually, very bad lockdown. If Disruptor gets Ags, then they have a pretty good one. But until then, no, because they have what, Avatos plus Boundless Strike, and that's it. For the rest, Dusa can always pop BKB, and they definitely don't have enough damage to kill the Dusa in that period of time.
Yeah, they need to be able to just burst the Duza.
And that's not going to work anytime soon. Parker is building up into Ags instead, I guess. I do see a random point booster in his inventory.
Yep. I don't think it's a Gleipnir. Oh, it's an Aghanims.
Yeah, going for that full Aghanim Scepter. It's a good item, obviously. The extra stone remnants all over the place, making it rough for heroes like the Shadow Shaman to continue walking forward. But they're giving them space, which I'm surprised by. But that the OG Latam side is giving Parker a chance to get back in there. Roshan is up, second Rosh, that's Banner Rosh. And obviously if you get that Aghanim Scepter, or the Age again on the Dusa, you're not going to kill this Dusa twice anymore. Last time you could burst him down, but you would just be lacking damage at this stage.
So they want to fight afterwards.
Zip in, Tai Lung trying to cut the tree that Parker's on. That was a very nice zipping frenzy there. Almost got him caught out. But Parker just a little bit too fast.
If he cuts the tree, Parker is dead. So, are they trying to ever go high ground here? On OG?
Don't really think so.
Radiant
I mean,
are scanning.
they'd probably take down the tier 2 tower bottom and then knock on the high ground. Dusa can do it. You just have to be careful of tiny tossback plays out of position where you can die twice. They do have pretty deep reach though with the Tusk 4 staff snowball save plus the storm zip in behind them. So they have a couple of ways to get there quickly, but tiny tossback's always kind of sketch to deal with.
Riki has shards, so it could be difficult. Let's say.
Yeah, but Deuce has got BKB, so it doesn't. They just don't have that lockdown for double Deuce kill. It's also level 22 right now. Dark Mago with the toss back. They're going to go in. There's the Aghanim Scepter from Parker also done. K1 losing his first life. Slowly but surely that Aegis is about to get popped, but is still not dead just yet. There's a buyback coming out from Dark Mago. Glimpse comes in. K1 still not dead. Chase in from Parker. Throws down the Wukong's command for the second round, but this time Dusa does not have a BKB. And Dusa is stuck inside the Stagstone kinetic field. Dusa's out of the mana right now, and K1 is dead. In response, Illich does fall as well, chasing in for moves, and this is a big, fat, juicy fight here in favor of the Dire side. It cost them a buyback on the Tiny, but they do manage to make it happen, and Parker gets a triple kill. I am baffled at the fact that Dusa popped BKB there before
He got
the
scared.
Ace popped.
K1 even got lucky because Tiny was facing the Dusa, so Tiny he used toss, then he just died because he was constantly being transformed into a stone. So K1 got lucky actually, but he still died because Parker joined the lobby. And this monkey is really strong. Aghanim is helping to burn the Dusa mana. I think it was a bold move from OG to try to go high ground.
Yeah, it's not easy to try and go high ground here against the tiny tossback play. It did at least force out a buyback, but Parker is now incredibly fat and he's about to be done with the disperser as well. Does the disperser actually improve the mana burn? Does not.
Radiant's top
No,
tower
it doesn't change the mana burn at all. Okay. Let's just
It's the
but yeah,
usual level 2.
they also have Ricky with the mana burn, and obviously TP can do a lot of damage now as the Ghost Scepter as well, so you just pop BKB Ghost Scepter, run circles around the enemy and hope that that's going to be enough to get the damage in.
DP is getting slowly stronger. Now has the armor, has the Ghost Scepter. If he's able to cast spells on the fight, Zico Promiso is gonna have a tanky frontliner, so Parker can just jump around. K1 needs 25.
Yeah, K1 is, I mean, even 25, like, it gives you the 40 intelligence, which is nice. I mean, it's really nice, don't get me wrong, but it's not his old Aghanim Scepter, well, his now Aghanim Scepter, which was, I mean, split shot thing, that was amazing. But yeah, he does need the extra 40 in just to stay alive at the moment, as we've seen a couple of times. His mana gets drained fast against the double
Radiant's
diffusal.
bottom tower is under attack.
He just needs to be able to right click a little bit more on the stream fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Shaman has a 9 seconds BKB. They're able to find a core. It's gonna be dead. Or at least
full duration
controlled.
ready.
Yeah.
But Stinger does have Ags on the Disruptor as well, so right now you have to be very careful in these team fights. You might not be able to get the cast off. Sacred, he gets immediately spook, pops the ghost form on full well that it is scary,
Dire's top
considering
tower
the rest of
is
his team
under
is not
attack.
there. But yeah, high
Radiant's
ground push
bottom
once
tower
more.
is under
They
attack.
have the Roshan's banner there, which needs to be cleared out by Sacred, but it is going to cost them the tier 3 tower.
Dire's top
Nothing they
tower
can
is
do about it. Ricky has a jam.
And Jenek walking in, going in for moves. They want to get the high ground ward. There's going to be the BKB pop by Dark Mago. He doesn't have a target to hit. Needs to get himself out there. Does have the force, does have the glimmer. There's Tylon going in for Parker. That's a
Monkey.
big catch. Parker's dropping low. He doesn't get the BKB cast off on Parker's dead. No buyback. They're chasing in for more. There's the Rolling Thunder connecting on to Stinger. Disruptor can't even get the Ags cast off. Zip in deeper. Dark Mago, they know he doesn't have a buyback, and Dark Mago has no way out. Full lockdown. Illich gets a double kill, and OG Latim are gonna knock on that high ground. Creep wave is
This
coming
is
in
gonna
top
hurt.
side. Yeah, this is gonna be almost.
Dire's top barracks
This might
are
be
under
their
attack.
entire base gone. Maybe even game.
They had ward on the cliff,
Dire's
so
structures
OG
are fortified.
saw everything. And if you have the vision
Dire's middle
advantage,
barracks are
it's
under
really
attack.
easy for them to play Dota. If they find Parker, all the damage on Sin Compromiso is gone. So it took them too long for them to realize that they were on their ward.
Dire's middle tower is
Even
under
to
attack.
do
they're
ward
going
it,
for
Middle
Divorce.
barracks.
yeah,
Dire's
no reason
tower
to stop.
has fallen.
Yeah, there's no exorcism either. BKB on cooldown on TP. Storm still has his BKB available. Sacred is taking a lot of damage. Oh my god. Sacred's just straight up dead. Has a buyback available. 20 seconds left. There is Tai Lung going in for the zip on the back end. But their Ancients under siege. They have fortification for a little bit longer, but they won't have the monkey. The GG gets called. And yeah, Parker dies the once, and that is a game, set, match. OG Latam will be going on towards the next round, which should technically have started about 27 minutes ago, but it does mean that we are going towards a short little break, ladies and gentlemen, to get everything ready. Hopefully we will be here back for you for the next series of the day, which I actually do have to quickly check what it is because I don't know who won the other
Veritas
series.
Friends versus OG.
Okay, Veritas Friends versus OG will be back for that series after the break.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever want.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ourselves ready for the last series of the night. My name is DK Troom and I'm joined by Ace. And well, the previous series, that one was a long one. It almost lasted 5 hours in total. So maybe this series could be a little bit shorter.
I mean, Veritas took their 3-game series in 2 hours. So maybe if they lose, they'll lose quick. If they win, they win quick. That's what I'm expecting.
Okay, well, we'll see if that is going to be the case. If this will be a 2-mapper, 3-mapper, or infinite mapper in this series. Of course, we're going to quickly check out the brackets to see what is happening in the other stream. Heroic versus Starbacks is currently busy, but Heroic already won game number 1 in that series. So, I mean, I'm saying already, but they probably have been going on for quite some time. The first game, oh no, it was a 30-minute game. it seems. Of course, the losers of these two upcoming matches will not be eliminated. They will just drop towards the lower bracket. Speaking of which, we do have a couple of teams currently in that lower bracket ready to see what the matchups are going to be for tomorrow. Team Den, they got the first bye in the lower bracket, but Edge versus Team Sin Compromiso will be one of the matches tomorrow. I think that's going to be the first match for the A stream, as we will be joining thereafter on the B stream for the second and the third matches of the evening. But the main focus right now is going to be, of course, our match that we're covering. It's going to be an interesting one. Veritas Friends versus OG Latam, K1 versus Costa Bile. So, well, let me see. Is that the only... Okay, there are in total 3 Brazilians playing in the qualifiers, and 1 is in Veritas Friends, and the other 2 in Heroic. Just for your
Sadly,
interest.
bro. Sad times for to Brazil.
There's many Brazilians as Bolivians playing in the qualifier, which is
10 seconds
an
remaining.
interesting statistic.
Impressive
5
to
seconds
Bolivia.
remaining.
3 players is a lot at the current stage,
Radiant
but
team
3
back.
players, 3 Brazilian players, is too little.
Yeah, it definitely
10
does
seconds
feel that way, considering
Dire
you know that
team
you
back.
had the old glory squads with HFN and the whole gang.
Radiant team back.
Obviously, in Europe, you still have, I think Lelis is playing there as well, so you have a couple of Brazilians scattered around
10
all over the
seconds
place.
remaining.
But of course,
5
our focus here is
seconds remaining.
Fritas Brothers versus OG Latam. And I do have to say, Tai Lung has been incredibly impressive so
Radiant
far
team
in
back.
Right?
all of the matches I've seen from him.
New up and coming player. I'm actually
10
impressed.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Of course,
remaining.
Fritas Brothers, they did just have their own series previously that they lost in a 2-1 fashion. Gonna quickly check. How long did those matches last?
2
Dire
hours
team back.
if you
Dire team pick.
count
Oh no, wait, they
every
beat
match.
Edge. My bad.
Silence.
1-1. And they played TA on the 2 games they won, so that's why OG Latam's first banning the hero, like first phase banning the hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Unsurprising, there is going to be the silencer picked up. It's a strong hero.
5
Did get a
seconds
slight
remaining.
nerf in the B patch, but that was because
Dire
his
team back.
new
Dire team back.
facet was kind of busted. It's still a very
Radiant
strong
team
hero.
back.
Even though it's weird because the old facet felt like it was super broken, but still Silence is very strong in this current patch as well. But Fritas Brothers, they're picking up the good old Beastmaster. Flexible, because he does have 2 builds essentially to go for, and
10
technically
seconds
could play
remaining.
all 3 lanes, but I would assume Slatum's just going to be
5
picking it
seconds
as their
remaining.
off laner.
It feels so refreshing to see these 2 heroes. Like Silencer, Beastmaster, not the same shenanigans, the Storm, Tinies from last game.
Yeah, and one thing that they were lacking in the previous games was, of course, that extra
Radiant team
push.
pick.
And Beastmaster is a hero that can push fat early in the game, can take Roche early in the game, can take the Torment early in the game. So it's a very fast-paced
Dire
hero
team pick.
that normally you want to build up behind it. And Batrider was banned all 3 games first phase in the previous series, and for good reason. Batrider is nuts. Its flexes. Honestly, I've even seen it being played safe lane with how strong it is right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, man. New series, new game.
5 seconds remaining.
New Dota, very
new
early game,
Dota.
strong heroes as well. Both of these.
I'm curious to see
Very
what OG
terrible
Latam
silencer
has
game.
here. Yeah, so far, very terrible. But, I mean, global silence as soon as someone gets roared. So no follow-ups when it comes to spells. Even lasso, you can just follow up with global silence. So that's something at least. But laning stage
Dire
wise,
team pick.
this hero might suffer.
Well, Dark
Gelato
Willow did
loves
it
to do
against
that.
the bat.
Yeah, like 2 supports on the opening every time.
Well, if they did win the previous series, so
10
it's not too
seconds
bad.
remaining.
Yeah.
But also Dark Willow is just in general a
5
very strong
seconds
hero.
remaining.
Has that terrorized to try and get anyone away, for
Radiant
force them
team
back
pick.
when Beastmaster throws at the door, for instance. But it's also super good with the Bramble maze against the Bat Rider, as it's hard for Bat to get all the way through. Plus, it's Heal Scepter builder on the Dark Willow. Slardar coming up for OG Latam doesn't really
10
immediately
seconds
spring to
remaining.
mind why the Slardar was picked. I guess it's just,
5 seconds
solid,
remaining.
but yeah, it's a interesting early pick.
Right? Like they don't see the any
Anything?
core like the hero he's gonna play against on the lane. He's not seeing it. Like we saw this hero going mid sometimes depending on the matchup. But I don't know, seems too early. Can't they just pick like I don't know.
It is K1.
Oracle,
Do you think he'll play it safe lane?
safe lane? Yeah, that can work too. Like K1 strength heroes.
Well, Faritas Brothers, what do you expect this Slardar to be, and how do you answer it? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they... the problem is Silencer screws up heroes like Storm very heavily. But Puck, for instance, doesn't mind it too much, especially if you go for Heal Scepter, which you very likely would have to anyway.
Oh, yeah, there's the Willow also. So yeah, in sort of these spells here, it's gonna be really good for Veritas.
Puck's so annoying to deal with for Silencer because he can just dodge half the spells.
Radiant team pick.
But Faritas Brothers, they're going to go Terrorblade, completely ignored in the previous series. Obviously, one of the highest win rate safe laners in this patch, or at least from what we have been
Dire
able to
team
see.
pick.
And Oracle to keep him alive.
Storm Spirit.
It is interesting as well, because
Radiant team
Terrorblade
back.
technically could still be off lane for Slatham. I know he does play it, but yeah, would assume it's going to be that safe lane pick, and then Slatham goes for the off lane TB. However, there's a bit of flexibility there. Husker banned out,
10
unsurprisingly.
seconds remaining.
Destroy Storm Spirit in this case. What other heroes do you
5
fear? I
seconds
would
remaining.
say... Yeah, Puck still looks pretty good here
Radiant
for
team
Faritas Brothers.
Yeah, Puck is not bad. He has the TB to 1v5 here, so don't like rely on the Puck to scale. Your mid lane is to scale
10
that much.
seconds
You have the
remaining.
TB, you just need to like enable him. You secure the
5
mid game
seconds
fights. You're banning the Abaddon. Yeah, against Batch Rider and Beastmaster
Dire
makes
back.
sense,
Dire
right?
team pick. Radiant team pick.
Phantom Assassin.
Okay, so it's Lardar
Okay.
PA.
A lot of
Really
money
betting
on,
on the physical, yeah.
but Terrorblade on the other side is one of the highest armor gain heroes in the
10
game,
seconds remaining.
so he doesn't mind it too much, and they're going to go
You
for
may
the
now
Ember
select your
last
heroes.
pick. Okay, I mean, it's not too if Slardar gets on top of Ember, Ember's dead. But the supports die easily at the very least. Yeah, I'm liking Faritas Brothers draft a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, I agree. What I like about OG is that Storm can play with global. They don't like rely on using defensive globals, but they can go offensive with this spell because no one's gonna be able to stop Tai Lung from going in and out until they have like a BKB on Beastmaster, so he can try to stop Storm Spirit, which is
10
really
seconds
hard if you're a
remaining.
good Storm Spirit player. So Tai Lung could be a
5 seconds
problem, but
remaining.
overall, Veritas with this TB and Costabile is a really good TB player. I would go with them on the first game.
Yeah, Costa Bile, TB is his, well, it is probably his best hero. And you also have to deal with the Beastmaster. You've got early game push. One of the fun things as well about Batrider is his, what's it called? Sticky napalm spell. Actually is now able to be upgraded once he gets the shard, so you can actually use it to push towers. So Beastmaster, Batrider, Terrorblade, very heavy on the tower push. OG Latam has no tower push at all. They do have very good Roche and Tormentor take though on OG Latam, so I think that's going to be the avenue that they need to fight for, as those are the best objectives on their part. But Faritas
Yeah.
Brothers seems to be able to, like, they can extend this game for so long with Beastmaster cutting wave, Batrider cutting wave, Terrorblade obviously, as well as the Ember. They can constantly keep this game extending further and further.
Yeah, the downtime here for Veritas, I would say, is the meta CD. When this spell's on cooldown, OG might feel pressured to go and do something on the map. So
Prepare
I
for
would say
battle.
this is the downtime for Veritas, but if they time their timings with the meta and go for objectives, they might not just feel pressured without having meta. Like they can still play with the
Well, I just
TB
woke
on
up.
melee
Leave me
form.
alone.
We know the shard got nerfed, but it was not heavily nerfed. It is still playable, and the results are showing. Right, TB is still really strong.
Yeah, TB is definitely very powerful. Of course, Storm Spirit's pretty good against it as well. Silencer is pretty decent to try and counter the Sunder play, but obviously if you have Manta Style, then it's, you know, significantly less so.
Well, I just
But
woke
yeah,
up.
I'm looking
Leave me
forward
alone.
to seeing what they can do here, show why the TB is still one of the strongest safe laners in this patch. And one of my favorite players in the South American region in general is Knight, the +4 of Veritas. It is, I think he is insanely good, and most games that I see him play for his team, he is the ace player that gets them the win.
Yeah, Knight's been around. This guy is actually really good.
He never does get the same recognition as Schofield, for instance. Though I do think that they are very similar matched in that regard.
Yeah,
Schofield
difference
gets seen
is-
as like the best post for in the region, and Naito is not so much.
You need to win a tournament to get recognized.
Yeah, but if you don't
So-
get picked up by a team that wins tournaments, then it's, you know,
Yeah,
that's
the sad
problem.
part.
30 seconds to battle.
Plus, it doesn't help that he's obviously well, I actually don't know why he doesn't get picked up. Like, okay, I'm gonna quickly check what his best team was. Thunder Awaken, but that was the weak Thunder Awaken. Boom Esports he was in. Yeah, that was
The
kind of
battle
cool.
begins.
And then afterwards, Infinity. Well, there is going to be first blood secured onto Tylon. That is not great for the Storm, but it's not too bad either, as he'll just be able to get the TP back to mid, and the kill did not land on the Ember Spirit. Luckily enough, it went to Oracle.
Yeah, and what can Oracle do with that much gold. He's still saving gold. He might be looking to buy boots.
Yep.
Can't blame him.
Against Dark, well, yeah, especially against Dark Willow, you want to be able to juke your way out of the bramble spam.
Yeah, get away from Slardar. So yeah.
By the way, Tai Lung got the deny on the ward in mid, while Batrider and Ember were standing on top of it. Was very well done, and now he denied almost everything in the first wave. So that's not a bad start for the Storm Spirit, as Slatum DCs. Hopefully he doesn't have an issue where, okay, did you slide a fish? So I was a little bit worried that he also has, you know, all the spirits have some kind of bug at the moment.
I was looking at the same thing. But yeah, this 16 years old Tai Lung, he's a player.
16 years old, really? Damn.
That's what they said on the chat.
Oh. Okay.
On the Dota chat. Not sure if it's true.
You know,
But I wanna
don't
believe
really
it.
Trust many people.
He looks really young.
To be fair, that's one of the cool things of Dota. It's also one of the downsides of what is happening in China, the Chinese region at the moment, because of course, if you're underage, you're not allowed to play above a certain amount of hours per week or per day on video games, thanks to certain laws, and that really has destroyed the Chinese scene, as they just don't have any new talent coming in.
And that does not apply to SA at all.
Nope. They got tons of stuff to do. They got tons of new players, and they always have great teams to watch. Especially safe lane. They have so many interesting safe laners in the region. I love it.
There's always a new one coming up. A new Parker.
I would not know. Who would be the new Parker then?
It's the Stu Parker, I think.
Yeah, I was like, isn't Parker still the new Parker? Like,
I wonder when
obviously.
we're gonna have the new Arteezy. NA is kinda, you know, they're struggling.
Well, and A is almost non-existent at this point.
Oh.
It's Shopify, okay, nice kills in mid. Rotation in from Moose as well, so he'll be able to get some experience or something, maybe. But yeah, a little bit of a duel there underneath the tower. Nonetheless, it is going to be Ember that gets the experience. So he comes out slightly ahead.
He got schooled. 16 years old boy.
Oh, bottom lane, Costabile taking a heap of damage as well. Now turning their attention towards Gardic. Oracle dropping low. Elich, one more hit for the bash. Gardic is dead. Costabile. There's another Slithering Crush, so needs to be careful that he doesn't get crushed down.
He stepped back on the TB at the correct time. No wonder this guy's a pro player.
Man knows his Dota, knows his cooldowns. Which I'm surprised that Slithering Crush only has 7-second cooldown. It's also one of the weird... he leveled it to level 2 on Slithering Crush, but it's one of the weirdest spells to level, because the upgrade's kind of terrible. It doesn't
A lot of
increase-
offliners do that.
Yeah, it's just, it looks weird when there's no like cooldown reduction. The damage is a little bit higher, but for instance the stun is the same duration. It's just the slow duration that gets increased.
Yep.
obviously back to the deep also doesn't have a stun duration increase, so Slatum picking up the water rune, going for Tai Lung. There's the push back by Knight and the TP out from the storm.
Heads up play.
You're a lot more fun than your brothers.
Immediately knowing Swing Chain's on cooldown. Let's go. Ember actually went for 2 points in Flame Guard, so very much more defensive setup. Instead of what you also see some Embers do is just max the Searing Chain Sleight of Fist to go for those early ganks.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh.
Going for the fight, Slatum, but there's Gardic right behind. Tai Lung being forced back, doesn't really have much more. That's a lot of damage there with that level 3 Flame Guard. Root in onto Moose, dropping low. He's getting healed up with the Sleight of Fist to finish the job, and Slatum still has a bottle charge as well, so he might even consider going for the storm.
He wants to really apply pressure in this storm. The fact that he got the solo
Dire's
kill
courier has been killed.
really got him ahead.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Instant ward on the mid lane.
Well, falling back at the moment. It is also not going to be an Aghanim Scepter Rush Beastmaster. It's going to be Helm of the Dominator Beastmaster. Interestingly enough, the supports really would despise it though, because they die very quickly to any extra creep added in. Speaking of which, Beastmaster in trouble is going to be forced to TP back to base. Takes a lot of damage in the process.
Yeah, with that, K1's gonna have free time.
Mid. Tai Lung, still not level 6 just yet. Dive in deeper, and Slatum gets that kill, plus an haste rune picked up. That was pretty neatly done. He TP'd back to base, had a Fire Remnant on the high ground, immediately got the root on the Storm, who was walking past the Fire Remnant. Kind of a moment of mental collapse there for the Storm, as it gives Slatum a pretty nice substantial position. Storm has to walk back towards mid as well. And with the haste from Slatum's going to go for the gank top side. K1 needs to get himself out of there, but they're now two heroes grouped together, and Slatum should be able to find an easy pickup on to K1. On the other end, El Misho TPing out. Does get
Oh
the TP
my
just
god.
before the root comes in, but a nice move there from Slatum.
So close, but they got the important kill.
And they might still kill off El Misho regardless.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, he's still lurking. Slatum wants to get the dieback, or the walk of shame happen here. Spots out El Misho is going in for the kill. Sleight of fist. Not even going to throw it out for the dodge, but it is nonetheless going to be a walk of shame for Silencer. While K1 is forced to jungle already at 7 minutes in.
Yeah, Zero is a potato on the early game. Kinda easy to the Ember to just go and kill Silencer. While Quastabile is trying his best to protect his tower.
We'll need some backup if he wants to go more. Tai Lung gets the zip away in mid. Rune's going to spawn, and a regen for Slatum.
Tai Lung
Just for
needed
good
it.
measure, Tai Lung wants to pick up the bounty, which will at least give him a bit of a bottle refill.
Stupendous!
And the target looks to be Quastabile, who doesn't have Metamorphosis available. Yeah, he's just immediately going to TP from the tier 1 to the tier 2 tower.
Too smart. He doesn't have any mana to work with. So better to play safe. They saw Storm on the ward going bottom, so just play safe.
I shall repay this debt.
And Guardian gives him a nice little clarity for farming purposes. Top side, they're looking for K1. Centaur Stomp comes in, and K1 is going to be hunted and killed once again.
Not a VIP treatment for the PA. K1 is
Dire's
really
top tower
suffering.
is under attack.
Really suffering.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
That's not a good way to try and get that recovery going now for the PA. Luckily enough, Costabile also didn't really have the greatest time to farm up against the Slaughter, so that's a saving grace. But yeah, Slatum top net with at the moment, going for that Mage Slayer, which will reduce the outgoing damage of all the dire spells. It's mainly going to come down to the two supports in Storm Spirit in terms of outgoing spell damage though. But that Storm's not going to like playing up against Mage Slayer.
Cylon kind of recovered. He's one level ahead of the Amber now, because all he did was sit mid and farm. He got unlucky with the runes so far.
Oh, there's a roar available. They get the cast off onto the Storm Spirit. He's dropping low, taken down. Elmishu chasing on the back end as well. They're looking for a second silencer. So close to level 6, but not high enough. Repugnance, Beastmaster in trouble. But there's the Ember with the root. Center Stomp comes in onto two Illiches, dropping low. Can he get the reach actually? Slatin got a hefty tick, but it's going to be 4 for 1. With the Costabile rotation and the Beastmaster there, they should be looking at the tier 1 tower mid as well. Great move and great rotation coming out from the Radiant side.
Veritas. I am impressed with these early rotations. They got the kill top, they got the tower, now they're rotating mid with the Meta on the TB. They killed the Lardar, they force a lot of rotations, they kill the tower. Hitting every timing, even PA is on the mid lane. But K1 cannot do anything.
Repugnance is closing in on towards his Helm of the Overlord as well. Obviously, still has a bit to go. It's a costly item, but at that point, these two supports are so easy to clear once you got the Ancient Black Dragon, for instance, to run them down. Top side. Lung is here. Bottom lane, they will manage to get one kill, trade, catch maybe onto Slatum. But he still has a Fire Emblem available, plus a bottle. Top lane, Tai Lung. Global Silence isn't even going to be able to keep him alive. Roar. Plus, not even needing the lasso there, just the roar being more than enough to get the kill on to Storm once again. Such a Lincoln's game as well.
Oh man, global used. He needs a lot of items.
I definitely think it's going to be a... Yeah, the Storm needs Lincolns. Without Lincolns, you kind of can't play against a roar, lasso, Sunder. Or at least the Lotus needs to be built up by someone, but they don't. They won't have that item anytime soon. They don't have like a Timber who really likes building the item. Slaughter doesn't build it. I guess Dark Willow does, but you tend to want to have Huel's Blink before you go for anything like that.
So LH has Blink daggers. I'd say OG needs to do something now, because they need to create space for the PA. PA's without the map to farm. Beastmaster is sending the creep constantly top lane. Look at where PA is farming. He's not getting that much.
In the meantime, Knight's getting some stacks cleared, so the Bat Rider is almost done with his blink. Very fast blink timing coming in for the Bat Rider.
This is a really big kill. Let's see if they'll find him.
Helm of the Overlord also coming in. Ooh, big ancient stack for Repugnance. And he's gonna try and clear it. Global Silence gets you. Slat him. That's a nice kill. 6 kill streak picked up for the Dark Willow. They're actually going in for the fight. Gardic rotated through. There's a ancient Prowler Shaman, but nice slithering crush by Illich. make sure that the Ancient Prowler doesn't get close.
They have Roar ready. And Lasso. So OG needs to chill and be careful. Oh, 14 minutes Battlefield. Considering the struggle, it's not a bad time.
It's not ideal. But nonetheless, we do have that Blink Dagger done on
Radiant
Knight,
are
which is going to
scanning.
be a big one. Mage Slayer on the Ember Spirit as well. He's going Blade Mill next, so he's going to be able to
K1.
so much damage return. Catch on to K1, and K1 not a single response. Elmi Show is going to be a second target. Tries to juke his way through in the trees, but there is no running away from Slatum, as they will find 2 kills here, favoring the Radiant side, and it is continuing to look for more for Veritas.
This the kind of play that you're like 1 second late, because the plan there was to have Slardar, Dark Willow on your back, and you go and show on the lane as a PA, but he was like 1 second ahead of the play. Slardar and Willow were like too far to do anything.
Well, 15 minutes in, you got a Beastmaster, so they're gonna go for Roshan. You don't always have to have the Aghanim Scepter to get that fast Roche. And with the Aegis, I would assume you could still give it to the Beast, I think.
Put it on the Ember Spirit as well, because the Global Silence is a threat.
Well,
Who took
they
it?
did just take Tormentor. Slatum has the Aegis.
Okay.
And Knight is looking for a catch, but he doesn't have Lasso. He blinks in the entire enemy team, gets taken down, while Moose is the one that trades his life as well to Postabile.
It was cheap, only losing the Bat Rider there. They got the Aegis.
Yeah, Knight going for the Force Staff next as well, so that even if there are brambles all over the place, you just lasso Force back and you're out of harm's way. Slatum spots out Tai Lung. There's going to be a root. Guarded has a secondary root. Is the damage going to be enough? Tai Lung dropping low, needs to zip out of there. Mage Slayer almost kills him off, but is barely going to be able to stay alive, and too close for comfort, that one.
It was like 17 HP. He saw God.
Yeah, and that god right there was the saving grace of a Polywog Charm from Silencer.
Yeah.
Easy HP regen. But net worth wise, the game is still pretty close. 5k net worth advantage for Veritas, which is not insurmountable. One bad fight and that net worth advantage is completely gone. The only difference is really on what they have it. Slatum has Mage Slayers going PKP next, Repugnance going PKP next after his Helm of the Overlord. Like, they're building tanky. And then it becomes very hard for the Dire team, who have no aura builders and 4 of their heroes are super squish.
Yeah, they know that PA is not in fighting shape, so they might just run down lanes and maybe force PA to do something. But I doubt K1's gonna buy it. He's focused on his next items. He needs level 18. A lot of stuff.
Yeah, not great.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, even if you that's the problem in this game for him. Even if you have BKB,
Radiant
they have
are
Lasso,
scanning.
they have Roar, they have multiple tools to
Dire's
deal with
bottom tower
BKB.
is under attack.
So you're still not going to be safe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's going for
Dire's middle tower is under
my
attack.
Manta. It's gonna be like helpful, but he needs more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they're just
minutes on the
knocking on the
Aegis.
bottom tier 3 tower. Yeah, sure.
need to
Let's
stop.
bring down TP.
Fortified.
And DB's
Dire's
connecting.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Pops
is under
meta,
attack.
buildings are gonna drop quickly.
They're gonna ring the bell. Let's see who picks up.
There's the high ground push. Fortification. Luckily enough, creeps are
Radiant's
coming
top tower
through.
is under attack.
They all kind of need to TP if they want to defend their base, but this is Veritas being very aggressive. Tier 3 tower is about to drop. And it is gone, focusing on towards the melee racks. Which seems they're about to get. Slatum's going to get jumped,
Dire's bottom barracks.
but he is very
Fine
tanky
time.
at the moment. Lasso drag on the side as well. They're going to catch out Moose, surrounded by enemies, taken down. Great catch there coming out from Knight with that blink, lasso, force staff, and a full set of racks now for Veritas.
Yeah, Moose was trying to be sneaky with the ward,
Dire's tower is under attack.
but that was a ward from Veritas. And there's the BKB on the Beastmaster, still 50 seconds on the Aegis. It's looking tough for OG.
BKB Ember also being delivered right
Dire's
now.
middle tower has fallen.
And he has an
Dire's
amplified
middle
damage
tower
room
is
bottle.
under attack.
I don't really know like why you would stop at this stage. There's going to be a global silence used onto the beast. Pops the BKB, throws out the roar. And slapped him as well, ready for some root shenanigans. So the K1 does get a quick kill onto Knight. And no roar, no lasso available for the remainder of this fight. But K1 needs to get the jump away. Moves dropping low. Illich taken down by Repugnance.
He's alive.
TP out. And he will be able to get out on Moose. But Costabile is still continuing the pushing here. I'm curious if they're going to try and secure the tier 3 tower or not. Aegis gets reclaimed. Zip in, zip out. It doesn't get the tag on, as they will now fall back on Veritas, it seems, or it might be a double back play to catch out K1. There is a lasso available again, and K1 Manta is trying to stay alive, gets the jump to the high ground, and Knight, can he get anyone lassoed up? It's going to be the storm zipping in. Tai Lung's out of mana, does have a little bit, is rooted up on the side, gets the zip back. Repugnance is there with the big fat Ancient Thunderite, and Costabile gets that kill. Goes in for El Misha next. That's 3 dead. Lasso drag onto Illich. Grab the Slardar, hold him in place. They will lose Knight to the Dire even. Not even the Slardar. Triple kill Costabile and mid set of racks. As well.
still have
for
Roar.
Veritas. And BKB on Repugnance is backup as well. They're just pinging out tier 4s at this stage.
Dire's middle barracks
I don't
has fallen.
really see, yeah, what's stopping them?
OG baited themselves in this situation. Like PA was not ready to fight.
They
took the
might
bait.
consider going in for more. Yeah, they're just gonna fall back. Luckily enough for the OG side, there was a tier 2 tower still standing top, otherwise that would have been megas already.
Damage has been done.
Yeah, there's kind of too much of your base already gone. It's not insurmountable, obviously, but it's not great. That's a different story.
23 minutes and
Dire
2
are
set of
standing.
wrecks down already. We
Radiant
really
are
need to
standing.
win the next couple of fights. This might be the GG fight.
But it might also be the turnaround. They spot out the Ancient Black Dragon. That's going to be the privateer. Okay, Global Silence gets used. They lose Oracle. But on the other side, K1, can he get taken down? Gets the jump away to the side. He's still alive. Eventually does get taken down once the BKBs come out. And they now need to all run out of there. BKB from Repugnance even being used in the process moves. It's going to be a TP attempt. Gets out of dodge, but they did lose 3 on the Dire side, and they only lost oracle for their trouble here. With Costabile still having the Metamorphosis available, going for that tier 2 tower. Yeah, they're just trying to finish this first game up quickly before they accidentally throw it against PA.
It's really hard to play the game as the PA now. You know you don't have time to buy your BKB, and you know that even though you have BKB, they still have a lot of things to stop you. So you're running out of time now, because you need to hit 18. You need to have the item after BKB in order to start dealing damage. And at the end of the day, it's physical damage against the TB.
ETB doesn't mind that too much. Gardic gets a free shard now as well, so they got that big boy healing added in. Beastmaster is going for the ACs, actually closing in pretty nicely, and that is more auras coming out. He's got the Vlad's aura as well, obviously Inner Beast, so tons of auras coming and surrounding the Beastmaster and his team at this stage.
Oh boy, 0 BKBs on OG. That makes Costabile's life quite easy. A lot of Sunder targets for him.
Storm Spirit has a Manta style. That is wild.
I don't even know what to say.
I can understand, you know, PA having it, but Storm? Maybe with Shard, I guess? I don't know. Does it work?
I mean...
no, it doesn't work on illusions. Never mind. That's just
We
strange.
get
Okay,
it.
TP towards mid. Aurora onto Illage. Knight being healed up. And the False Promise keeps him going. So they did use the Roar there, but they're just gonna brute force their way in towards that dire base, it seems. Could go Roche. Probably should go Roche for safety's sake, and then finish the game.
Yeah, they're ahead by a big margin, so just take the Aegis and close the game. Take the fight at the enemy base. You can kill the barracks and fight at the same time because they have the Beastmaster. You don't even need to wait for the AC, although it's just gonna make your life easier. 1.3k gold.
Bat
So,
has
you
Ag.
can buy it.
Plus 4 Bat has Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, it was. I thought he was getting BKB. Never mind.
And now you got the double lasso shenanigans in the team fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, if you get a good double lasso, that's already game over. It's kind of interesting to see. Storm Spirit has the Manta style. He now he's going for Kaya Sign, so technically he could have gone for the Trident back in the day.
Oh boy, here we go.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Watch out for the lasso.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And there it is, and there he goes.
Never mind.
Well, they at least use Roar and Lasso, so I guess that's something.
They don't have glyph.
There's gonna be a jump in. Illich Slardar, no BKB available. Moose is gonna get taken on by Slatum in the meantime. I didn't even see that Moose was there. A little black cloud there with the Shadow Realm. They're gonna go for Megas. They do get it secured. Buyback came out. On Moose, there's a BKB on K1. He is going for the catch onto Repugnant. There is no Roar available,
my
but
God.
K1 needs to quickly get away as he's getting shredded by the Terrorblade. Costa Vile gets rid of Moose. That's going to be a dieback. Zipping on the back end, chasing after Knight and Gardic, but Gardic with a great save. GG gets called, and Fritas destroyed them. Like, there's no going around it. They absolutely decimated OG Latin.
told you, man, it was gonna be a quick one. If they win, it's a quick win. If they lose, it's a quick loss. Veritas are
great
pretty
job.
straightforward.
Great job coming out from Veritas. I do think that in the next game, OG Latam is going to ban the Batrider, as Knight is very comfortable on it and also very solid on it as well. But that is just the first in this series. We're going to go towards a short little break, ladies and gents. We'll be right back for game number 2.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the something in his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ourselves ready for game number 2 here between OG Latam and the Veritas friends. Yeah, game number 1, it was a very one-sided affair. I think they kind of just got out drafted, right, Days?
Kinda. I mean, not only all draft, but they played really well on Veritas. Like Slatem's getting the solo kill on the mid lane. They always on point with the rotations. Beastmaster going mid, taking the towers. So all the decisions were on point on Veritas. Costabile dodging the ganks with the TPs. So nothing really worked for OG Latam. And yeah, the draft, it played a part on this. Can't say the opposite.
Yeah, the draft was very hard to play into. For OG Latam, they had a very squishy lineup and they played into a very, well, reasonably tanky lineup, but also they, on the other side, had a lot of damage to deal. And OG Latam significantly lacking. Illich was the most farmed at one point for the OG Latam side, and it just didn't come out in what they wanted. Here we have currently the upper bracket showing Heroic versus Starbacks is a 1-1 tie, so that is going to a game number 3. As of course we're going towards game number 2, but obviously still a chance for game number 3 as in our series here, which wouldn't be too surprising if we see the OG Latam that beat Team Sin so earlier today wake up and join the fray.
They looked tired. We know last series was really crazy and demanding for OG, so maybe for the second game they are more focused, and we hopefully will have like a better game.
Of course, with every upper bracket there is also a lower bracket that we'll check. The matches tomorrow will start off with Edge versus Team Sin Compromiso. And then, depending on the matches that are being played right now, teams will be dropping towards the lower bracket as well to see how that continues on forward. And yeah, I don't know why, but the closed qualifier has 7 teams, so you have a very skewed, to buy situation in the brackets. I mean, NA only had 4 teams. That was a very short Esports World Cup qualifier, but obviously Shopify won, as they always do. But we are getting started here. The draft is live right now for OG Latam versus Veritas, as the first couple of bans come out, and it's a Beastmaster and Batrider ban first by OG Latam, but I still would fear the TA
Radiant team ban.
that is able to be picked up for Costa Bile.
TB could be a good
10
option.
seconds. Radiant team pick. Dire
Okay,
team
so they banned the Beastmaster. This was like the best thing they could do after what Repugnance did to them last game.
And now you have
10
to deal with
seconds remaining.
a Monkey
5
King on OG
seconds remaining.
Latam's side, which could be K1, but obviously also Tai Lung if need be.
Radiant team ban.
And on Jakiro, that's a weird first pick for Veritas. Doesn't even have that great of a high win rate at the moment.
But it's
But
not a
yeah.
bad hero at all.
True. Especially
10
against
seconds
Monkey King,
remaining.
because the attack speed's slow and the laning side's really good to
5
harass
seconds remaining.
back with.
Radiant
And Ice Bath
team
catching
ban.
the trees and stuff is always solid. He can't jump over it, so if he makes a
Dire
mistake
team
and
ban.
leaps in the wrong direction, he will be caught.
Dawnbreaker ban, because last time they played Jakiro and Veritas, there was a Dawnbreaker. But that was an Ember Spirit and a TA as well. So they're gonna try
20
to
seconds
repeat
remaining.
that.
TA is still available. Obviously, probably
5
don't want to
seconds
pick up
remaining.
the
The Ember.
Um, the Ember when there's a monkey on the other side, as they can always
Yeah.
flex this monkey mid.
Unless it's a last pick Ember Spirit,
Dire
which
team pick.
they could do it.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, there we have TB. Will they go for a counter
Radiant
pick?
team pick.
Okay, Oracle coming up.
Not
for
really.
OG Latam. Yeah, no, not a counter pick. I mean, Monkey is not that bad against TB actually. It's hard for TB to get the full control against Monkey when you have the Boundless
10
Strike
seconds
plus
remaining.
tree dance shenanigans.
5 seconds
Okay, a
remaining.
Monkey Oracle is not a bad lane. But it really depends on the matchup. It really depends on the match. So
Dire team pick.
yeah, I wanted to point out First time that OG is not opening the draft with 2 supports. I was wondering, are they picking the support now? Are they saving it for later? And the Ring Master is in there, so like 2 saves already.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's going all out on the saves
5
here for
seconds
OG
remaining.
Latam. It's also hard for the TB to get a good Sunder target if Ringmaster can just hide his allies in half of these situations. Obviously, Wheel of Wonder is really good against TB because of all the illusions looking the wrong direction and getting caught. I'm liking in general, I still think, even though he did get nerfed, Ringmaster is incredibly powerful in terms of the toolkit.
Yeah.
Even the illusion destroying got nerfed from his shard, but it's still really strong against DB.
Dire team pick.
Okay, DP plus what, Tusk? I wonder if they're planning on getting a BKB bursting ability. I think Tusk is decent enough to lane with the DP.
10 seconds remaining.
Of course, they're not
5
playing the
seconds.
lane
I would
against
love
Oracle
to
Monkey
see a
King
Ricky
to
here
win, but
for Knight.
yeah, Rick is not bad. Rick is actually good against the Ringmaster for the reasons we all know. You can just smoke screen, and with the shards, kind of hard for OG to do anything about it.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah,
Nice call.
This is such a good Ricky game. Oracle can't save, Ringmaster can't save once Smokescreen plus Shard comes out. And if Ricky spots either of the two out in the wild, he can solo kill them easily as well.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
Yeah, I don't really mind this hero.
Timbersaw's solid, good against the entire Veritas lineup.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Storm is still open as long as it's not like Monkey
5
King versus
seconds.
Storm.
Dire team
It's a
back.
really good timber killing hero. Veritas decided to go to it. Think going with the Ember Spirit again would not be like a bad option, but
10 seconds
Void
remaining.
Spirit is a hero that I really like here. You can go with the Vessel
5
itemization,
seconds remaining.
really good against the Timber Saw. Yeah, you can dispel it with the Oracle, but you can always go at the Oracle with the Void Spirit. I don't think it's bad at all.
Dire team ban.
Yeah. The problem is if you pick, they do have last pick on
Yeah.
Veritas, so the Void Spirit might be a good surprise there, but it's always, if they put the Monkey King mid, you lose the lane so hard. It's not even
But-
fun anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
Same
They
with
could
Timbersaw,
just
to be
put
fair.
the DP
5
against the
seconds
Monkey Meat.
remaining.
They have the DP, so
Then you'd have
there's
Void
a lot
Spirit
of
off
things they
lane,
could do.
which is also not good.
Yeah, but I don't think it's terrible. If you're like dodging the monkey, forcing someone else to play on the
Radiant
monkey
team
lane,
ban. Radiant team pick.
we'll see.
OG Latam, what will it be? Will it be a mid? Will it be an off lane? I would assume it's going to be a Timber for Tai Lung
10 seconds
in
remaining.
mid. But yeah,
5
they should
seconds
pick something
remaining.
that has a bit of flex potential to play it off lane and to play it mid,
Yeah.
essentially.
They kinda need to do that. They have decent amount of damage with this chamber, but I feel like they need a little bit more in order to deal with this DP on the mid game.
It's a hard
Something
call to make.
like, yeah, they don't have less.
Could go
pick.
Lash mid.
Lash mid.
Shreds right through DP. And Terrorblade, for that matter. And Ricky can't, like, he tries to stay hidden, and invis or anything gets demolished by Diabolic Edict.
Yeah, lots of AoE. Ricky doesn't like that
Dire
much.
team pick.
Drow Ranger.
Drow. One of the
Okay,
hardest counters to
so-
the Terrorblade. Does mean that Monkey is going to be a mid hero in this case.
Yeah, and that kind of blocks the Void Spirit idea. Makes it hard to pick Storm.
10 seconds remaining.
Or any of the spirits, to be fair.
You can just
5
put the
seconds
DP
remaining.
mid, but what do you pick on the off lane?
Queen.
Never
Choose
mind.
your hero.
Queen of Pains. Yeah, you can still buy
Technically-
Vassal on the Queen of Pain if you want to.
Well, you just go Dagon and kill Timbersaw that way, I think. Queen of Pain
Alright.
is technically the hardest counter to Monkey King, but I've seen a lot of Monkey Kings are incredibly talented to be able to win against the Quap. Because Quap, to really harass the Monkey in lane, you need to level the poison, the first spell, like 2 times, maybe even 3 times, and that destroys the Queen of Pain's farming
10
speed.
seconds remaining.
We'll see. Zlatam solo killed
5 seconds remaining.
Tylon last game, and also OG Latam's draft. I don't really like it. It doesn't really connect as one piece. Like, you have 3 cores that play on their own, and 2 supports that don't really enable them. It's kind of all over the place. Like, I feel like the
True.
2 supports are gonna be exposed. Every
Plus,
team
you have
fight.
the accidental mistake that can happen where, you know, a random chakram kills off the tree that the monkey is standing on, so you have to be very careful for that move. Even if you save the drow, if they are on top of the drow, you still don't have much use of the drow ranger. And even if you try to save someone with the ringmaster, sonic wave is just nasty. In terms of it just does pure damage, so it goes right through the box. I'm
No
liking
stance.
Veritas as well this game. That is the only thing that both these sides kind of struggle with. Both these sides have pretty much no real control.
Oh well, I think it's gonna be a rough one for OG. They need to like outplay Veritas, starting on the laning stage, like the Monkey
Prepare
King
for battle.
against Quap lane. Yeah, doesn't look like an easy one.
Yeah, and looks like a delayed smoke coming out from the Radiant side. Obviously, Drow Ranger, if she manages to get to late game, does stupid amounts of damage to these Dire heroes. That's one thing that they do have on their side is late game, they have a very scary lineup here on OG Latam.
The side lanes doesn't look too bad on OG side. Like Timber against TB, not too bad.
30 seconds
And
to
Draw
battle.
Oracle against Ricky DP. Feel like Draw might be able to farm.
Well, smoke's broke. Both teams spot each other out. Knight trying to run away. Does have a tricks of the trade. It's going to get slowed down. Can they catch back up? This might cost them a couple of bounties here. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 3 bounty runes
The
for
battle
Veritas.
begins.
Yeah, and a lot of HP on Ricky. He's fine.
And Gardic looking to block the first creep wave before he goes for any TP shenanigans. And actually K1 takes a bit of extra damage thrown in at the start. And yeah, Gardic's going to TP topside. While Elmisha's being chased by Knight. a little bit of a tickle fight. There is a Roshan nearby. Or he can just dodge the
Right on time.
Fortune's End and get out of range. Oh, Gardic. Yeah,
Oh,
this
he
does
might-
do a lot of damage with that pure damage, but Knight is still not dead just yet. And mid, Tai Lung as well against Slatum. Close.
Oh, the
But,
denies.
Yeah, Monkey's sneaky. Sneaky little devil there. Always got to be careful with that mischief play.
Latham has go to buy bottle. Why is he not buying bottle? Oh, okay. Couple of seconds late on this one. Maybe he was too focused.
Oh, Illich is dead. Still level 1. Gets taken down. And Costabile does manage to get first blood secured. As it's also a bunch of creep kills that the Timbersaw might... well, not a bunch, just a couple.
Yeah,
But
it's all
Metamorphosis
about the
was used
gold.
for it.
All about the gold that TB got. You need to really be careful level 1 on Timber in lanes like this.
Slatum does have his bottle ready, so he's gonna scoop up one of those water runes in the mid lane. But one Kinet with advantage already for the dire side. That's not what you're looking for here. If you're OG Latum.
2 points already on Shadow Strike. Tai Lung is gonna be really sad.
For taming.
11 CS on Costabile.
Yeah, the Shadow Strike spam was really obnoxious to deal with for Tai Lung. Slatum's also does need to be careful that he does get baited into a bad spot.
Yeah, they could try to TP someone there.
There's also a magic stick and such. Mid is just too close to not pay attention to the entire time.
Yeah, Monkey King is getting a decent amount of CS at least. Is he buying a lot of regions
Radiant's
played
courier
lane?
has been killed.
Let's see. Yeah, he got
Dire's
Tangle.
structures are
He got
fortified.
Boots.
Just run through this tangos pretty quickly. Moves rotating mid for the water runes, and Slatum's in trouble. In comes the moves rotation, and Slatum is dead. Good rotation comes out. Plus, very importantly, Tai Lung now has the Jingle Mastery stacks, so he can boundless strike to heal up. In the meantime, he did lose the Oracle in that bottom lane. Illich is just pulling the creep wave back as he's being chased down by Gardic for the Raspam.
Bad he can do. Queen of Pain might just go there depending on the pathing Illich decides to make. Yeah, he's playing safe.
That death there on the Queen of Pain really destroyed his mid, as Monkey King is now almost just half a level ahead. And I'm quickly checking. In terms of net worth, is about tied up.
Moose has been on point today with the rotations towards the mid lane.
Very important. Top lane. Costabile pops the Metamorphosis very deep behind enemy lines. Trying to kill off moves. Costabile pumps out
He
damage
missed.
onto Illich. He misses the Timber Chain, and Illich dies for it. Throws out the the tip towards Costabile there. Good job on making sure the Timbersaw misses.
Radiant are scanning.
But also bottom lane, this Death Prophet shredding K1. This Timbersaw has 1400 net worth, absolutely destroyed. 11 last hits versus 33 on the TB.
This hero doesn't look too hot at the moment.
Tai Lung in mid. Now he's just gonna dive him down. This time the monkey will not
A little
survive.
play.
Yeah, and it's rune time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's gonna get the Invis, has Sonic Wave. TP bottom.
He's gonna TP
Radiant's
bottom,
middle
going for
tower
the
is
drow.
under attack.
With that Invis rune, getting ready. They rotated through as well with Moose in the area. Slatum is okay. Slatum's gonna go for Moose. Wants to make sure Repugnance didn't get jumped and killed. So that K1 kill was looking very juicy.
He was low on mana, so hard to go for the draw kill. The monkey
Towards mid,
TP.
tier 1's almost dead. Gardick's just spamming liquid fire on the tier 1.
Yeah, because monkey left the lane. He tried to mirror Quap, but
Radiant's
failed.
middle tower has fallen.
And K1 dies because Monkey goes back towards mid. They will be getting the catch onto Gardick, so he should die at least on the Jakiro. But the tier 1 tower mid has been secured in the meantime, as well as the safe laner down in the dumps in bottom. Kostabile is free farming. He's got the full Falcon Blade done. And is going for the Yasha next, and that won't take too long to be farmed up.
Yeah, it was really a consolation prize, killing this Jakiro on the mid lane. 3k gold, advantage already for Veritas, 7 minutes and a half in. It's looking rough already.
Jakiro's almost level 6 in the
Dire are
meantime.
scanning.
We'll add in Macropire to the repertoire, rotation from Costabile towards bottom, but there is an Observer Ward spotting his TP. So immediately K1's going to back off from that area.
He has meta. He can just pop it and hit the tower
Radiant
if he wants
structures
to.
are fortified.
They want to go for Slatum in mid. There's a lot of creeps here, and Slatum really doesn't want to let these go. Oh, but even the drow rotates through.
Dire's middle tower
They can't really dive though,
Radiant's
the
bottom
issue.
tower is under attack.
as
Radiant
you could
are
have
scanning.
DP TPing in with an exorcism and you all die.
Dire's top tower
This
is
was
under
like
attack.
their attempt to like offset what's happening bottom. But
Costabile might die here topside. Took the TP, and there are 4 heroes here, though Gardic coming in as well. Costabile dropping low, doesn't have his Sunder leveled, so he is dead. Gardic's going to be another one. They did rotate heavily, Sonic Wave onto 3, and Repugnance with the Exorcism going in for the chase on towards the Monkey King. They find the correct monkey. And Repugnance almost taken down in the meantime, but they do find... They lose Gardic as well. El Misho wants to burst Repugnance. Won't get it done, and that is a 2-for-2 trade.
that was really close. If you got the Q on the DP, it would not be too bad for OG.
Worthy tribute.
And Illich had a terrible lane. Now he's top of the Radiant cores. So he's got a little bit of a recovery going there with those couple of kills
Dire's
coming
top
in. And
tower has
only
fallen.
2k net worth lead here for Veritas. So it's not looking too shabby.
He's recovering.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pugnan's got the Yules now done on DP. They're smoked up. Sonic Wave is still on cooldown for 30 seconds, but K1 would be a great target if they can secure him. They have Macropire. They don't have Ice Bath, so they have like 0 stuns. against K1, but they do have tons of burst.
Look at the discipline. Wrapping
Jump in.
around.
Oh, no mana for Sonic Wave, and just goes for the silence TP out.
They were
That's
so
a big
confident they had
waste
the
of time.
damage.
Now they gotta be careful because there's Radiant Heroes coming in the area. Slatum is still pretty much out of mana. Needs to get the jump away. He's gonna get caught by the Wheel of Wonder. And now Slatum is the one that falls, with the Timbersaw overtaking him in net worth.
You got
No Macropire. Soon no Gardic. Tylung's in the area as well, and with the rotation here, you do have Costabile nearby. Light jumps through, but Repugnance there with the Exorcism is going to chase forward. Knight going to get away. Tylung's going to be the main target here. Has a false promise to save him if need be. Going to get used up in the
Dire
process,
structures are fortified.
but might not be enough to keep him alive, as they are going to be able to burst him down. El Misho's going to be the next one in trouble with Costabile on the hunt. Second kill comes out. And yeah, it's really when the DP, I mean, obviously TB is also scary, but once DP pops the Exorcism, they have to run.
it was meta and Axo, so they really had
Radiant's
to
middle
like
tower is under attack.
not fall for the bait. Riki just baited everyone.
All Dagon being built up on Slatin. It's taking quite a bit of time. Tylung in the meantime going for that Diffusal Blade on the Monkey King build.
2 deaths in a row for Zlatams. That really delayed his timings.
The Repugnance already close to the second piece of the Aghanim Scepter. Costabile is going obviously for the Manta style against the root of the Radiant team, but no matter what happens, they always will have a counter for the Terrorblade, which is the hard thing to deal with.
Radiant are scanning.
30 seconds for EXO on Veritas. I would say they might be looking for a rotation with that spell. And OG, it seems like they're just chilling. Getting some farm on the draw. Level 10 already on K1. Going for the Aghanims after Yasha. They are not too worried at the moment, it feels like. They're just chilling.
Experience Shrine about to be up. No surprise battles coming in there. Slatum gets the
What?
kill onto K1.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, K1 went for the creeps in mid, and
Radiant's middle
Slatum
tower
blows
is
him
under
with Sonic Wave Dagon.
1k damage. Just like that.
That's not too bad, as it does give Slatum a bit of recovery time in the mean. Time also has a regen rune, so doesn't have a problem with too much with the mana, but I think Monkey, Monkey's getting his Diffusal Blade delivered. That tends to be the moment when he wants to get any of these fights going. Oh, Illich is very low.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Quap's heading that direction. Illich should be able to just get himself out of harm's way in time, though there's a Knight Ricky lurking about.
Dire are scanning.
He's
But
doing
won't
a
be
good
able to
job
get a
on
reach.
Ricky.
Radiant structures are
Meta
fortified.
popped. One more tower.
Radiant's top tower is
That
under
means
attack.
time for K1 to keep farming.
He's 2k behind the Terrorblade at this point.
Radiant's top tower has
Drow's not the flashiest of farmers. Not without the specific because it doesn't build farming items at all. until you get like what, Ags, where you get the hypothermia or frost arrows thing. Oh, silence onto Queen of Pain. You'll wonder as well. Slatin gonna get away as Sonic Wave in a second. Can't get the cast off. Tai Lung is getting false promise in the meantime. Another save on the other end. Moves dropping low, but taken down. As Gardic now is going to be in trouble. Nice silence coming out onto Illich though. Repugnance trying to stay alive, and that's a great purge from Il Micho. Repugnance dead, 6 kills streak secured there. No metamorphosis available for Costabile, and this is 4 kills. Maybe even 5 kills coming out for OG Latam. No, they're not going to be able to catch up to Costabile. But it did cost them a buyback on Moose. What a great play. The Fortune's End against the Yule Scepter, making sure that the DP is just not able to sustain. And they turn this entire fight around.
A little bit too
Honestly,
forced on
El
Veritas,
Misha did
right?
everything. Yeah, it was definitely forced. But El Misha with the false promise save in time and the Fortune's End debuff, dispel, like, single-handedly winning that fight for them.
Yeah, really caught DP out of guard with that.
But same with Slatum, like he was in the middle of that fight. Everything was on cooldown. Half a second away from Sonic Wave to be cast. Every little thing just went perfect there for OG Latam.
The Drow is recovering. Level 12. Almost with the Manta style. Only 200 gold away from the item.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, got that good assist gold in the previous fight. And it does show that DP is going to need a lot more items to be able to stay alive in these fights. Tai Lung also has the shard now, so it's a lot harder to kill the Monkey King, as he'll be able to bound the strike out of harm's way, or aggressively into a fight. And Knight has the shard now. He bought it up. There's a catch onto Gardic, taunted up. The Timber Chain doesn't connect, and they quickly get rid of Moose. Looking for Illich next, but that might not be a good target to chase with Sonic Wave and Dagon on cooldown.
Yeah, having the shard now on Ricky. If they try to 5-man, it's gonna be hard for OG to react.
Dire's structures
They
are
can delay with this chamber, that's correct.
Radiant's bottom
Meta
tower
use
is under attack.
for the tier 2 tower. They don't have fortification, so this tower is taking a heap of damage, and it doesn't look like they want to defend it. Tai Lung in the meantime towards mid, I guess had to use his ulti to stay alive, and Costabile just gets a free tier
Radiant's
2.
bottom tower has fallen.
Not free, because he had to pop meta at least. That's how OG likes to think.
Well, at least it cost them a little
Try
bit.
to
But
go and do something. Yeah.
yeah, the Tormentor's up in 30 seconds, and there won't be metamorphosis for it, so that might be a good moment for the Radiant team to go for it, because Drow is also a really good hero to kill the Torment.
TB has shards, so he's not completely useless without meta, but still, it's not the same.
Oh, Knight spots out Tai Lung, and the Monkey King takes a lot of damage. They do have the false promise. There's save number 1. Exorcism coming out. Repugnance being forced back, takes a heap of damage. Is dead. Exorcism was used as well. Silence onto Slatum. Queen of Pain is the second one down. No mana for Sonic Wave again on the Queen of Pain, thanks to that Monkey King coming in. And now Knight is number 3. target to drop, trying to stay awake, but he is dead. That is Tormentor going to OG Latam. And another
Radiant's
big
middle
fight
tower is
where
under attack.
Repugnance thinks that he's incredibly tanky, but he definitely is not.
They need BKB on the Queen of Pain in order to go for fights like that.
Yeah, that net with advantage they had so nicely built up in the first 10 minutes is completely gone. And yeah, Quap is just Slatum's dying every single fight because he's jumping in, blinking in, and then getting silenced, and then dead. Or
He
doesn't
was
have
off to
mana
a-
for his spells.
Yeah. He was off to a great start, but he's been dying now. He died 4 times in a row without getting a single kill.
And Illich is going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Timber Saw. Has the BKB as well, so even if you get a Nullifier, you cannot get rid of the Aghanim Scepter effect if he has both activated at the same time. He's got the BKB, so can also get out of the smoke screen.
It is a good hero now. Survived the
Dire
first
are
20
scanning.
minutes. Having a great game.
Also, the problem for Ricky at the moment is because he went for that shard first item, he has no farming tool. He has no stats. He
Are
is
scanning.
less than 1,000 HP at the moment on the Ricky. He's a sitting duck if they spot him. Oh, they scanned the pit, and actually they scanned the Ricky walking past the pit. I'm wondering if they know. Walking up, there's going to be a catch coming up onto Moose, and he is gone. That's one save hero gone. And with Metamorphosis popped, they're just going to head right into the Exorcism
And the
on
Exo.
top as well. This is important. Now Knight spots out Illich coming in the area. Roche only halfway done. Illich doesn't have a blink. Oh, Repugnance, a lot of damage. Gotta be careful. Nice Ice Bath,
Ice
Macquarie
Bath
onto
thing.
Sonic Wave. Onto the Queen Drow Ranger on the back line, but there's the silence coming out. And K1 gets False Promise already. They're chasing in towards the Roche pit, but the Aegis was picked up by Costabile already. He's looking for the monkey, but the monkey is too slippery. And they will lose Repugnance once again. Now Costabile and Slatum trying to get away. Costabile with a little Sunder play.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
And
Monkey.
will walk it off.
Monkey was left with 13 HP.
That monkey is so hard to kill. Very
He's
elusive.
gonna have
Is
BKB.
yeah, BKB being delivered with the shard. Very hard to control the hero. But they do manage to get the objective, and that is Roche in the palm of their hands. I am actually curious. Yeah, they were also the ones that killed it. But the Drow Rangers got Ags done. So, yeah, Frost Arrows is gonna be nasty with that hypothermia stack, spreading, blasting
Dire's
shenanigan.
middle tower has fallen.
And level 18.
Please don't come.
Draw Ranger
Radiant's
is
top
really
tower is
strong.
under attack.
They might have to all in on this Draw Ranger. Problem is these 2 backline supports on OG side.
You gotta catch both the Ringmaster and the Oracle, and they also save each other, which is the big ultimate downside here. As you catch one, he just saves his teammates, and vice versa. Which delays any of these fights a little bit more. Costabile is going for the Skadi. Next has the Hurricane Pike Manta done, and the Shard. But K1 has overtaken him in farm, and yeah, that's the power of the Aghanim Scepter at this point. You farm so fast with the Drow Ags.
3 minutes on the Aegis still. They might be waiting for the BKB on one of the two cores, like either DP or co-op.
Knight gonna get caught.
Is under attack.
Another kill comes in. How did Knight die to K1 Hector? Knight was on the other side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower
What?
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has
Um,
fallen.
Trying to think about it.
Did he die to the illusions or something? That's weird. In the meantime, yeah, it's really going to be Costabile doing all the heavy lifting. Slatum does have that BKB, which is finally secured, but on the other hand, Illich is about to be done with his Aghanim Scepter, which is so much scarier, as they will have no way to deal with it in the team fights.
Dire are scanning.
They really need the BKB on the DP on Verita's side. I think OG should not be happy just sitting there trading farm. They're trying to apply some pressure on the map at least.
They're not the best at dealing with creep wave cuts, which of course Costabile is currently pushing out the side lanes with the illusions and such, and yeah, they're pretty bad at trying to block that, as they'd have to send the monkey to try and deal with Costabile.
Radiant's bottom
But they catch him.
tower is
Speaking
under
of which,
attack.
Costabile sending
Dire's
his
top
illusion
tower
army up
is
to the
under
high ground,
attack.
and that's already
Radiant's courier has been killed.
forcing 1, 2, 3 Radiant Heroes back to base while pushing towards the tier 2 tower mid. Costabile with that Aegis still has a minute on the clock and feeling very comfortable, even though Drow does shred right through him if he gets the chance.
What are they waiting for? BKB on DP is still 480 gold away.
But even then, Drow
Very
is still
disciplined.
very easily able to kill DP.
Yeah, they need to like try to all in on this draw ranger. That way
But
she's
they have
not
2 saves,
comfortable.
which is a big issue.
Yeah. They need to rely on the Riki. If they can smoke screen, draw ranger, there's not much OG can do.
Well, Drow's got a Hurricane Pike, so it's not like the end of the world. Oh,
Radiant are
Costabile in
scanning.
trouble. They're trying to catch him out. Does he TP? Would be the correct move. Aegis reclaims. Gonna go for the TP. Summon 1 illusion before he backed off, and back to base he goes. Smoke broke, but no TB spotted, and Costabile drags them all across the map.
Yeah, they got their timings on Veritas. Might be go time now.
They're looking for
Double
the
BKBs.
Ricky, and Knight TP's away. Well, this Gardic Jakiro also has his Yule's done, so he's pretty decently farmed. But they really need to catch out the Oracle and Ringmaster so that afterwards they can catch out the Drow, which is like a weird combination.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tower
Dire's
gone.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Almost done.
Little liquid fire, couple of TB illusions. They also that's also both sides have pretty good push this game. Obviously, Dyer's is stronger, but Drow is also not too bad at having the pushing power. But if you lose a big fight, DP, Terrorblade, and Jakiro are going to melt your structures.
Ooh, nice one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Amplify. Okay.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Karen does quite a lot of
Dire's
damage.
structures are
It's got
fortified.
BKB now as well, and the Drow Rangers
Radiant's
going
top
for the
tower is
butterfly
under attack.
into Shard. Costa Vila in the meantime. Splitting the map. Going for the tier 2 tower top.
Dire's middle tower
Together with
has fallen.
Gardic.
Radiant's top tower
Riki
is
needs to
under
be careful.
attack.
They have a jam on Monkey King.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Spooky, scary gaming right now for
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Veritas. Does really feel like one bad fight and the Drow Ranger runs away with the entire Dire base.
Radiant's top
That's
tower
why you
is under
need to
attack.
try to kill this Draw Ranger.
Oh,
Dire's
TB is
bottom
not
tower
using his
has
illusion
fallen.
stop. He could have done so much damage to the buildings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, there's a monkey coming in. He's got Disperser on the monkey. They know that TB smoked up because he just summoned a random illusion in the middle of nowhere. And Roche up in 2.5 minutes. Night walking in. They get the jump in onto Moose, and Moose is quickly
Okay.
dead. No buyback
Minus
available
one.
on Moose. And they TP Oracle back to base. So this is a disengage completely here. Coming in, Slatum pushes Tylong off the tree with the Sonic Wave. Is still gonna chase in for more. Can he get the catch? Monkey going for the TP. BKB out of there. Roche, luckily enough, is not up just yet.
Oh
So
boy,
that's
this
a
is not
saving
the
grace.
first BKB usage you want.
Yeah, but at least there's no meta for Costa Pile, who is building up into Nullifier. Yeah, they do have some pesky tools, like the Escape Act, for instance. Get rid of.
Yeah.
Pain without consequence.
Let's see what they're up to on OG 5-man smoke.
Gardic doesn't have a Force Staff available. And they will be able to get a kill onto Gardic, looking for more immediately. While Knight is, I think, trying to snipe some couriers. God, this Ricky is just poor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Problem with this hero if you are not getting kills. It might have something on the courier, right? Yeah, it has the Force Staff. Not complete, but it's getting there.
Oh, Roche is up. That's going to be Roche number 2 with the banner for the high ground push. And they won't be able to stop it in the slightest. Queen of Pain is almost done with the Shiva's Guard, which is good in this game, especially because they have a lot of healing on the Radiant side. And the extra armor against Drow Rangers, a must-have.
There's some split push action happening on the top lane, but
Radiant's middle
not a lot of
tower is under
damage.
attack.
Okay, Knight saying hello. They're going in for the fight. Exorcism used by Repugnance, trying to go for the engagement here. Repugnance needs to be careful. Has a Blink Dagger on the DP. Knight being chased down by Illich, who does get the kill. Sonic Wave gets thrown out, but with the BKB he's going to be able to
A lot of
survive so much.
damage.
Repugnance trying to soak up all of this HP back up. A K1 just... The hypothermia stacks are too much, and TB needs to back off together with the rest of his team. They already lost 2 heroes. Costabila being forced back further, and Slatum has to blink out of there. But yeah, this is rough. With 9, like how much healing
Radiant's
reduction
middle
does the
tower is under
hypothermia stacks
attack.
do? Yeah, he had 9 stacks, so that's 90% regen reduction on DP. So essentially Spirit Siphon does nothing at that stage.
Funny.
It really comes down to OG needs to make a mistake if they want to win on the opposing side. Drow also now with butterflies. Also giving that big AoE bonus agility with precision aura is neat. Not that necessarily everyone enjoys it, like you get a bit of extra armor on Oracle, I guess, and attack speed. Oh, jump in on to Slatum, who tries to get the damage out. Needs his level 20 to just constantly spam the Sonic Wave. On the back line, though, I tried to be sneaky, but as you mentioned previously, there's a gem on the monkey. No meta, 5 seconds and it's going to be back up. He does have a nullifier now, but
worthy tribute. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
These illusions are tanky.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
yeah, but that's where the Ringmaster Shard comes in to clear them pretty neatly. They're smoked up. They're looking for a backline catch, but it's again Tai Lung on that monkey, just making sure the flank will not be open. Slatum's gonna jump in. Sonic Wave push K1 to the Dire high ground and dropping low. Is gonna get taken down. They lose Knight in response. Has a buyback immediately, and K1 with BKB trying to run away. Gardic is dead. K1's actually nullified. BKB usage. DP is right on top of him. K1's going back in onto Costabile, who's looking for a Sunder target in the meantime. El Misho drops on the side, and Repugnance is dead, whipped out of existence. Illich is going to get sundered up by Terrorblade. Is he going to get taken down on targetable right now? And
Monkey
Illich is going to fall. Monkey is dead as well. K1 is the last one standing. But the big problem is Costabile's got nothing to keep him alive, and Chop 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 says that monster slayer that is K1 with only a Queen of Pain buyback available. That looks like the rest of the Dire base is gone.
I feel like they need to try to focus on this Draw Ranger. K1's level 25 now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh man. Still tier 2 tower on the top side, but it doesn't really matter. Just go straight.
Tier 4s, that's the target. DP has a buyback available, but what can you realistically do? Drow is level 25. And the Ancient's under siege without a buyback available. Queen of Pain dropping low. Repugnance jumps in, gets whipped right back, and chop back to the fountain. GG is there, and OG Latam take us to game number 3 off the back of that Drow Ranger.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not too sure about this Draw Ranger pick, but we all knew that if the game goes late, the Draw Ranger against the TB is a really good choice. But in this particular scenario, having Draw Ranger, Monkey King, and Timbersaw as your tricore, I was not a big believer, I'm not gonna lie. But they somehow managed to do it.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes in the mid game there for Veritas Brothers. They had a pretty solid advantage, but then they just dove headfirst into the wood chipper, and that cost them dearly. But of course, that's only the second in this series. We've got one deciding match to see who's going to drop to the lower bracket. We'll see who's going to have that honor after the break. We'll be right back.
Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for the last game of the series between Fritos and the OG Latam squad. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by the wonderful Ace as we will be witnessing the draft for the final game of this series. OG Latam starting it off with, again, the Bat Rider and the Beastmaster ban, unsurprisingly.
10 seconds remaining.
Unsurprising. Just
5
repeat the
seconds
bans
remaining.
and hope for the same
Radiant
result,
team
I
pick.
guess, on OG side.
Dire team pick.
Oh. Darks here. That might prevent
Radiant team
Veritas
ban.
from Pinky TB, right?
Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Okay, that's finally we get to see the Costa Bile TA coming in. Darksea on the other side. Of course, works super well with any melee pulse 4 most of the time.
10 seconds remaining.
Especially
I wonder-
against TA, it's not too shabby
5
to have the
seconds
Darksea.
remaining.
Yeah. Still a tool to kill the refraction. What do they
Dire
pair
team pick.
TA with against the Darks here, though? Like, there's no Oracle. They did it with the Jakiro last time they played TA. It was not against Darks here. It was against Doom.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Enchantress is a pretty nice one.
5 seconds remaining.
Which one?
Enchantress.
team
I've been
pick.
seeing some more Enchantress plus 5s coming in. Dusk is also not too shabby. The Ice Shards
Yeah.
block.
Yeah, it could be the Tusk. Pairs really nicely with the TA, regardless of the enemy lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
But what about OG
5
Latam
seconds
now?
remaining. Team pick.
Meresca has arrived.
Aquilo? Yeah, like disruptive hero, but you can dodge the crown with the snowball at the very least. It's still Bramble Maze
10 seconds remaining.
and the tricky prevents
5
them from
seconds
chasing
remaining.
you down. Ujalatam is gonna pick another support now because they always do that. Ringmaster's to open. I think they should stick with it, right?
Yeah.
He did a really good job last game.
Dire team pick.
I'm sorry to keep you all waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, Ringmaster, solid. It's kind of, well, you don't always have to have a melee with the Darkseer, but it does make it easier for him to lane. Dark Willow is close enough,
10
I guess, because you
seconds
tend to
remaining.
want to be close, especially once you hit your level 6. But it does mean that Ringmaster in this
seconds
case is
remaining.
going to be a 5 instead of a 4, and
Yeah.
Moose will very likely pick up the Dark Willow.
Tusk most likely the 5, but they could still go for something else. Thinking now, were they the team that played Silencer? Veritas was not, right? It was OG. Yeah, it was OG's first pick in the first game. But because I kind of like Silencer against Ringmaster. But I don't think they're gonna do it here.
The Faritas Brothers side, what are you going to pick up? I would like to see, Centaur's always a nice one. Haven't seen that
Dire
one
team pick.
in a bit. Just a big bulky frontliner. They're going to go Pugna, actually. Okay, I guess plus 4 Pugna then. For Knight, he does like playing the Pugna a lot, and it is heavy push added in with the TA, and kind
10
of has
seconds
been
remaining.
Farita's MO in this series. They really want to push
Yeah.
the objective
5
quickly in the
seconds
early game.
remaining.
Because their laning is really solid every time. And they want to try and break the entire enemy side of the map within a certain time frame. Last time, though, a couple of bad blinks from Slatum kind of put them in a tough spot.
Their Dawnbreaker is still open. They played it last series with the Pugna. Could be interesting in lane. But they have no clue what's K1 is going to play just yet.
Radiant team pick.
Face the light.
Still going with the
Radiant team
Dawnbreaker.
back.
A lot of heals. Let me guess, AM ban? 'Cause they can still play TA mid if
Dire team
needed.
ban.
Yep. Duza lost to what today? Oh,
Deuce-
actually, Duza won.
5 seconds remaining. Dire
Oh,
team
yeah.
ban.
Is Pengo's banned?
Obviously, anti-mage gets removed for obvious reasons. You pick Dusa, you ban anti-mage,
10
otherwise
seconds remaining.
you're in a lot of trouble.
5 seconds
Oh
remaining.
boy, this is an oh boy situation now.
Radiant team ban. Radiant
Oh, they
team
ban
pick.
stormed themselves. I was
Dire
thinking they
team
probably
pick.
want to pick it, but okay. Ember on the side of OG Latam versus what, Puck?
They banned the monkey themselves too.
Kunkka? I like Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm thinking
5
about a hero
seconds
that can
remaining.
help out with the Duza later on. Or they can just keep to their strategy and pick a hero that help
Technically,
them
if you
to
want to counter
just
the
destroy
Dusa,
buildings.
you'd have to go OD or something. Or like Lesh and try and win the game before Dusa gets big.
Is DK terrible? The hero?
It's okay.
Choose
Yeah, they're
your
gonna go
hero.
Kunkka. It's solid against the rest of the heroes, and laning wise, it's pretty good against the Ember Spirit. You can't really run away
Okay.
either. And most importantly, in those team fights, you just CC the Dusa and focus the rest of the enemy team. I don't know if I like it enough because Dusa feels like it's indestructible this game.
Yep. And I'm not sure if Kunkka is gonna be able to keep the momentum going for Veritas to like get Aegis, kill the towers. He does not provide that much when it comes to going high ground. They can do some shenanigans with the X on the
10
TA,
seconds remaining.
but Darkwill is gonna buy you Scepter this game. We all know that.
5 seconds remaining.
So I was hoping for a mid laner that could like help TA to close the game. That's why I asked about the DK. So I don't know. They have like strong team fight and all, but if the game goes late, I don't know. I think Luza takes it.
Okay, looking forward to seeing what that can do going forward. But yeah, I do think Medusa will probably take it as well. They also have a pretty decent team fight AoE with the Darkseer Vacuum Wall into the Terrorize, into Ringmaster's ulti. Dusa volley, Stone Gaze on top. Like, they've got tons of AoE team fight. OG on OG Latam side. Verita's brothers, not so much. They have a bit, like Dawn ulti plus Kunkka ulti keeps them alive for a bit longer. I just am feeling that they might lack damage at the later portions. Then again, OG Latam is a lineup that they could kill everyone on that lineup except for the Dusa and just ignore the Dusa in the late game.
They have so much damage mitigation and saves on Verita's side, like Refraction, Pugna spells, Bolt, Pugna himself, Tusk, so many things to like make these fights
Prepare
long.
for battle.
Let's see how this plays out. Do you just like buy Vassal on Ember Spirit or something like that? It's just too much.
That is a good question. I mean, it's definitely a Mage Slayer game for Ember, like without a doubt. You're up against 90% magic damage until TA gets active. So I guess
about
it's Mage Slayer,
Radiance?
maybe SOY, Radiant. I mean, it's good. It's actually not that bad to get a Radiance this game. It's just the Mage Slayer Radiance build feels so incredibly slow.
Yeah, it's greedy. But we'll see. If Veritas fails to use the first Aegis, he might consider buying Radiance. Because he needs to scale with his Ember Spirit too. Come on, guys, I want to see a
30
first
seconds
blood.
to battle.
Okay, let's see. Are we gonna get ourselves some action here? Looks like they're just gonna be playing very defensive, and well, I'm curious also on Repugnance what kind of Dawn he's gonna be playing. You have like the Ag's first or second item Dawns that have been played a lot, but there's also obviously the Echo Saber big damage Dawn, or maybe even the Blade Mill defensive Dawn.
He goes for more of the hybrid Dawnbreaker, Blade Mail Pipe, Sanjan Yasha, stuff like that. Like tank it up, but still dealing decent amount of damage.
That's not too shabby then. As you do have K1 Gector going towards that bottom lane. Another pause coming up. Let's play some Dota, guys. Come on.
Are you okay?
Interestingly enough, it is Knight playing the Tusk, so they are playing double range safe lane, double melee off lane.
I actually kind of like it because you don't really want to play melee heroes against Darks here. So being able to poke from a distance.
Yeah, but playing double melee up against a Ringmaster plus Medusa is also not great.
That's true.
Well,
Dire's
they're
courier
just trying
has
to
been
catch up to
killed.
Illich, who is behind the enemy tier 1 tower. Yeah, Tusk TPs to the other side. And there's just going to be a bit of creep wave pulling coming up
Dire's top
from
tower is under
moves
attack.
for the recovery.
Sabiri lost his career with the Tango in it. Not the end of the world. Pugna has plenty.
And Illich dropping low, but not dropping dead with the surge gets out of dodge before it gets problematic.
Pugna hits hard. It's 5 damage per level.
And very importantly, 330 movement speed base. One of the fastest heroes in the game. It's 30 movement speed more than the Darkseer has. And Knight's also doing some pulling in the meantime.
He's gonna be able to deny it? Yeah. Only the
Knight's doing a
smart
good
supports
job in
do
mid.
that. Yep, a lot of CS. They don't really fear this Ember matchup. I mean this Kunkka matchup anymore on Ember.
Yeah, Ember's a pretty solid hero in its own right. Did go 2 points in Flame Guard. So Tailung, I really like the Flame Guard build instead of the Searing Chain Sleight of Fist build. But First Blood does get secured bottom lane. Quick trade comes out for K1 to secure it. Plus he does also get himself the healing note. So even though First Blood went to Repugnance, Deuce is pretty happy with the current state of affairs in that bottom lane.
Yep, getting a lot of
Guarded.
CS.
You get caught out topside by Moose. So not too shabby here for the Radiant
Can't
side.
miss that. Squishy Skelly. See some rotations at the 4 minutes rune.
X mark drag back, make sure that the water rune doesn't get picked up by Tai Lung instead. Root onto Knight. Snowball is available, but Knight is dropping low. And Knight will be taken down. Tai Lung with a kill as well. And the bottle refill did come through, so yeah, that's one of the things with Kunkkas. They don't build bottle anymore, so they will have, he has double bracers, which already puts him at 1200 HP. Stupid levels of strength gain.
Yeah, really annoying hero, just sits on the lane. Later on, you can farm some stacks. Has mana problems though.
Definitely tends to be the case. Knight, in the meantime, is trying to get some neutral creep camp stacks going. Not go for the ancient stacks, as those might just get stolen by a Dusa rotation, or a Darkseer for that matter.
K1's really tanky. Lotus, 9 stick charges. He's happy.
Yeah, mid's going pretty equal. And not a very aggressive game so far. As I say, that bottom lane El Micho is going to get caught out of position. Dawn has a Vanguard now, so Dawn should be fine in that bottom lane from this point on. Once Dawn gets level 6, you're also going to have to deal with global ultis every single time. Gardic in the mid lane is going to get chased down, taken down by Moose. Tailung just pops the regen rune to be able to return and continue his farming spree. Which is looking not too shabby.
Moose has Gardic's number. Always on top of him with the rotations.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In terms of net worth, everyone is equal in this game except for the supports. The OG supports are way ahead in terms of their
Dire are scared.
net worth.
Dawnbreaker is about to hit 6.
Oh, Costabile, they're diving for him, but there's TPs coming in as well. Tylon coming through, Ghost Ship comes flying out. It's a lot of damage in response though. Gardic, Tylon does so much here, chasing him for more. Gardic trying to stay alive, there's going to be the Dawn ult, and Gardic's healed up back to full. Illich trying to sprint out of there. They already did lose the TA. Tai Lung with his last fire remnant down, wants to go back in, but might want to be a little bit careful though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Turns his attention to Gardic, gets whipped up, and Gardic is dead. Another one, Tai Lung's chasing for more. He does have Fairy Fire as well to bait it in. Slatim's dropped it low. El Micho, can he stay alive for a bit longer? Dodge and weave. Tai Lung still with that fire remnant, can't get himself out to safety. El Micho is not going to disengage, but still 2k net with lead here for OG Latam.
It was probably Dawnbreaker's call to go for the fight in the top lane, but he had to kill 2 creeps to take level 6, and he took a little bit too late. The plan was to bait the TA, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
Kostabili
attack.
might not be happy now, because he could just not do it.
He got shredded pretty quickly by that Ember Spirit, who is top net worth, has an amplified damage rune in his bottle. He's going for that Mage Slayer smoke up. They're going to head up top again. They're immediately chasing after Kostabile, trying to make sure that that TA has no farm this game.
If he dies again, that's gonna ruin his game, his early game at least. Had a really good laning stage.
Dire's
Nice
structures
ice shards
are
blocked there
fortified.
from Knights, but it does not seem like it will be enough against the amplified damage Ember.
Radiant's middle
But at the
tower
very
is
least,
under
he tanks the gank, so Kostabile does not get caught.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's gonna lose the tower though. That's painful. The map is gonna close. Darkseer is gonna have a mech, and you soon are gonna have the Ember with Ion Shell running at you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tai Lung level 8. She's Pugna in front of him, but of course Pugna has the Grapify, so shouldn't be an easy target for the Ember normally to just blow up.
Dire's top tower.
Lich.
Dire's
Don ulti comes in, goes for the fight top side. Elit's taken down. They're looking for more. Tai Lung with the sleight of fist dodge, but he's out of mana now. Good 2-man Bramble comes out, and they find 2 kills here, chasing in after Kostabile as well. Tai Lung still continuing for more, as that sleight of fist is not even gonna need a double kill for the Ember. They find 3 in total. And they're even looking at Slatim's next, but I mean, Tai Lung's barely got any mana or HP. That's not great to continue that fight, but a 5k net with lead for OG Latam is looking good.
He's really rich on this Ember Spirit, man. Everything is working out for them.
Line catch. Guarding on the Pugna.
Dire's middle tower
There'll be
is
another one
under
done.
attack.
Tai Lung is playing so freaking aggressive. Really a phenomenal player.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, running against the clock on Veritas.
Dire's middle tower is under
Zeus is
attack.
gonna have Manta style soon, and she's gonna be all over the place with illusions, pushing out waves.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Kostabile is really underfarmed compared to the enemies, and they're actually rotating through to push Kostabile out of the triangle. They're making sure this TA just cannot find any farm anywhere. Especially Tai
Just
Lung
because
level
they can.
9.
The big problem is that they cannot kill this Ember Spirit.
And Deuce is not even anywhere close to these fights. He's just relaxingly farming top net width of the game, is almost done with the Manta style. Well, your cores are being constantly hunted by the Ember Spirit, who's got the Mage Slayer now done as well. Spot out Gardic, and there's going to be the hunt in deeper. There's the catch, there's the whip, there's the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another one.
Oh boy.
Planted down on Dusa, so that's going to be fast farming Hector. Yeah, they're not even anywhere close to trying to kill off K1
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
with how much they're being pressured.
Now the aggressive farm starts. He's gonna start crossing the river.
Oh, there's Moose. That might get taken down here. He's going for the TP attempt, but the last blast from Gardic will get a 4-kill streak secure. Knight ticking down to the dots. But whipped out of existence. There's Tai Lung. Has a fire emblem still down. Donald. Oh, nice Wheel of Wonder from the Ringmaster. Kill comes out. Second one secured. Tai Lung wants to continue here. 4 more. They get the X mark on to El Misho. Dragged out of the range of escape act. And Tai Lung is still fighting here. But there's Illich with the heal. The Guardian Greaves. Full heal coming out. Tai Lung actually needs to be careful. Dawn ulti gets used. Jump out of there. And a great counter play by Repugnance with the Dawn ulti.
Dire's middle tower is under
Make sure
attack.
Illich falls as well. So big loss there for OG Latam.
Poor Illich, man. He was minding his own business, and his team invites him to this fight. Everyone dies except Tai Lung and, of course, the Dusa.
Yeah, Caitlin's just farming. Top side now. Going for the butterfly next. Tai Lung's still second in net worth, but Repugnance is catching up. He's actually going full aura builder on the Dawn to try and mimic the Darks here.
Just
That's
got a
what
double
play
kill.
mill. Yeah, it does help a lot in getting the pipe finished. But they're still playing aggressively in the dire
Dire's
triangle
middle tower is under
on
attack.
OG side. Very in your
Lot of
face gaming.
TPs.
Yeah, they want to get that Repugnance Dawn, knowing that Dawn doesn't have the ulti. Get the damage. Vacuum back. Oh,
Radiant's bottom tower is
actually he's
under
going to
attack.
stay alive, but there's a fight brewing in mid where Gardic's going to get jumped, whipped, and caught again with the Wheel of Wonder. Ooh, this is pretty nasty. Tai Lung. Well, get the, oh no,
What?
he jumps right back to his death. Gives a 6-kill streak to Costabile
What was
there.
that?
That was a mistake and then some.
Felt like he
Oh,
was
Misha.
playing with the Pugna, because he could just use the Remnant to stop the life drain.
Yeah. I mean, he
Well.
didn't even have to jump to that. He could jump to his other Fire Remnant and then have
Radiant are
survived, but
scanning.
might have
Sometimes you
forgotten
get
that he had another
overconfident.
Remnant down. He is going for the Radiance after the Mage Slayer, by the way.
Yeah, he just died. Did he buy the evasion at least? Oh, he has it on the career. He just does not want to show it for some reason.
Costabile going for the Deso. Went for the Blink Dagger a little bit sooner than most TAs would. And the Shard as well, so wants to be a lot more active and keep himself alive. But the silence from that will be pretty impactful. They spot out Knight.
Look at the
And
damage.
The Tusk is melting to the Ember on the side. Costabile, TA gets the Dawn ulti on top. There's going to be the Wheel of Wonder as well. Not looking into that direction, but they lose Costabile. And in comes the Dusa, charging forward with the ulti, whip onto Repugnance. Dawn in trouble. And that should be 3 kills secured now in a row. The big one being, of course, the TA taken care of, but also the Dawn is an important added factor. 7k net worth lead now for OG, and their pushing power just keeps on going.
It was not supposed to be a fight. Like, Costabile was just caught. That doesn't mean they need to fight. They need to buy as much time as they can
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
on Veritas.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but they also don't really have a lineup that buys
Radiant's
time,
bottom tower
which is
under
the
attack.
issue. They don't have like map cut,
Dire's
clear
middle tower has
heroes
fallen.
or anything on their side.
K1's gonna have Manta
Slap them.
Butterfly.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, they won't be able to chase him. Well, actually, Tai Lung is walking closer to go for that catch. And they're going to dive the tier 2 tower for Slatum. It seems. But he is juking his way out of there pretty perfectly. Dodging the entirety of OG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're doing that with only 4 heroes. K1's
Radiant's
chilling
middle
on the
tower
bottom
has
lane.
fallen.
He's got Butterfly now being delivered. Dark Willow heals himself up. As Costabile has the blink out in case it's needed, but okay. Some pauses coming in.
They could still try at least to force a Dawnbreaker ulti.
Oh, Wonder Repugnance gonna get away. Not if Tai Lung's chasing you. That Radiance is almost done on Ember. Well, then it's not too bad if you have this amount to farm.
This is the dream.
Also, he's got the Vampiric Enchantment on the Ember, so he also gets the spell lifesteal, which is great with the Radiance that you can pick up. And Costabile just solo killed by Moose.
Radiant's top tower. is
Solo
under attack.
killed?
Yeah.
Level
Dark-
1 Battle Lamb?
Dire's
What?
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, that's the power of Dark Willow. TA is just a squishy hero that doesn't like to build BKB as well on the hero, so easy
Dire's
pickings.
structures
11k
are
net with
fortified.
lead now.
Radiant
in the
structures
meantime,
are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is
There
under
is
attack.
Moose spotting out Gardic. He used himself by accident.
Dire's bottom
Has
tower
Bedlam
has
available.
Another one.
fallen. Dire's
And
bottom tower
yeah,
is under
Gardic
attack.
will fall. Easy pickup for Tai Lung.
Do you go Roshan before going high ground? Do you ever go high ground here? Do you keep killing them?
I definitely get Tormentor just so that you can possibly get the Ringmaster Shard, which of course is Invis Detection, but also the Dark Willow Shard, which is insanely good.
This will provide.
But yeah, they are gonna head into the Roche Pit, get that first ages of the game. Better safe than sorry. The Dire actually has not a really good high ground defense lineup either. Like at all. Until Tusk gets his blink. Well, he has blink until he gets Ags, which is quite a long way to go.
Long way.
To the Radiant.
And Dusa going for the Scotty build. Tai Lung going Manta style on the Ember Spirits. And they're actually going to try and steal the Tormentor here
Radiant are scanning.
on the Dire side. But it does get scanned out. And Elmisha and Illich are ready to take the gateway. Oh, Tormentor dropping low. They spotted out Illich charging forward. There's the Wheel of Wonder. Doesn't get any good connections though. Illich finds.
Oh, they
no.
found TA.
TA, that's a big one. 2-man terrorize comes out. TA is dead. Gardic is another target here. But they're gonna chase in after the Kunkka, root him up, stone him up, and slat him knows he is going to drop, so we'll try to keep them occupied for a little bit longer. They at least managed to get the Tormentor taken, so Knight gets a free shard, but it will be still a painful death on the TA.
I don't know. I'm kind of hopeless here. As long as OG don't mess up, I don't think
Dire's top tower is
Veritas
under
can do
attack.
anything about it.
Yeah, Medusa's also almost done with his Scotty, which will massively improve the Dusa's HP pool. Well, and mana pool.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
then
attack.
it's
Dire's
very
top
hard to
tower has fallen.
try and kill off the Dusa, who is going to be knocking on the high ground as we speak with that Aegis. And they have quite a horrible high ground defense.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just non-existent at this stage. Tusk is 2 pieces in towards the Zags. That's kind of the big item they need. Oh, seems to be some Dota crashes.
TA doesn't
Please.
even have Dazzle. 23 minutes in. She still needs BKB after that.
Yeah, and then you're looking at Dusa's almost double the net worth. Like, what are you supposed to do at this stage?
I think the only reason I keep playing is because it's like the last game and the enemy team, they can like get overconfident, dive the fountain, then Tusk can, I don't know, shard everyone inside it. Other than that, there is no like a real plan. You could try to cut waves with traps, but you can't really fight against OG now.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, and now the team that likes to push the objective here, as they are breaking the Dire racks. Talong's even trying to keep them away from trying to defend these racks. There's also no tier 2 towers left standing for.
Dire's
They're not
does.
stopping.
There's no reason to stop.
tower is under attack.
Creeps are constantly
getting, like,
pushing in top.
Split pushed. So,
Dire's top barracks.
but they
has
can
fallen.
always send the Ember Spirit to push out waves again.
And even get a free kill.
Dire's
But
middle
you don't
tower is
technically,
under attack.
because you have a Deuce, you don't technically need to do any tanking of that. Dawn tried to get rid of the creeps top lane, so they're going to go in on towards the Dawn. He needs some help right now. There is a ghost ship available, but Dawn is not going to be able to get that support. Zlatan neither doesn't get the cost off. They lose 2 B. Costa Pila gets sent back 4 dead. Veritas, GG gets called. 24 minutes in, they're going to have to make the lower bracket run work.
It's really rough when you have to call GG without getting the chance of going for a team fight. They just got picked off the whole game. The entire game was like that.
Yeah, they got ran down. I would say Tai Lung definitely MVP in this one. 12-1-14 on the Ember Spirit. Sublime performance coming out from him, the young mid laner for OG Latam. But of course, that does conclude the evening for us now, as we did have some pretty interesting matches. The first series was like 4 hours, 4.5 hours or something, because of some significant delays, but also some really good matches. But takeaway on the teams that we've seen today, do you think that OG Latam is the big contender here?
One of them. They got top 3 at the TI qualifiers. Maybe they are a better team now than they were last week.
Of course, they do have that input from No Till on their side as their coach, if I'm not mistaken. for both the OG squads, so you have his insight and knowledge. We're going to quickly check out the bracket that has been updated with the matches for tomorrow. Of course, there's the Heroic versus OG Latam semi-finals or upper bracket finals to be played, but we're gonna be starting tomorrow off in the lower bracket, where we're gonna quickly check out what teams are still lurking for some matches. Tomorrow on the A stream, it's gonna start off with Edge versus Team Sin Compromiso. Then it will be the A stream continuing with Veritas Friends versus Team Den. We're going to be taking a Starbacks versus the winners of Edge Team Sin Compromiso. And then the lower bracket semi-finals we will cover, as well as the upper bracket finals will be covered on
Can't wait.
main stream. So don't forget to check it out tomorrow as well. My name is DK Truman. I was joined by the wonderful Ace. And in case you don't see us, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Bye-bye.